Hey everybody, how's it going today? Hidely ho, neighborinos! Hope everybody's having a swell day so far. Today, it's going to be the uncontroversial Aiden show, where we're only going to review puppy and kitten videos all day long. That's right, folks. Things have been a little too controversial around here, so instead of focusing on the issues of the world, we're going to bury our heads in the sand and forget all about it. Yeah! No, I'm just joking. I'm just joking. Of course, that's not what we're going to do. It's not what we're going to do at all. You know this show. You know what it's all about. It's all about activism. And you know what we're going to focus on today? We're going to focus on frog activism. I wasn't able to show the entire thumbnail on YouTube because YouTube, in its typical draconian fashion, decided that it would censor the entire message. But here it is, ladies and gentlemen. I will proudly fly the banner. If I could get this made into a flag, I would fly this in front of my property. I would allow everybody around to see it. Let's hop to it, BS says. To which Claude replies, the problem with frogs is that they croak. BS says, woohoo! I love uncontroversial Aiden. To which he then says, "Aw, sorry to disappoint, BS. Sorry to disappoint. My bad, man. What can I say?" But this is the message of today's show. All right, ribbit, resist, repeat. There is no hope without hop, ladies and gentlemen. No hope without hop. All right, and at the very beginning of this show, I am so much behind this movement right here. This has radicalized me, ladies and gentlemen. All right? Yesterday, when I did my show, you may have thought, oh, wow, he's really trying to push a specific political agenda because he's being, really critical of the upper class. No! Yesterday, I was your bog standard, milquetoast leftist, but this right here, this fucking radicalized me, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. And as a direct result, we're going to be covering some frog activism on this stream. We're going to be starting with ignoring Breakfast Taco's comment in the side chat because he's trying to instigate, folks. We have instigators. We have agitators out here in the side chat. They're trying to provoke a riot. They're trying to cause They come into the neighborhood. They come into very peaceful, very calm neighborhoods. And they try to agitate. They try to start riots. They try to incite riots. And that's why we as the frog community must resist. So that's why we're going to get into our first example today. That being the frog protesters. We got frog brutality occurring right around us in real time. Can you believe it, ladies and gentlemen? I can't. Let's take a look.
Well, what happened was DHS came out and they were being really aggressive with us and ended up shoving a comrade and detaining that comrade, and in that process a lot of us got shoved back, and one of the comrades I noticed fell, and I went to go grab them and pick them up so they didn't also get detained or further hurt.
What a brave frog. You know what, ladies and gentlemen? This right here, examples like this fine folk right in front of us. I don't know what their gender is. You know how frogs are. They can change that shit. They can change it on a whim. They're putting chemicals in the water that are turning the freaking frogs gay. And this is the final result, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not going to assume their frog gender, but this fine frog in front of us here, prime example of an activist. Were they trying to hurt that agent? Let's go back. Maybe that was even a cop. Let's go back and watch that. They weren't trying to hurt nobody.
And in that process, Well, what happened?
They weren't trying to hurt nobody. Look at that. And yet, brutalized by the state. Brutalized, comrade, lol. More like frograd, really, when you think about it. I agree, though. Comrade, fucking based. All right? I don't care what fucking political ideology you are. If you go to a protest and you're just fooling around as a frog and you get fucking pepper sprayed and you still don't back down and you do an interview afterwards and you're like, yeah, I was just trying to help my comrade out. You know, he was getting fucked up and I just wanted to help him out. That's based. All right? If there should be bipartisan agreement on this stream, it's that these frogs that I'm covering today are based as fuck.
What happened was DHS came out and they were being really aggressive with us and ended up shoving a comrade and detaining that comrade, and in that process a lot of us got shoved back, and one of the comrades I noticed fell, and I went to go grab them and pick them up so they didn't also get detained or further hurt.
Likes in the stream for this frog, by the way. If you like this frog, and if you like justice, furthermore, if you stand for justice, if you stand for anything that is beholden, frograd, that's right, Achilles. If you stand with these frograds, you're going to give this stream a like. Because what are these frogs trying to do except hold the government to account? And that's what I'm trying to do, right? That's all I'm trying to do up in this bitch.
And in that process, I got maced in the air vent, and essentially I just kind of coughed a little, noticed a small hint of peppermint, and just continued to be in my frog costume after that for about another hour.
Based. Fucking based. They didn't fucking back down. Meanwhile, what was that fucking Republican governor? Oh my god, what's his name? I need to find the fucking clip. I know it's out there. But there's a clip of this guy. He's like a fucking governor or a senator or something like that. And he's like trying to leave his fucking flashy hotel room to go somewhere else. And there was like a little crowd of protesters like accosting him. Not even doing anything to hurt him in any way, shape, or form. I think if you actually look at the clip, the cops that are escorting him are the only ones that get physical with the crowd that are around him. And he does a press conference right afterwards, and he's like, this mob of protesters that were all around us, they were going to kill us. They were going to mob us in the streets if it weren't for the brave police force around us. Meanwhile, this fucking frog out here is standing up for what matters, standing up for the truth. The frog fuckers. Hell yeah, Claude. Hell yeah. That's what I'm out here saying. We've got to keep these people safe. All right? We've got to stand beside these people, because if we lose one of these frogs, that's a national goddamn tragedy as far as I'm concerned.
I'd say I'm doing well. I'm doing fine.
Look at that. Look at that. He literally went out of his way and he's like, oh, you didn't get fucking properly sprayed before? Let me fucking get you in your fucking vent hole as you're turning around to go elsewhere. What a piece of shit, dude. What a little punk bitch. These are the fucking cops that you guys are fucking licking the boots of. Oh, these guys are so brave. Oh my god, a frog in a fucking blow-up frog costume. Let's fucking pepper spray them as they're fucking running away. Wow. What a fucking bunch of brave souls we've got working for us. The thin blue line, ladies and gentlemen. Goodness gracious. Let's move on to our next example that we've got here once this video is finished. I don't think we're all the way finished with it, though.
It wasn't as bad as it looks, although quite immature and unnecessary and really excessive. But I think I'm doing okay for the most part.
Based. I think I'm doing okay for the most part. Can we emblazon that on the next frog activist flag? Because this guy needs to become... Sorry, guy is assuming. I'm sorry. I apologize. This frog needs to become a symbol of resistance. The humble frog, although many people assume to be inherently apolitical has become politicized, much like everything else in our society. And isn't that in of itself, kind of a commentary? Isn't that kind of a commentary on how every single aspect of our lives, the frog themselves, have mobilized to fight back? And let's look at another example here. The Portland protest frogs are multiplying, ladies and gentlemen. These are some of the dangerous protesters that people like Terry Strange and Jamie Russell are trying to fearmonger and go, oh my God, they're being so violent. Oh my God, I promise, guys, the second I turn the camera off, that's when everything turned violent. Yeah, bro. Yeah, man, I swear, bro. Like, as soon as the camera turned off, man, like, everything, like, got, like, messed up, man. Got, like, really messed up, bro. I promise, bro. If you don't believe me, bro, you're gay, man. You're gay, dude. Stand up for frogs today. Today, the pond. Tomorrow, the world. Thank you, Sandals. Thank you, Sandals. It's that kind of activism. That's what I'm talking about, Sandals. That's what I'm saying. It's that kind of attitude that's going to make other people wake up, too. Because you know what? Most people, on an average everyday basis, if they see a regular person getting maced or pepper sprayed at a protest, they're probably going to go, what's the big deal? I can dehumanize that person. But a silly little frog going to a protest and just trying to have a silly little frog time, they get pepper sprayed? I don't fucking think so, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think so. A bridge too far, a lily pad too far, as far as I'm concerned. I bet that's Terry and Jamie in those costumes. Oh shit, B.S. Lewis coming out here with the real theorizing, the real theory crafting. Doing the investigative journalism that this chat, quite frankly, deserves. Given how great this community is that has been cultivated over on this little channel, I think that this community deserves investigative journalism that proves that is, in fact, Terry and Jamie inside of those costumes. Terry hasn't been able to shake her cosplay fetish as a right-winger. That is funny. That is funny. All right, let's watch this. Oh my God, look at those domestic terrorists.
Hi, we're outside the ICE facility in the evening on
No!
Whatever the day is.
No!
October. Can you guys let me know what you're here, why you're dressed as frogs?
We're here to destroy the United States because every single person that has any slight criticism of the United States government is automatically labeled a domestic terrorist nowadays. So you may not see it, but inside of this frog costume is actually a dirty bomb that was manufactured in a Belarusian basement. So yeah. Anyways, back to what the guy was actually trying to say.
The frog has become a symbol of what's going on down here. And so we decided to come support our friend Toad, who's been out here. You probably saw him on the news. And he's a friend from another pond. And so we decided to come down here and show our support, for the insane government overreach that's going on in this place, and the fact that they're calling Portland an explosive, fire-ridden sort of, warland, which is not, because we're here.
Okay, and what's specific about the frog? Is it because of the one guy who'd been in that costume before? Was there any other symbolism to it?
That's the reason,
Yeah, that's the reason. You know why? You know why, ladies and gentlemen? Because one frog is all that it takes. One frog is all it takes. Topple the American government, which is not what we're actually advocating for, but that's the position that we've been given. All it takes is one, ladies and gentlemen. And next thing you know, there's three. And you try to mess with those three, and there's going to be 9 of them. And it's just going to keep exponentially increasing. It's going to become something that's out of control. The frog movement, all right, ladies and gentlemen. I know that you weren't aware of this, but I'm here to report it right now. Okay? B.S. Lewis is doing his job. He's doing his due diligence insofar as being a side chat journalist. Much appreciated, much obliged. but I need to inform people the right here and right now. Hey, Robin. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Frog Revolution, by the way, Robin. I don't know if you were aware, but you're on the ground floor right now, Robin. You could get on the ground floor of the Frog Revolution right here and right now if only you agree to join our cause. Okay? I've already recruited several people. I'm going to put, you know what? Fuck it. I'm putting up a poll. I'm putting up a poll right now. And if anybody right now, I already said I'm radicalized at this point, okay? I've been thoroughly radicalized. So if anybody dare vote no in this poll, you're going to tell me. All right? If you say no, you're going to tell me. And if you do, you're gone. Okay? I can't tolerate that. In time for what? I just told you, Robin. The Frog Revolution is upon us. Okay? I'm in the middle of playing several frog activist clips as we currently speak. The Frogopolis is upon us. You know what, Achilles? That's something I wanted to get into as well, because wasn't it God himself that used frogs as a divine punishment in Egypt? Think about it. It's one of the plagues that never gets talked about. You think that's a coincidence? You think it's coincidental that everybody wants to go, oh, let's focus on the plague that turned the river into blood, or let's focus on the plague that beset everybody with boils and pestilence, or let's focus on the plague that killed every single firstborn son in Egypt. Hell no! The most important one was clearly the frogs. Unequivocally. And if you're joining the Frog Revolution, I see we got 3 likes in this stream, 8 people watching. Unacceptable. I want at least half and half margins on that. At least half and half margins. I've got 4 votes, 1 person saying that they aren't joining the Frog Revolution. 1 person. Who is it? Speak now. Speak now. Or I'm just going to start indiscriminately. I'm just going to go all over the chat. It's going to be like Scarface up in this bitch. I'm just going to start indiscriminately. Say hello to my little friend. Boom. Freaking underbarrel grenade launcher in this bitch. That's what I'm talking about. All y'all. My appeal didn't even appeal to 1 person. I can't believe all y'all. There's 5 of you out there that are like, yeah, he asked for it. But I'm not going to give it. He hasn't earned that like yet, as far as I'm concerned. He hasn't crossed the threshold of making content where I'm going to take the time to like it. That's right. We're seeing all the frog emojis up in the chat. It's happening, folks. It's happening in real time. And I will accept nothing less than total subscription, conscription, every single possible version of scruniption that you can think of. It's happening. You're going against your will. Some frogs are born, made to wave the pad. Ooh, the red, white, and blue. Bow, bow. You're getting conscripted to Frog Vietnam. Viet Frog. Frog Nam. I don't know. I'm trying to make these up in real time, and they're getting worse and worse in real time. So I should probably kind of ease out of the nosedive of this joke. I'm plummeting towards the ground in real time, and I'm going to have to do like one of those things for Mayday. You ever see that show? One of the pilots is like, oh, we're plummeting towards the ground at like 2,300 meters a second. Probably better time to like flip the plane around and do some maneuver that's never been tried before. And it like works. And somehow you actually manage to pull out of that nosedive. I hope that was me right now. I hope that you're not listening to this as like a transcription from the black box. There's like several people in the community that are like listening to this and like crying in interviews after the fact. Several people listened to the Aiden Linden black box as he described his horrific descent to the ground from his awful joke. These are their reactions. She's like Achilles going, oh, woe is me. I am crying right now. My emotions are very strong. I said yes, but only as long as I don't leave the house. You know what? That's just the thing, though, Robin. The frog revolution is malleable, okay? The frog revolution will accept as much or as little activism as you're willing to put into it, okay? If you want to be one of the people that's out in the streets trying to like mobilize change, you can do that. And if you don't want to do that, that's okay too. And you know why that's okay too, Robin? Because the frog is actually, for the most part, a pretty chill entity when you think about it. Most part, the frog, as long as you leave it alone, it's not going to bother you. It's not going to mess around. But you know when it is going to bother you? You know when it is going to sit there all day and make the most annoying noise that you've ever heard in your entire life? When you impede on its habitat. When you impede on its habitat. And just like these DHS agents, just like these ICE agents, just like these Border Patrol agents, they're getting all up in other people's shit. And then they have the audacity to be like, oh, but they resisted us trying to illegally overreach our authority. That's why we had the authority to be able to fuck them up. No, the exact same thing is true for frogs in their natural habitat. Humans come up, what do you think? Think about it for a moment, right? There's a wetland. It's got some frogs chilling in it. They're minding their own business. They're not bothering anybody. Next thing you know, human settlement pulls up. All of a sudden, there's some stupid fucking strip mall right next to the freaking wetland. And the people that go to the strip mall and drink the shitty Orange Julius and buy the fucking shitty knickknacks that they're going to forget about a week from now, they have the audacity to say that their experience was somehow impeded by the frogs because they dared to exist near the strip mall. Think about that, right? Oh, I'm going to rate the Orange Julius 3 stars instead of 4 stars because the frogs were bothering me. And then what happens? The real estate developer comes in and they're like, well, guess these frogs are a problem. And they tear it all down and it becomes a fucking parking lot or some shit like that. Isn't that a shame? Isn't that a shame? If that isn't an injustice, I don't know what the hell is, quite frankly. Wonders what happened with the Trump without Trump segment. Oh, don't worry, Achilles. I said earlier, it's going to happen. But the frog activism, it's the name of the stream. And unfortunately, you know, while Trump without Trump is great, what's been going on with these frogs, it had to take center stage, my friend. It had to take center stage. The frog was the entire show. That's right. I'm sure you people probably thought, much like yesterday, I have a medley of different content for you. And while that's absolutely true, no. Instead, I'm just going to talk about the frogs for the next 2.5 hours and then open up the room when nobody's watching anymore because the joke wore itself out an hour and 45 minutes ago. Anyways, we're going to finish this, and then we're going to play our last frog segment, and then we're going to go on to Trump without Trump.
Iconic symbol. You see all over the internet now, so it only made sense that more frogs join in this fight.
Okay.
Look at these horrible domestic terrorists. They're playing music. No! I can't believe it. I can't believe it. What next? You know what? I just want, you know what? I'll give that little bit of commentary after this little bit here, because we've got the Stephen Colbert show, and I can't play audio because it's immediately going to get the show copyrighted. But look at them. They're out there. Frogs together strong. We got another frog facing off against federal agents here. Several of them. We got a standoff here, all right? And you know, you might not think it, but how is this functionally any different to the guy standing in front of the tanks right before Tiananmen Square? How is this guy any different than the Tiananmen Square guy? That's my question, ladies and gentlemen. Is there really any difference? I don't think so. I don't think so. Thank you very much for tuning into my frog segment. It's much appreciated. Jesus Christ, it's gone for 25 minutes. I see people's point now. I just looked. I thought that I've only been talking about it for 5 minutes, and meanwhile, it's like, all right, Aiden, we're near the 30-minute mark, and you're still on with the fry. All right. My bad. I'm going to move on. I'm sure people have been just chomping at the fucking bit. Oh, I thought this was about Dan's frog. Look, Dan's frog is the real symbol of resistance. He's one of the frogs, Robin, okay? We've got agents all over the world, okay? We've got agents all over the world, and one of our agents identified a guy trying to, like, ramble on about a bunch of inane nonsense. And they figured, you know what I'm going to do? I'm not going to violently oppose Dan. I'm not going to go in there, even though that frog had a Glock 17 and knew how to use it, by the way. Very thorough weapons training is provided to each one of our agents, much more so than ICE. I just want to get that clarified right off the bat. But even though they did have that choice, our training, unlike their training, emphasizes de-escalation. And they decided to, instead of using force, excessively ribbit right next to Dan. And I think it was quite effective. And I made this point on Claude's show and would like to pontificate it here as well, just for one moment, before I move on to Trump without Trump. Thank you, Robin, by the way, for reminding me about just this very thing. Shout out to Robin. But the whole frog thing, right? We've got to start doing that en masse, all right? When there's a Christian street preacher out there in the corner, don't yell and scream at him. Don't accost him. It's not worth your time. Is it really going to get anybody anywhere? No. Instead, what you do is you just show up in a frog costume and you just play frog noises on a bullhorn right next to them. You just play frog noises on a bullhorn right next to them, and then whatever they're saying isn't invalidated. People still have the choice to listen, right? Oh, there should be a guy. Another one would be good. Crickets would be good as well. Somebody shows up with like a big speaker system and just plays crickets right next to them. That would be good. That'd be good. That's just more of my demonic activities, though. I know. That's my demonic way of thinking coming forward, though. I'm sure that's the spin that's going to be given to that. Aiden making the frogs gay today. Every day, Dean. Every day. Street preachers only exist in nice weather places. Oh my God, Robin. I never thought about that, but that's so true. That is so true. You go to places like Georgia or like South Carolina or, the Bible Belt states are pretty damn temperate when you look at the rest of the climates around the world, right? You don't see many people up in Alaska going like, there's a wind. The great blizzard of freaking 95 is going on all around them. And there's footage of them going, the Lord Jesus Christ preached and died for your sins. And today I'm here in the midst of this blizzard to represent the tumult and terror that humanity sees to this day. You don't see that shit. It's always a nice, bright, sunny day. It's idyllic weather. And people are trying to be out and enjoying that weather, enjoying some nice time. Like what Big Bad Mama was saying with Tim with making hell nervous, right? He's out in the freaking park. There's all these people with freaking tie-dye shirts just trying to do Tai Chi and have a nice time. And Tim's out there going, you're going to hell! Each and every one of you is going to see the fires of hell! All right. We're going to go to Trump without Trump now, ladies and gentlemen, because you guys have been waiting long enough. Thank you for your patience.
Trump without Trump. You won't have to listen to his voice or see his face. This quote is unedited and 100% accurate. This is from a press gaggle on Air Force One from October 27th, 2025. A reporter asked Trump if he would run for a third term. These are the words of the President of the United States of America. If they ever formed a group, it would be unstoppable. I really do. I believe that. I would love to do it. I have my best numbers ever. It's very terrible. I have my best numbers, and if you read it, am I not ruling it out? You'll have to tell me. All I can tell you is that we have a great group of people, which they don't. They have Jasmine Crockett.
Wait a minute. I think that I might have already played this one. I think this might have been one that I've already played. My bad, folks. I think we've already seen the one about the third time. I was like, this sounds familiar. This sounds vaguely familiar. It's because we've already played it. Sorry, folks. I gotta be honest, besides the one from yesterday, which was recent, I've kind of had to start going back, which is not a problem whatsoever. Juliet Jesk, I believe is her name. She can only make these as often as she has time to make them, right? But yeah, we're kind of starting to have to go. We have to kind of really start going back in time a little bit.
So you think
going back?
you might be a great project manager?
No, I don't think I would be a great project manager for your company because your company is some soulless piece of garbage. That's why I don't think I'd make a good project manager for your company that I'll never see again because your ad only had very limited reach due to your very small and pathetic advertising budget. Anyways, let's play this one, which I don't think we have played before. Sorry about that, folks.
It's Trump without Trump. You won't have to listen to his voice or see his face. This quote is unedited and 100% accurate. This is from his speech before the senior military officers on September 30th, 2025. These are the words of the president.
Oh, right! I'm pretty sure, people could correct me if I'm wrong about this, but I'm pretty damn sure, by the way, people, if you're liking this stream, 9 people watching this, please drop the stream a like. It'd be much appreciated. It will really help the YouTube channel out and help the stream in general. But I'm pretty damn sure that this speech is the one that incited people to a couple of Democratic lawmakers, which is a segment coming up in my show, to say, hey, guys, you can disobey unlawful orders, which is completely true, by the way. That's literally something that is included in the training of every single soldier of the United States military, that they have a duty to disobey unlawful orders. You know, because there was a group of people at a certain point in time that were like, oh, well, yes, I did all of these horrible things, but you need to understand that I was only following orders. It wasn't like I wanted to do all of those things, but I didn't have a choice, yeah. So, you know, given that group of people try to get out of things with that excuse, we're trying to kind of close that loophole in this end of society, right? Which doesn't seem to be the case. But let's listen to the speech, the beautiful speech that prompted that in the first place.
It's Trump without Trump. You won't have to listen to his voice or see his face. This quote is unedited and 100% accurate. This is from his speech before the senior military officers on September 30th, 2025. These are the words of the President of the United States of America. The auto pen. I call him the auto pen. It's, how would you like to have your things signed by an auto pen? You know, when I have a general that I have to sign for a general, because we have beautiful paper, the gorgeous paper, I said, throw a little more gold on it. They deserve it. I want the A paper, not the D paper. We used to sign a piece of garbage. I said, this man is going to be a general, right? Yet, I don't want to use this. I want to use this big, beautiful, firm paper. I want to use this real gold writing. When you talk about the position and they're beautiful, but how would you like it to have that with you? Some kid sitting in the back office is having it signed with an auto pen. I thought about it, and I thought about you people first. Admirals, generals. I said, somebody works his whole life. He gets into maybe the academies or wherever, but however you got there and you go through...
You know what? Just one real quick thing. I'm just going to say this right now. This is another potentially totally falling flat Aiden Nostradamus moment. But given how much Trump has just totally abjectly made himself a hypocrite on so many of his criticisms of Joe Biden, you know, like, Sleepy Joe Biden. Yeah, every single time that you look at him, he's falling asleep somewhere in public. You can't keep the guy awake for longer than 5 minutes. He's always going to sleep. He's always falling asleep. And then, you know, you look at him, and it was just recently. I don't think I have it pulled for today, unfortunately. I'm sure I could probably pull for the next show. But he was literally shown falling asleep during the freaking Board of Peace discussion that he recently went to, which is a whole other thing I need to pull for the next show as well. His fucking Board of Peace, quote unquote. This little gaggle of rich people, that rich elitist billionaires and dictators that he's gathered together to try and overturn any kind of centralized authority from the United Nations. No, screw that. Instead of that, we're just going to try and privatize world peace. Yeah, when you privatize everything else, it's not like it immediately goes to shit, and the only people that benefit are the people that pushed for that privatization to begin with. Not at all. I'm sure if we try to privatize world peace, that's going to go great too.
Years of work, and now you become an admiral or a general or whatever. And when you do...
Damn it, I fucking lost track of what I was saying. Anyways, I needed to finish my point. I literally rambled for so goddamn long. There's a point against me, by the way. For anybody that wants to, like, say that Aiden rambles inanely. There you go. I literally went on such a dumb fuck tangent that I forgot about what the hell I was saying to begin with. But I came back to it. I remembered it as soon as I remembered how dumb fucking Trump was. And again, I'm not the president of the United States, so perhaps I shouldn't be held to the same standard, but hey, whatever. In any case, I really wouldn't doubt that this guy is going to get caught signing things with an auto pen. I really don't doubt it. I really, like, a few years from now, I really wouldn't be surprised if a fucking news article comes up that I'm going to be reviewing on the show called Trump Caught Signing Several Documents with Auto Pen. And he's going to get asked about it, and he's going to say something like, well, you know, I was very busy. I was very busy. And unlike you, who has no understanding whatsoever, you have no understanding of how busy it is to be the president of the United States. You have no idea. You don't understand. I'm a very busy man. And yes, some things, unfortunately, they had to be signed with the auto pen. But that doesn't mean that I'm not a very busy man. There's going to be people out there going, oh, yeah, man. It's really busy belts, guys. So, it doesn't matter that you said things in the auto pen too. It's not even relevant. I can see it. I can peer into the future. I'm looking into my crystal ball right now in real time. And I'm seeing it. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm getting a faulty reading. I think that happened already, Aiden. He's used the auto pen a lot and got asked about it. Is that true? If that's true, that is fantastic. That's fantastic. Oh my god. Please let that be true, Achilles. If you can come on and show that that was true, I'll just make you president of this channel for life, and I'll just step aside, and you can take over. This is yours now, buddy. Here you go, buddy. It's all yours. I give it to you, Achilles.
I said, somebody works his whole life. He gets into maybe the academies or wherever, but however you got there and you go through years of work and now you become an admiral or a general or whatever. And when you do, the President of the United States signs your commission, as you know. And that commission is beautifully displayed. And I signed it. And actually, I love my signature. I really do. Everybody loves my signature. But I sign it very proudly.
You know, Donald, I can't give you too much shit for that because I like my signature too, bro. I like my signature too. When you're able to get, the thing I like about my signature was like you can get it's really satisfying when you can tie both your first and last name together and you got some like loops going on, and on top of the loops you got the line action going through the loop. You kind of got like the same motif as like the Coca-Cola logo, you know, that fucking spiral, that little ribbon goes through the fucking loop on the Coca-Cola. That looks good. You think they didn't spend like 2.3 trillion fucking dollars at the Coca-Cola company figuring that shit out? It's because that motif is nice. Holy shit. I got some sort of ad playing somewhere on my freaking computer. It's going rogue. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going rogue. The technology, it's gone out of control. Jesus. All right, let me shut that up. I don't care, Lowe's. I don't want to purchase your shit fuck lumber that's become abjectly way worse than what my freaking dad and granddad had because all the fucking old growth wood got cut down by you dumb fucks that decided that none of it should remain. I don't care, Lowe's.
And I always think to myself, how can you have an auto pen sign this? It's just so disrespectful to me. It's just totally disrespectful. And it turned out that almost everything he did was signed by an auto pen, except for what he gave his son, Hunter Pardon. He signed that one, and that's actually the worst signature I've ever seen. That was so bad. The auto pen looks much better. Donald J. Trump.
Hold on, hold the fucking phone. No. Multiple outlets reported that the Justice Department initially posted copies of several November 2025 pardons that bore strikingly identical signatures, then quietly replaced those files with versions showing different signatures after public questions. The department described the signature as a technical error. And the White House insisted Trump signed each pardon by hand. No! God fucking damn it! No! Are you shitting me right now? Every single time you take a look into the abyss stares back even harder. God. Oh, Nietzsche, you were right. You were right. Shit. What the fuck? Every single time I have one of these shows, it just gets worse. Technical error. That's what I'm saying. Dude, it's the Biff presidency. Okay, we're in the fucking Back to the Future 2. We're in the bad Back to the Future 2 timeline. And Biff has become fucking president. And nobody cares. Nobody cares. Oh, okay. It's just, yeah, pulling myself out of that emotional nosedive. Holy fuck. Trump admits to using AutoPen after declaring Biden's pardons void due to AutoPen on MS Now. Yeah, we got multiple sources. We got Mr. Logo and Achilles. We got both of them. Oh, confirming that shit. I'm sorry, that actually took me out. That actually set me rolling in the aisles there for a second. And it wasn't entirely laughter. It was like a combination of like laughter and dread and horror, because I'm trying to satirize reality, right? I'm literally trying to be satirical. I can't. I can't be more absurd than the actual shit that's going on around us, and yet half of the country is still sitting here going, yeah, this guy's great, rah, rah, Trump. What the fuck? Anyways, taking a little bit more of a humorous turn. Let's take a look at this next thing. Oh my gosh. If I could even get it pulled up right now, Restream itself has rebelled against going forward. It's like, no, I've had enough. I've had enough. That's enough of that shit. Let's move on to our next thing. We've got a Trump tweet. Based on the tremendous interest shown, I will be directing the Secretary of War and other relevant departments and agencies to begin the process of identifying and releasing government files related to alien and extraterrestrial life, unidentified aerial phenomena, UAP, and unidentified flying objects, UFOs, and any and all information connected to these highly complex but extremely interesting and important matters. God bless America. Wow, Trump. So aliens are real, huh? Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? We're living in the timeline where the president of the United States is coming out and saying, hey, everybody, I just wanted to let you know that aliens are real. They're all real, folks. Let's take a look. We're looking at the very first alien file. It's been released by the United States. You know, hold on. You know, while it's easy to laugh at this, okay? Let's try to take a look. Maybe if we pixel peep. Let me just take this magnifying glass really quick. Let's enhance. Yeah, if we pixel peep around the black border, we might be able to spot. Oh, there might be a little bit of a discoloration in that cloud there. Ladies and gentlemen. I think that's the smoking gun. I think that's all the evidence that we need right there. If they actually release redacted alien files that have blacked out blocks like this, I'm going to lose my shit, by the way. I'm going to lose my shit. Because once again, in an attempt to try and parody reality, we're going to see whether or not that's actually the case. They used to be round, now they're square. I know! That's true. Thank you, Achilles. It's actually a Borg cube that's entirely black. Maybe it's not even a redaction at all. It was just an actual Borg cube showed up. For the 3 people out there in the audience that watch Star Trek and know what the Borg is, because let me tell you, you probably know more about it than I do. Seen like half an episode of Deep Space Nine. That's about my totality of firsthand Star Trek knowledge. Oh, we got a link coming into the side chat from Mr. Achilles. Let's take a look at what that said. Now that's what I call a distraction from the Epstein file. Yeah, it was. Yes, indeed. Alrighty. So, moving on here, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to our next segment. Dang it. I took a look at that, and then I took a look at this, and now I'm going to have to reorder everything because Restream, I've now discovered, actually does order things a certain way, but it orders it in the way that you click on the tabs. So the second that I click on one of the other tabs, as soon as somebody shows me something different, right, it immediately reshuffles the entire thing. It's like reshuffling a deck of cards. But anyways, moving on. We've finally found a case of illegal voter fraud, ladies and gentlemen, or immigrant voter fraud, I should say. We've been looking for this all over the place, haven't we? Nick Shirley has been looking in California, up, right, left, right, and center, up, down, left, right, and center. It's got to be here somewhere, right? Voter fraud's here somewhere. Well, let's see. Elon Musk, America PAC, will receive a letter of reprimand from the Georgia State Election Board for sending in pre-filed absentee ballot applications in 2024, which is against Georgia law. Oh, look, found voter fraud by an immigrant, and look who it was. Surprise, surprise, Elon Musk is committing the very thing that he's trying to call other people out for doing. I can't believe it. Surely not him. A2, Elon? Fucking ridiculous. All right, moving on to the next thing. This happened just recently, just today. So this is, what the hell? Other freaking stream? Where the hell are you even playing from? It was on my phone. What the hell? My phone's haunted, ladies and gentlemen. I was literally pulling up another article. I couldn't have been on my phone, and my phone was like, all right, time to interrupt Aiden with Aiden. The stream is haunted. Am I gonna get the stream taken down just by doing that manually? I hope not. No, but this happened just today. Armed man shot and killed after entering perimeter of Mar-a-Lago, Secret Service says. An armed man was shot and killed after entering the secure perimeter of a Mar-a-Lago, President Donald Trump's resort in Palm Beach, Florida. Although Trump often spends weekends at his resort, he was at the White House. He was shot, goodness gracious. No, he was at the White House during this incident. The incident took place at 1:30 a.m. Sunday. First Lady Melania Trump was also with the president at the White House on Saturday night. The name of the person who was shot has not been released. Palm Beach County Sheriff Rick Bradshaw said that there was no immediate indication that the suspect was known to law enforcement. He was identified as Austin Tucker Martin. You just said earlier that it hasn't been released. So which one is it? Who is identified as Austin Tucker Martin, 21, of North Carolina. Bondi says that she spoke to Trump. Attorney General Pam Bondi said in a post on X that she's been speaking with the president. She added that she's coordinating with our federal partners throughout the morning regarding the intrusion and shooting at Mar-a-Lago, grateful that POTUS and our law enforcement agents are safe. FBI to devote all necessary resources to investigate. And by the way, just for the record, for anybody out there that might be like, oh, Aiden, you're probably sad that Trump wasn't there and that something didn't happen to Trump. Hell the fuck no. Hell no. Are you, like, honestly, if you want my God's honest opinion about this shit, if Trump dies in office, that's one of the worst possible blows to leftism possible, right? Because then all of a sudden he's elevated to the status of a martyr that died for his political beliefs. And all of the actual shit that he said, much like Charlie Kirk, just gets thrown out the window. All the horrible, vile, disgusting shit that he said immediately gets discounted because now he died a martyr. I don't want him to get off that easy. I want him to survive through his presidency, and I want him to survive after his presidency, and I want him to die of natural causes. And the reason why I want him to die of natural causes is because I want people to examine his shitty, horrible presidency and shitty, horrible policies for what they were. The second that gets thrown out the window because, oh, now he's some fucking martyr, that totally, it casts a massive fucking shadow on any actual discourse about him and about what he was doing. So no, I would not be celebrating that kind of shit at all. FBI Director Kash Patel said in a post on X that the Bureau would be dedicating all necessary resources to the investigation. White House Press Secretary calls Democrats shameful. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said in a post on X, In the middle of the night, while most Americans were asleep, the United States Secret Service acted quickly and decisively to neutralize a crazy person armed with a gun and gas canister who intruded President Trump's home. Federal law enforcement are working 24/7 to keep our country safe and to protect all Americans. It's shameful and reckless that Democrats have chosen to shut down their department. Treasury Secretary condemns Democratic rhetoric following Mar-a-Lago incident. Though details of the armed man's motive for entering the Mar-a-Lago perimeter are not yet known, U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, in Fox News interview on Sunday morning, reacted by criticizing Democratic rhetoric. This existential threat that's venom for the left, from the left. See, this is what I'm saying, by the way. They're Democrat. They're immediately labeling this as a Democrat thing, when the whole freaking shooting that happened related to Charlie Kirk was almost certainly not done by somebody on the left, even though it was immediately labeled as somebody on the left that did it. It was almost certainly somebody associated with the Groypers, another far-right extremist organization that was just infighting with Charlie Kirk and their right-wing organization, primarily for not being extremist enough and primarily for this anti-Semitic notion that they're all just inherently puppets of this, like, Jewish cabal, quote-unquote, that exists. Like a fucking joke. Yet again, we have another freaking politician, this time being the fucking U.S. Treasury Secretary, coming out and saying, oh, the existential threat that's venom from the left, even though we don't even have any clear identification as far as who this person is. By the way, I'm not even discounting the idea that this person was on the left. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is that to label it as such before there's even any prominent reporting or identifiable evidence coming out linking this person to either wing of the political spectrum is absolutely ridiculous. And it's ridiculous in the face of the fact that it's the notion that leftists commit more political violence in the United States is a total myth. It's a myth that's perpetuated by the notion that the Department of Justice literally fucking scrubbed articles on its website showing that the right wing actually commits more political violence in America than the left wing, directly following the Charlie Kirk shooting, in order to try and justify the notion that that was the case because Trump had said it. And the Department of Justice has overtly and nakedly been taken over by the executive branch of the United States, because the executive branch, although exerting gradually more and more authority under different presidents over my lifetime, has become overtly the primary and sole tool of political governments and ordinance within the United States, as evidenced by the exact thing that I was just talking about. Anyway, suspect identified as Austin Tucker Martin. The man killed was identified by investigators as 21-year-old Austin Tucker Martin, according to a person familiar with the matter, and he was from North Carolina. The person spoke on the condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to publicly discuss details of the investigation. Suspect was in his early 20s and from North Carolina. The man had a gas can and a shotgun, according to Anthony Guglielmi, a Secret Service spokesman. Asked whether the suspect was known to law enforcement, Palm Beach County Sheriff Rick Bradshaw said, "Not right now." So that's what I'm saying. Like, they're literally saying when being questioned about this, is this guy known? Does law enforcement even know about this guy in any capacity right now? And they said, no, we don't know about him right now. And there's already fucking prominent right-wing politicians coming out and saying, this venom coming from the left. It's a bunch of bullshit. It's literally just them trying to fucking cash a little bit of political capital in and try to capitalize on what could have been an extremely tragic event had Trump and Melania been there. All of a sudden, the facts of the matter actually have some bearing on whether or not you make up your mind on something. Ow, as opposed to what, Dustin? How is this any different than my coverage of anything else, Dustin? Anything else that I've covered on this show? If this was Trump, you'd have him labeled as guilty and the verdict would be a foregone conclusion in your mind. Okay, Dustin. Once again, you just have to keep putting words in my mouth and forcing conclusions onto me in order to try and fucking invalidate my position. because in your mind, that's somehow going to fucking push your position and invalidate mine in the minds of other people, when every single time you do that, you're doing exactly what I just described. You're putting words into my mouth. You're not actually addressing what I'm saying. You're casting aspersions about me. Because what other conclusion am I forced to come to at that point, except that's what you're trying to do? Cruston doesn't actually understand facts at all. Hey, Dargesh. How's it going? Haven't seen you around in the chat live yet, but it's awesome to see you. Hope you're doing well. Hope Raptor's doing well as well. Love to come and hang out with you guys at some point over there, because it'd be cool to not incessantly, well, I wouldn't mind incessantly arguing with people, but being around some other like-minded people would be a cool change of pace too. Anyways, let's see. So Palm Beach County Sheriff Rick Bradshaw, speaking at a brief press conference, said that the man was confronted by 2 Secret Service agents and a sheriff's deputy. Quote, he was ordered to drop those 2 pieces of equipment that he had with them, at which time he'd put down the gas can, raised the shotgun to a shooting position, Bradshaw said. The 2 agents and the deputy, quote, fired their weapons to neutralize the threat. So the FBI asked residents who live near Mar-a-Lago to check any security cameras that they may have for footage that could help the investigators. The suspect, who is in his early 20s, it's just repeating things over and over again. Investigators believe that he left North Carolina and headed south, picking up a shotgun along the way, Secret Service spokesman Anthony Guglielmi said. The box for the gun was recovered in his vehicle, Guglielmi said. The man drove through the north gate of the Mar-a-Lago as another vehicle was exiting and was confronted by Secret Service agents, Guglielmi said. The agents confronted the armed man, and he was fatally shot. Investigators are working to compile a psychological profile, and a motive is still under investigation. So yeah, all that I'm saying is that, you know, let's maybe just look into things a little bit before we just immediately jump to conclusions. Didn't you just call the Justice Center? I didn't say the Justice Center was kidnapped. I'm saying that the Department of Justice has Trump's arm up its ass right now, Dustin. It's undeniable. I really don't see how you could possibly posit any kind of argument that justifies that the Department of Justice has not been completely overrun by the executive branch at this point in time. There's abject overreach taking place, and it doesn't really seem like you give a shit about it. Trump is a convicted felon, so it's not too much of a stretch to think that he still commits crimes. Yeah. Well, that's the logic that's often used to dismiss other people, right? Back during the whole George Floyd days, right? The right constantly used the notion that, oh, George Floyd was a prior offender. He did all these horrible things in the past, so let's try to use that to discredit him and discredit and invalidate any fucking justice done for George Floyd. Meanwhile, the fact that Donald Trump is a fucking convicted felon and has done shit that he's been fucking indicted for in the past, it's just totally fucking irrelevant. Non-factor. Who cares about that shit, right? The double standard is so fucking real. Show me on the doll where the orange man hurt you, Big Bad Mama and Aiden. Show me on the doll where the fucking immigrant and the trans person hurt you, Dustin. Show me on the doll where the fuck they hurt you. Because every single time I pull one of these news articles and pull all these different sources talking about this shit, I'm actually fucking talking about specific examples of this shit occurring. I'm doing exactly the thing that you're trying to mockingly claim that I'm doing right now. I'm pointing out specific examples of this shit happening. And no matter how many specific examples I have, you endlessly just try to fucking hand wave it away and dismiss it and try to equivocate for it and try to justify for it and try to use whataboutism-esque arguments. It's so fucking tiresome, dude. You're never willing to actually hold your government to account for all the shit that it does, because you're too interested in being a fucking partisan and taking a side. And when you're going to ask me, oh, you're just interested in taking the side of the Republicans? Well, Dustin, every time I try to cite the examples of me being critical of the Democrats, you immediately say that that's irrelevant. So fuck you and fuck off with those points as far as I'm concerned. And I don't mean fuck you in a general sense. I mean fuck you for coming at me crooked with that bullshit. Because I'm going to say fuck you to that the same way that I would say fuck you to anybody coming at me crooked with that kind of shit. I'm not going to tolerate it. Plain and simple. Because all the garbage, Aiden, you're feeling. Everybody's full of garbage, pretending like there's something of substance here. No, you're pretending like there's something isn't of substance here, Dustin. You're the one with your head in the sand and your fucking hands in your ears right now, claiming that everybody else is doing the exact same thing, and meanwhile you're fucking gurgling the sand because it's getting into your straw that you got poking out, your little fucking snorkel. Because it's got so high at this point. You've had to bury yourself under so much that you're running out of actual fucking air as far as excuses to make for all this shit is concerned. It's tiresome, dude. It really is. It rings like you just don't give a fuck about the actual truth about what's going on here. That's how it rings to me. You are emotionally compromised, making mountains out of anthills, pretending like there's something of substance. Okay, Dustin, whatever you say. Trump is literally destroying our democracy from the inside. Yeah, but who cares, right? Who cares, Dargesh? The fact that that's provably something that we can observe all around us, the fact that I, and I'm sure you, and I'm sure plenty of other content creators around us have been dedicating plenty of time to try and show and demonstrate that that's the case. Through all of these different sources, of which I'm about to pull up another one, by the way. Dustin blindly follows Trump the same way that he blindly follows creationists. Give the people what you voted for crying like 3-year-olds in the same way that you want illegals out of this country, 7 states. Dustin, that's all you care about. That's all you care about. You care about some fucking brown people that you've never met and have never wronged you in any way, shape, or form and have never tangibly taken anything from you whatsoever. You care about them more than you care about the actual fucking issues that are tangibly robbing you blind, far more than any of this shit could be concerned. When I talked to you about the Board of Peace yesterday, Dustin, you didn't even know what the fuck it was. And you immediately jumped to the conclusion that it was something that you supported because I gave you a little 2-sentence blurb about what it was. You didn't look into it. You didn't research it. You didn't do any fucking deeper research into it whatsoever. You just jumped to a specific conclusion about it because it sounded vaguely like something you wanted to have implemented. That's example A of being a blind fucking follower, dude. You're just going along with things. That's the other end of the equation. You'd rather I just shut my mouth? I wouldn't rather you just shut your mouth, Dustin, but if you're going to open your mouth and say shit like this, I'm going to tell you about how it's wrong, and I'm going to tell you about how it's inconsistent. I'm not telling you to shut the fuck up. Nobody's telling you to shut the fuck up. As a matter of fact, Dustin, you're the one that has a history of coming onto these fucking shows and telling people to shut the fuck up. All right? It was literally the previous goddamn show that you came on and flew off the handle about Peter, telling him to shut the fuck up and that you were going to rip his face off and all this fucking shit. That was you, dude. You did that shit. Okay? So don't go on here and say that I'm trying to tell you to shut the fuck up when I give you ample opportunities to come onto the show and voice your opinion, and I give you ample opportunities in the side chat to make your voice known. And then you're going to sit here and fucking play victim and act like I'm sitting here trying to tell you to shut the fuck up? Get the hell out of here with that bullshit, Dustin. All right? You're the one that has a history of coming onto shows and telling people to shut the fuck up, not me. So don't come at me with that bullshit. Yet again. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps instead of blaming innocent migrants and trans folks. Yeah, that's true. Isn't the classic fucking right-wing notion that you should just pull yourself up by your fucking bootstraps and you should be a self-made man? Oh, I'm a self-made man that made everything all by myself and did everything all by myself, but then I'm also going to turn around and blame the immigrant and blame the trans person. The people that I claim on one hand, the trans people, are just these little snowflakes that don't affect anything, or just these soft little fucking do-nothing pieces of shit. But then on the other hand, I'll also turn around and claim are this insidious fucking cancer eating away at the bedrock of our society. Yeah, Pull yourself up by your bootstraps, except when it comes to blaming a tiny little minority of people for all of your fucking problems. That's when pull yourself up by your bootstraps suddenly fucking falls a little goddamn short. When somebody else needs to be blamed about all the fucking horrible shit. You know who you need to blame, Dustin? You need to blame the corporations. You need to blame the billionaires. You need to blame the fucking 1% and the elite in this country that have fucking hollowed it out. All right? That have completely fucking carved it out from the inside out and taken everything of any kind of value from the common person. In a country where the middle class is getting smaller and smaller, it's shrinking, not growing. Wasn't it Trump that said that he was going to make America affordable again? And yet the middle class is still shrinking? And the top 1% has more of a share of wealth in America than ever before? You're really going to fucking tell me that America is becoming more affordable and that the common person is benefiting more? Oh, your life is so much better with all those illegals gone now, right, Dustin? Your material conditions in your life have improved so fucking much now that all those illegals are gone. Oh, they haven't? Well, I guess you're still able to fucking say in the back of your mind, at least he fucking said he did it. Good for you, right? At least you got that little consolation prize, even though the fucking material conditions haven't improved one fucking iota, as far as I've fucking seen. Where have things gotten better, Dustin? Show me where your life has gotten better under this fucking guy. And I don't mean, don't quote me fucking immigrants. Don't quote me some fucking abstract thing that doesn't directly affect you. I want to fucking hear how you personally and your personal fucking life has somehow been made better under the Trump administration. Because I somehow have a fucking feeling that you can't. So bad faith. Get the fuck out of here, Dustin. You're gonna call me bad faith when you're the dude that just fucking tried to say that I'm trying to shut you up when you literally did that exact fucking thing to Peter on the previous show? You're gonna fucking sit here and call me bad faith? Shut the fuck up with that shit, dude. Get the fuck out of here with that bullshit. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I don't have time for it. Quite fucking frankly. All right? Oh. I went a little overzealous on the getting rid of different things here. I meant to pull a different segment here. I just got to get that re-pulled for just one moment. All right, there we go. Get that bad boy pulled up here. So we've got another example of the amazing, the fantastic American government, the United States government, and J.D. Vance definitely not just being a puppet of the Trump administration rather than having his own independent thoughts and feelings. You know how I said that unlike Mike Pence, J.D. Vance is just a puppet that doesn't think for himself? Well, let's see. J.D. Vance needs to be told how to vote in Senate tiebreaker.
50, the nays are 50, the Senate being equally divided. The Vice President votes. Affirmative, and the point of order is sustained. Gotta make sure.
Gotta make sure. Yeah, just gotta make sure what my stance was on that one there. What a fucking joke. What an abject fucking joke. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of when somebody says that they have a really fucking strong opinion about something. And I mean this in the nicest way possible, okay? Because Sophia is pretty nice when it comes to things. She came on once or twice, and I haven't seen her back on since. But Sophia came on my show a few shows ago, and she was talking about how communism is taking over America, and how there's like this specific plan from communism in order to hollow out America from the inside out. And me and Big Bad Mama asked her, we were like, okay, well, what are your sources for that? Why do you say that? And rather than extemporaneously being able to cite anything, she had to go and look at something else that somebody else had said. And don't get me wrong, like I had pointed out at the time, nobody forms their opinions in a vacuum, right? I would never act like people form their opinions in a vacuum. Of course, we're a social animal. We can defer to other people as far as getting information and knowledge. That's perfectly fine. But if you have a really strong position about something, is it really all that unreasonable for me to be able to say that you ought to be able to, in the moment, be able to express at least a few basic talking points about that position? Is that really such a hard thing to do? If you're really going to be super opinionated about it, then you ought at least be able to articulate why you're opinionated about that so strongly. And here we have on the fucking top levels, the top echelons of our government, the exact same kind of fucking shitty behavior and thinking taking place. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, if you're liking the stream and enjoying what's being talked about right now, please give the stream a like. And if you don't like what's going on right now, please give the stream a like anyway, because that would be much appreciated. And it would help the stream get some engagement out there in the YouTube lands. Whether you agree or disagree, I think people would at least hopefully agree that this is a pretty decent channel as far as platforming different ideas and different opinions is concerned. So let's try to get those likes up a little bit, ladies and gentlemen. Dustin, is there one thing that you disagree with the current government's recent history in office, domestic policy, or forgotten? Achilles, I've already asked him that. You know what the crazy thing is that I've asked Dustin that exact same question, and he told me that allegedly he does have things that he's critical about when it comes to the Trump administration, but he's not willing to actually tell me what those specific things are, because he feels like if he tells me what those specific things are, that it's going to somehow undermine his argument and make his argument worse in some way, shape, or form. And I don't think that that's true in the slightest. I think if your argument really does stand firm, if your argument really is a strong argument that's going to be able to hold true no matter what the criticisms are made of it, then it shouldn't matter whether or not you expose your criticisms of that argument. That should be fucking irrelevant, because the truth and veracity of that should be apparent in spite of your criticisms of those things, shouldn't it? It's precisely because you're not willing to actually articulate or voice any specific criticisms regarding the Trump administration that leads people like me and Achilles to begin to think that you actually don't have any fucking criticisms of this administration. And you're just saying that because you want to avoid the appearance of being an out-and-out fucking follower. And an out-and-out supporter that really just truly does not question in any way, shape, or form this current administration. Except for me, though, right, Aiden? I form my opinions in a vacuum because I'm uninformed, right, Aiden? I never said that, Dustin. When did I ever say you formed your opinions in a vacuum? When did I say that? People can be uninformed all the goddamn time from other sources, can't they? As a matter of fact, the majority of the time people are uninformed is because they got informed through some other fucking source that had a specific fucking bent to it. You think the Koch brothers, you think Bezos, you think Musk haven't been fucking pouring billions and billions of dollars, billions and billions of dollars into propaganda, trying to convince you that the immigrant is the problem, and to ignore the fucking fact that they're fucking running out the back door with all of your fucking money? Really? You think that isn't the case? You think they aren't pouring shitloads of money into trying to convince you that that isn't the case? Because I can go ahead and pull up loads of shit that proves that that's the case. Blaming marginalized groups is a persistent societal phenomenon where minority populations are held responsible for complex problems like economic downturns, public health crises, or social unrest. No, I know, Big Bad Mama. And, you know, taking a decent look at history and the history of persecution of minorities, go ahead and find me how many times throughout all of history that all those minorities got persecuted. Like during the Black Death, right? You had all of these Jewish communities getting rounded up and burnt at the fucking stake because, oh, they're not getting plague as much as we are. Clearly, they're not getting plague as much as we are because they're causing it. Whereas in the reality, their hand-washing rituals that they partook in as part of their ritualistic practices actually helped insulate them from catching it at the same rate as other people. Because, surprise, surprise, sanitization helps prevent people from catching illnesses en masse. But in a pre-industrial setting, where modern medicine hadn't been developed yet, they just inherently developed the association that there was just the Jews causing the whole thing. It was all them causing the problem. How many times, Dustin, go back throughout human history and point to me the times where the marginalized group that got persecuted for all of society's wrongdoings were actually the ones causing all of society's wrongdoings? Because it turns out that each and every single time you look back to all of those different examples, you'll actually find a medley of different groups and circumstances and ideas. It's a little more complex than that, is what I'm trying to say to you. And the fact that that's the case every fucking time you look into it ought to tell you something. But no, this is the exception, right? This is the exception to the rule. This time, it really is the tiny little minority in society that's actually undermining everything and causing all of society's problems. Give me a fucking break. It's a joke, and it's not a goddamn funny one either, as far as I'm concerned. It's really actually quite shitty, because it's bereft of any actual data. It's bereft of any information that can be backed up besides anything but an emotional appeal that they're taking our gerbs, they're taking everything away from us, when you can't fucking cite one specific statistical example that can fucking back that up. And if you can, put it in the chat and I'll read it. I'll tell you what, Dustin, I'll make you a fucking moderator right now, no, you're already a moderator on the channel. You're already a mod. So I'll tell you what, dude. Post me a link in the side chat right now, validating all of these talking points that you've got. Statistically, through a scholarly lens, show me that what you're saying is accurate. And I'll walk that whole statement I just made about that back and eat crow about it live right now on the Aiden Linden program. BBN cooking today. What else did he say? This behavior acts as a psychological defense mechanism, allowing individuals or dominant groups to deflect responsibility and avoid confronting uncomfortable truths. Exactly. And every single time that I try to have people confront those uncomfortable truths on this channel, there's always a little fucking cheerleading squad in the fucking side chat. There's always a little segment of people going, I hate that. That's horrible. You're just trying to make an emotional appeal. And then you ask them for their fucking points, and it's literally just a fucking giant mountain of emotional appeals itself. Fuck. Like, for fuck's sakes. I'm not marginalizing, persecuting, or anything. Dude, you were just fucking celebrating trying to fucking throw a whole bunch of fucking immigrants out of the country, Dustin. You were just talking about how you're hoping and praying and pining for the fact that in the midterms you fucking hold on to anything, which is a total joke, by the way. You guys are going to get booty blasted in the midterms in November. Make no goddamn mistake about that whatsoever. And you know what? If I'm wrong about that, if there's some giant red wave, clip this. All right? Everybody out there, they're welcome to clip this shit, and I will eat crow about that. But I am telling you right now, I'm looking into my little crystal ball right now, Dustin, and you guys are going to get fucked in the midterms. And you know why you're going to get fucked, capital F, fucked in the midterms? Because this fucking little MAGA ideology has become untenable to the majority of American society. People are fucking fed up. Just because you're not fed up because they managed to fucking cater to a couple of fucking social issues that you seem to really fucking obsess about for some reason. Just because they managed to satisfy you doesn't mean that they managed to satisfy the majority of the population. And that's why you're going to get fucked in the midterms. All right? There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You guys are on the fucking way out. And if you think it's going to get any better 2 years after the midterms, I've got bad news for you there too. Because if it keeps going down this trajectory, more and more people are going to be coming out. Isn't it weird how for basically every fucking show that I've had on this channel, every single time I've done coverage of this shit, I've managed to find another fucking prominent Republican that's come out and said that this fucking way of doing things is total bullshit. The Trump administration is total bullshit. It's bunk. It doesn't know what it's doing. It's mishandling things. More and more people are jumping off the bandwagon, Dustin. I'm sorry to say. More and more people are waking up to it. And the more and more that you bury your head in the sand and pretend like that's not the case, the more and more you look. I'm not saying that you are, because I know you better than the average person does. But the more and more you look like one of these fucking extremists, dude. Because let's face it, the more and more people leave the Trump camp, do you think as more and more people get off that bandwagon that those people that are getting off are A, moderates, or B, extremists? Because something tells me that it's the moderates that are leaving the Trump camp in droves right now. And what does that mean as a direct result? It means that the actual percentage, the ratio of people left in that camp that are extreme goes up and up and up and up and up, and the Overton window gets pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed just a little bit at a time. Just a little nudge here, a little nudge there, a little bit further on to fucking authoritarianism. But who gives a fuck, right? Who cares? Open up the panel. I'll open up the panel when I goddamn want to, Dustin. Don't you fucking sit here and dictate how I'm going to run the show. All right? I've told you this before, and you keep having this fucking attitude like you can come in here and tell me how to run shit. I don't fucking think so. I'll open up the panel when I want to. And when I want to is when I'm done reviewing everything that I got here. All right? So be patient. Panel will open up, and you will have an opportunity to come on and speak with us. That's a good point. If all the moderates leave, you're left with extremists. Exactly, Phantom. And judged on the fact that Trump is polling lower and lower, he's getting less and less popular. He's getting less and less palatable by the American citizen day by day. Who do you think is getting left behind? It's not the moderates, okay? That's why there's so many swing states in America. Do you think that there are so many swing states in the United States because it's the extremists that are swinging back and forth? Left, right, left, right, left, right. Obama, Bush, Trump, Biden. Oh, left, right, left, right. There's people that do that, right? The schizophrenic idea that they're just going to go from left to right, left to right. Those people aren't extremists. Those are the moderates that are doing that shit. Those are the shit libs on the left, right? Those are the fucking limousine liberals, the fucking lefty when I'm convenient, and it's the people on the right that wear the MAGA hat when they're around their fucking conservative family members and fucking act a big game when they're around their fucking conservative family members on the Florida Panhandle, but then go back to Miami and go right back to how they were before. It's those people that are swinging all over the goddamn place, dude, and it's them that are leaving MAGA in droves right now. Or you know what, Dustin? If you tell me to open up the panel one more time, I'm going to fucking put you in timeout, dude. I'm going to put you in timeout. And not because I don't want you to defend yourself, but because I'm just fucking setting a ground rule right here and right now, dude. Don't fucking tell me how to run my show. Don't sit here and dictate to me how I'm going to run my fucking show. All right? Because it's not going to go over well for you. If you want the opportunity to be able to defend yourself, then stop fucking making little demands. You're literally in the side chat right now. You have ample opportunity to type out whatever you want or say whatever you want and talk to text. Okay? I'm not denying you a platform to be able to say whatever the hell you want. But if you're going to keep making demands of me, Dustin, you're not going to get that either. So fuck off. Or don't and get timed out. Your choice. You're running your mouth at me, Aiden. Give me the proper chance to defend myself, you useless bad faith asshole. Yeah, you're gonna call me a useless bad faith asshole. You see, Dustin, maybe you've kind of forgotten, but when you call people a bunch of shit like that in life, they don't tend to do what you want them to do. Right? It's a classic adage I've used all throughout my life. When you're pissed off at me, when you're angry at me, and you're calling me all this shit, the fuck motivation do I have to do what you want me to do? Calm the hell down and wait until I'm done with this segment. You dragging this out with me in this format right now is literally dragging out your time to be able to come on the panel and say anything, dude. So just calm down, let me get through this shit, and then I'll open up the panel. How does that sound? Dad says I'm special. That doesn't sound like Peter. I know, Fan2D. Fan2D2. Out here in the side chat. Ruffle your hair, you lovable little scamp. Everybody, if you're liking this stream, by the way, if you're enjoying what's going on this here live stream, please drop a like. It would be much appreciated. It helps the YouTube channel grow, helps the live stream grow in popularity. But yeah, Dustin, You're welcome to come on when everybody else comes on, okay? You're not getting special treatment. You came on and started inciting a bunch of shit in the side chat, so yeah, I responded to it. That doesn't give you carte blanche to come on the fucking panel, all right? Anyway, moving on. Alex Preddy's family calls for joint state-federal investigation into his death. The family of Alex Preddy remains hopeful state and federal investigators can work together to investigate his death. Federal agents shot and killed him nearly 2 weeks ago, and the federal government is leading the investigation. After a contentious start to the investigation into Preddy's death, his family feels true justice starts with the FBI and Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension collaborating. In a new statement on Friday, the family's attorney told WCCO, quote, "Justice and accountability requires a thorough and impartial investigation to establish the facts. A truly joint state and federal investigation would be a welcome development." However, despite some reports that a collaboration may happen, the development has yet to materialize. The Preddy family attorney wants BCA to get access to the names of 2 Border Patrol agents who shot Preddy. Other evidence being held by the FBI includes body camera video from the agents involved and any videos Preddy recorded from his cell phone before and during the deadly encounter. Nearly 2 weeks since the shooting, none of that has been released. In comparison, it took just days to learn the name of the ICE. And by the way, pretty damn sure it's still to this day. Still hasn't been found out. Identity still unknown to this day. Oh, Dustin just sent me a message. Stop sending me invites. Don't fucking talk to me anymore, dude. You're no better than Steven. Okay, Dustin, I'll tell you what. This is the second time that you've told me not to send you invites anymore, only for you to keep going back on the show. All right? So you have a choice, all right? You can either stay gone and actually commit to that shit, or you can tell me within the next 24 to 48 hours that you take it back, all right? Because I'm not going to let you fucking flip-flop all over the goddamn place. Okay? I'm not going to let you flip-flop. Either you fucking come to me and tell me, "Hey, Aiden, my bad. You can do it when you want. I'll go on your show the same time everybody else does." Because, Dustin, you just don't fucking get it, do you, dude? You come on this fucking show, you invade the side chat and make it a whole bunch of fucking messages, being critical of what I have to say. I respond to you the same way that I literally respond to everybody else in the side chat, the exact same way. Cruston just wants his attention. You know what, dude? Like, look, Dargesh, I get it. I understand. But Dustin is actually my friend, okay? I get that you guys have a serious beef with Dustin, but he is actually my friend. I correspond with him outside the show. I actually have a level of respect for him outside of this because I try to look beyond our political differences and our differences in ideology and see him for the guy that he is underneath all that shit, right? And it's precisely that that's causing me to still talk about this shit right now. Because you can't come in here and make this all about you and then get pissed off when I respond to you and handle you the same way that I handle everybody else and then throw a shit fit when you can't come on and make it a giant fuck fest where you get to fucking yell and scream your ass off to me. Not gonna happen. He's crashing out because he thinks he's special. I mean, to an extent, that's kind of true. Like, he clearly does think that he's, like, entitled to some sort of special treatment here. No, Dustin, I'm not going to let you in before everybody else because you got your feelings hurt by what I said right now, dude. It's not going to happen. We got 9 likes on this stream right now, ladies and gentlemen. 11 people watching, 9 likes. I know there's 1 like left in all of you. I know there's 1 like. We're going to get this bitch up to double digits. That's what I'm talking about. Double-digit likes, and I'm going to move on to the next thing after I'm finished this last few paragraphs covering this article here. Federal investigators withheld evidence in both cases from the BCA, even physically preventing BCA agents from gathering evidence at the Preddy shooting scene. Oh, Obstruction of justice? Question mark. I think that's kind of what that sounds like. Obstructing people from gathering evidence at the scene of the crime, even though they're, BCA agents? No, surely that's not obstruction of justice because the Goon Squad is doing it. The Goon Squad's allowed to determine whatever form of justice they want, obviously. What the hell? Our team also secured a search warrant for the scene, which is an unusual move in a public area like that. But we did that attempting to have judicial approval to gather evidence. We were once again blocked by federal authorities to go in and do that scene examination, said Drew Evans, BCA superintendent. Days later, the BCA successfully requested a restraining order against the Department of Homeland Security to prevent it from destroying or altering evidence related to the deadly shooting. A federal judge lifted the order a week later, saying the concerns over evidence tampering were undeveloped. Yeah, who cares about evidence tampering when they literally prevent other people, independent organizations, from coming in and taking a look at the evidence in question? I'm sure that isn't a sign whatsoever that there's something amiss there. No, fuck that shit, right? Oh, shit. Got Raptor Blue up here in the side chat. How's it going? Oh, I get to come and see Dustin get his feels up. Good content with my coffee. Hey, man, you're welcome. I guess you kind of came in at the tail end, Raptor. Sorry to say. But you can definitely go back earlier and review everything. Or go back earlier in the chat and review everything. Because there's ample content there if that's what you're looking for. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Haven't seen you around the channel prior to this. Hope you're doing well. Mr. Logo said 10 likes now. Goodness gracious. Let me go check that. It's up to 13. 13 likes. Likes are pouring into this. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, much obliged. Let's finish up this article. Days later, the BCA successfully restricted. Oh, wait, I already read that part. The FBI on Friday told WCCO it had no updates on a possible joint investigation with the BCA. A reminder that there is no federal criminal investigation into the killing of Good. Also, because the BCA was blocked from accessing evidence, it is not investigating her case. However, the Hennepin County Attorney is investigating both killings. And I believe that is the end of that article. So I'm going to move on to the next article after that one. Being lurking. Hell yeah, Raptor. I'm always accepting of chat lurkers out here. There's some people, they've got like a persecution complex against chat lurkers. I, for one, I accept them. I welcome them in my midst because they're a valuable and, quite frankly, integral member of this community, the chat lurker. Next article. Americans want billionaires out of politics and think they're a threat to democracy, poll shows. And I mean, even before getting into this article, isn't that kind of obvious? Because me and Achilles were talking about this just the other day, right? I'm of the opinion that you can become a millionaire and even perhaps a multi-millionaire through honest means. I think that there are several paths available to people where they can make that amount of money without really tangibly screwing anybody over or fucking anybody over in any major way. But show me one single example of a billionaire. Somebody that literally has the same proportion of money. Think about it, right? You take $1,000. You multiply that 1,000 times. What does that make? That makes $1 million, right? You take that same proportionate increase, $1 million, you multiply that again, that becomes $1 billion. That's just kind of a peek into the sheer disparity that's being talked about. It's the same scaling that's occurring, but you're going from the amount of money that it takes to buy maybe like, oh, I don't know, maybe a really no, you can't buy a shitty used car for $1,000 anymore. What am I thinking? Maybe you could buy a few tires, you know? You go from buying a set of new tires for your car to buying a fucking McMansion somewhere in the fucking Hamptons or something like that. That's the scalability that we're talking about. And that's why I'm very thoroughly of the opinion that you cannot be a billionaire outside of something like inheritance without having a horrific trail of destruction and heartbreak and fucking people over that otherwise wouldn't deserve it. Do you really think those people aren't an inherent threat to a democratic process? That those people aren't inherently going to try and undermine the notion of democratic values, which by their nature are, at least in an idealistic form, meant to give proper representation to those people? You think anywhere throughout human history the rich have been like, ah, yes, we shall give the plebeians their fair share, for that is the moral and right thing to do? No. So I really hope that it's not a shock to a lot of people in this audience that this is the case. That Americans are beginning to turn against billionaires and think that they're a threat to democracy. So a rising number of Americans believe billionaires pose a threat to democracy, newly released data shows. And 7 in 10 want the ultra-wealthy to play a smaller role in U.S. politics amid an administration that is publicly cozied up to the country's richest people. Key facts. More than half of Americans, or 53%, believe billionaires threaten American democracy. Data from the Harris Poll's annual Americans and Billionaires survey shows, up 7 points from when the same question was posed last year. The survey found that Americans are becoming less enchanted with billionaires overall and want to see increasing regulations put on those with high net worths, including a limit on how much wealth someone can accumulate. Oh, well, I'm sorry to say, but if any of those 53% are in the right wing, I hate to be the one to tell you, but you voted for the wrong fucking candidate. The multi-billionaire who has a history of constantly scamming people out of money, constantly taking money out of donation drives and charities, now taking $10 billion out of the American taxpayer's pocket for his board of peace. You really think the guy that made Trump steaks, a steak that you could buy at the Sharper Image, a fucking store at the airport that's meant to sell fucking photography equipment, you think that guy is the guy that's really going to make things better for the little guy? Then I think you might be a little misinformed, right? More than half of respondents this year said that they would like to see limits on wealth accumulation, 53% up from 46% in 2024. And those people largely think nobody should be allowed to have more than $10 billion. I would go a lot further than that. I think that $1 billion should be the absolute fucking cap. There's no justifiable reason why you should have $10 billion. The average if you look it up, if you have $1 billion, it is literally a challenge to spend that amount of money within a human lifetime. It's something that you have to go out of your way and spend money in the most irresponsible way possible. You basically have to burn the fucking thing in order to spend $1 million over the course of $1 billion over the course of one's lifetime. So I think even 10 billion is grossly disproportionate. And yet, we're living in a world where we're on track to seeing the world's first trillionaire. Where that $1 billion moniker, which I already pointed out was an absurd fucking multiplier from the 1 million mark, from the 1 million mark. That's now going to get multiplied again. And there's going to be somebody with $1,000 billion. Where they're going to spend all of that money, how they accumulated that money, and how somebody having that much money benefits anybody one fucking iota outside of that one person and their benefactors eludes me. But I'm sure that there's going to be some arguments from some contingent of people as to why that's somehow justifiable. I'm sure we'll see that in the coming days. Americans also largely are in favor of more regulations on billionaires. 71% of respondents said that there should be billionaire tax, and 64% think that the government should impose mandatory philanthropic involvement for people worth more than $1 billion. Agreed. I think that the second that you make $1 billion, every single dime that you make after that should go to philanthropic organizations. There's really no other justification for that money going anywhere else. And if they need more than $1 billion, then they can fucking take that money elsewhere, honestly. For as much as these people are supposedly job creators and wealth creators, the amount that these people take from the average person in terms of the lack of tax that they pay, in terms of all of the kickbacks that they get, in terms of all of the wealth that they extract compared to the wealth that they supposedly add, they could go ahead and take that shit to fucking Ireland or the Cayman Islands or some other fucking place like that, as far as I'm concerned. Oh no, the leeches are fleeing. 100 mil is my cap. I mean, that's pretty reasonable as well. I wouldn't say that that's unreasonable either, Raptor. I think 100 million is completely reasonable as well, because even then, 100 million, you're going to have a hard fucking time spending $100 million over the course of your lifetime. There's really not any reasonable circumstance where somebody's going to have 100 million. And I would agree, just like a billion, find me somebody worth $100 million that acquired that money completely honestly and didn't have to fuck over loads of people in the process. I think you're going to have just as much of a hard time. You might find one or two exceptions, but I somehow imagine that it's still going to be about the same ratio as the billionaires. Anyways, over a third of Americans believe the U.S. economy is in an uneven playing field that prioritizes the ultra-wealthy. Really? It's only a third of Americans? So over a third. So that's like what? Probably going to be like 35 to 40%, given that language. That's it? It's still less than half of America that's woken up to the idea that the system is just inherently fucking rigged against them? Jesus. How bad does it have to get? Is really what I'm wondering. How abject. Like, do they literally have to become serfs? Tilling the fucking... It's okay that we have to till the field now because me Lord gives us the mill what to grind the grain in every single week. Like, I'm sure there's still going to be a fucking component of people even then. They're going to be like, it's fine. The brew that we get from me Lord is a little bit better than the peasant down the street, so it's okay. Like, what the fuck? How abjectly awful does this shit have to fucking get? Almost all, or 94% of respondents, believe that there's a wealth gap in America. Who the fuck are the 6% that don't believe there's a wealth gap in America? Who the fuck are those people? Like, talk about the definition of living under a rock. Holy shit, there's no wealth cap. What is that? A bunch of freaking silent generation freaking great-grandmothers and grandfathers sitting in front of fucking Fox News all day that don't even remember who they are anymore? Is that who the 6% are? Because I'm sure at least 1% of those 6% are the 1%, right? I'm sure the 1% is out there going, oh, there's no gap whatsoever. We're just like you. Which, by the way, they love to identify with us, don't they? They love to dress like us. All those fucking, the whole fucking fashion motif of wearing fucking apparel that looks like it was fucking made for a homeless person that actually costs over $350,000 because it was made by Armani or Prada or some shit like that. They love the trappings of poverty. They love to act like they came from impoverished means. Think about all the examples that exist out there of people that act, oh, I came from the gutter, I did. I started my business from the very beginning of my own volition. And then you look into the biography of that person and it's like Travis McFartface, the American philanthropic billionaire, got a $10 million donation from his father in order to start his business. And you never see that one. You never see when Travis McFartface goes on TV and goes, I began all of this myself, I did. I began this from the ground up. He never includes the fact that he got a small loan of $1 million. That's what I got. I got a small loan. Only $1 million. Isn't that what people get as a graduation gift from high school? It's probably uninformed enough to assume that that's the case. But yeah, ultimately the point I'm trying to make with that is that these people love to identify with us. They love to act and associate like they're with us. But in reality, they're just as much of a fucking product of wealth and fucking classism as the other people around them. Surf mindset is real. They're called right-winger. And then you also have the corporation personhood. Oh, of course, Achilles. Well, Citizens United, as you know, states that corporations are people. If you asked most right-wingers what Citizens United was, they'd probably tell you that it's like, I don't know. I don't even know. I was going to come up with some sort of joke for that, but I can't even think of something dumb enough to be a parody of that because it would just be accurate. What's the point? I already tried coming up with a parody earlier on the show with the auto pen thing. Somebody go back. I need to make a short of that shit, by the way. The whole auto pen debacle. Oh my God, that's becoming a short right quick. LMAO, I know somebody who thinks that. It's a shocking amount of people, Dargesh. It really is. It's a shocking number of people that go through their lives with that abjectly delusional mindset that they're self-made, that all of this wealth and all this success that they have in their lives didn't come from an external source. It came from them and it came from their own ingenuity. Yeah, it's shockingly common. But anyways, let's move on to our next segment, which ties directly into the one that I was just talking about. Wealth inequality in America just hit its widest gap in more than 3 decades. Data from the Federal Reserve shows that the so-called K-shaped economy in America is alive and well, with low and middle-income households falling further behind as the richest Americans pull away. Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny? That's what you guys are justifying out there, by the way. All you Republicans, all you right-wingers, all of you people that are trying to justify the current system, how it's working, you're literally justifying a system that's abjectly taking money away from people like you so that rich billionaires that you'll never know will get richer. And it's shit like this that goes to prove it. I'm sure that when I say that to a lot of you in your ilk, you probably just assume that it's just a talking point that I'm saying, that it's just something for the sake of being said. But no, unlike you guys, we're actually capable of having data that supports our fucking talking points. Let's get into it. The top 1% of households owned 31.7% of all U.S. wealth in the third quarter of 2025. The highest share on record since the Federal Reserve began tracking household wealth in 1989. That share has increased even as wealth growth from the rest of the population has stalled or slowed, the data shows. Collectively, the wealthiest 1% held about $55 trillion in assets in the third quarter of 2025, roughly equal to the wealth held by the bottom 90% of Americans combined. 90% of Americans. Do you realize, by the way, that the French Revolution, one of the things that was always, thank you so much, advertisement, really appreciate that. Definitely not super obnoxious whatsoever. But do you realize that the proportion of wealth distribution that existed in the fucking 1770s and 1780s France, right? The shit that literally perpetuated the French Revolution, that wealth distribution was less abject than what currently exists in America right now, right? You realize that the third estate, the French peasant class, owned more by proportion compared to the fucking bottom class nowadays. You're literally worse off as somebody in the bottom 20% in America than a fucking French peasant in the late 18th century. But what a great fucking system we live in, right, guys? Oh, that trickle-down economic theory sure is working out great. Household wealth is highly concentrated and becoming steadily more concentrated. Mark Zandil, chief economist and at financial research firm Moody's Analytics, told CBS News. The latest snapshot of wealth inequality comes as billionaire fortunes continue to grow rapidly, both in the U.S. and abroad. As Oxfam International report released this week, an Oxfam International report released this week found that billionaire wealth in 2025 increased 3 times faster than the average annual rate over the previous 5 years. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? So billionaire wealth in 2025, for some reason, after Trump got into power, not only are the billionaires getting richer, but they're getting richer 3 times faster than they were before. The wealth gap that exists, that already is even greater than revolutionary fucking France, is growing faster and faster. It's going to get to the point where you could just fucking blink, and next thing you know, you go from fucking owning what little fucking few scraps of possessions you have to owning nothing whatsoever. Owning nothing, because it's all been fucking subsumed. Every single fucking thing that you own right now, a corporation wants to make it a subscription service. The computer or phone that you're watching this on right now, oh, you might own that right now according to the contract on your phone company. But rest assured, all these companies, Amazon, AT&T, fucking Sprint, all these major mobile carriers, all these major fucking computer manufacturers, they all want to make it so that you subscribe to a service where you rent your phone out every single week. Because it's not enough that you don't own a home anymore. It's not enough that you have to do that. You know, I made a joke the other fucking day that eventually you're going to have to subscribe to brush your fucking teeth every single day. But I really wouldn't be fucking surprised within my lifetime if that became the paradigm. If one day it unironically became the case that people became so fucking poor and so indigent that a company came around, Brushco, you can now pay 25 cents every day in order to get your teeth brushed. And people are going to look at that and go, no, that's not a dystopia. That's not a dystopia hellscape, because at least I know Bud Light is woke. I'm not going to drink that shit no more. What a fucking nightmare that we live in right now. Holy fuck. Glip Glops is asking if Dustin is still here. No, Glip Glops. I believe Dustin is MIA, unfortunately. I think Dustin is missing in action. Hopefully he comes back. He told me that he doesn't want to get invited back on the show anymore, but he's also said that to me before. It's not the first time he's said that, if indeed that is the case. So I imagine he's going to be back. I don't think that's the last time we've ever seen Dustin Buck on the old Aiden Linden live stream. So with that being said, let's keep looking into this story a little bit more. So the latest snapshot of wealth inequality comes as billionaire fortunes continue to grow rapidly. Oh, wait, I already read that. The world's richest person is Tesla CEO Elon Musk, whose net worth stands at $668 billion, according to the Bloomberg Billionaires Index. What's driving the growing divide? Widening wealth inequality isn't new to the United States, with the trend reaching back decades. However, the gap between the rich and the poor has become more skewed since the pandemic, according to Zondi. Consumer spending patterns underscore those disparities. In the second quarter of 2025, the top 10% of income earners accounted for nearly half of all United States consumer spending, according to Zondi's analysis of Federal Reserve data. The growing divide is being driven in part by surging stock prices, Zondi said. Yeah, let's never mind the fact that most of that wealth, by the way, that these people supposedly have, actually just exists on paper, right? It's actually just a bunch of fucking stocks and mutual funds, and a bunch of shit that all exists electronically. But no, these people are allowed to fucking own our society because a tiny portion of that wealth, just enough of that wealth, is real enough to be able to attempt to fucking dominate everything else around them. I'm checking this poll out, and I see 38 goddamn % of people are not joining the Frog Revolution. And I need to ask, I feel compelled to ask, as a matter of fact, ladies and gentlemen, who are you? Who are the 38% that aren't joining the Frog Revolution? If you are joining the Frog Revolution, ladies and gentlemen, and you do want to hop on board the train of progress, then all that I ask is that you give a like to this live stream. Drop a like on in here to this live stream. That's all I need, ladies and gentlemen. If you have faith that this live stream is going to be a banger of a stream that's going to make your Sunday morning just a little bit better, then I ask that you dig deep and give this live stream 20 likes. We've got 16 likes in this live stream, but I say that that's 4 too few. We need to get them in, and we need to get them in today. All right, I'm going to exit out of that before my throat completely collapses from the Southern preacher voice. My apologies to everybody that just had to adjust their headphone settings there. My bad. So according to Gallup, 87% of Americans who own stocks are adults living in households earning $100,000 or more. Middle-income households, on the other hand, tend to have their wealth tied up in their homes, and house price growth has been slowing. Pardon me. Zondi added, lower-income Americans are struggling with higher debt loads, he said, which is absolutely true. The amount of debt that the average American, specifically the average American household, is drowning in right now is abjectly ridiculous. You realize that at this point in time, it's a flex. It's legitimately a flex that I am a guy that is 25 years old that has never had a cent of debt in my entire life. And I don't even live in America. I live in Canada, a country that's been absolutely fucking subsumed and infected with your country's awful draconian fucking credit system, where I do in fact need a credit card in order to access a whole bunch of basic services within my country. And yet, according to the credit card company that I pay off every single month, the term that they'll use for people like me is a deadbeat, quote unquote, because I don't give the credit card company a little bit of debt every single month that they can make a bit of money off of, which is all the scheme, isn't it? It's all just a giant scheme to try and entrap people. By the way, debt, not exactly something unique to the lower class, right? First off, wealthy people do a lot of their spending through debt. They get a whole bunch of specific loans curtailed to them that the bank will provide specifically to them and use their stock as collateral on those loans. So, debt spending isn't exactly something unique to the lower class. The upper class just gets to spend its debt carefree. Because when the wealthy get to miss a debt payment, the bank doesn't really care all that much. They'll just look the other way. Whereas if you are $5 overdue and overdrafted on your bank account, the bank is going to charge you bare minimum another $5 fee every single day because you have overdraft on your bank account. And what should you get as a punishment for not having enough money? Well, having even less money than that, because this is literally a system that is built to enslave and entrap you. It is built so that the second that you have an emergency, by the way, over 50% of all Americans would be completely wiped out financially by an emergency over $5,000. Completely destroyed financially by a $5,000 emergency that would suddenly occur. The second that happens, of which happens to plenty of people every single day, unfortunately, you get into a car accident that's no fault of your own. You get hit by a car because you got hit by a drunk driver, you know? You get a freaking medical expense because all of a sudden you had a freaking embolism and you needed to get a freaking surgical procedure for it. You know, any one of those different things could occur that could totally wipe you out, but never mind those people. Those people get insulated from that. They get special treatment. Uneven wage growth is also contributing to the divide. You don't say. Uneven wage growth? You mean to tell me in a country where the federal minimum wage has stayed the same since I believe it was either 2008 or 2009? You know, stayed the same since I was in the fucking third grade. You mean to tell me that stagnating wages contribute to the fact that the wealthiest 1% are going to have a higher and higher proportion of that wealth? Well, surely just, you know, there's surely a trade-off though, right? Surely the little guy has to benefit somehow through this giant graping that's occurring on a societal level all around us right now because, well, you know, maybe the 1% is getting a bigger and bigger slice of the pie every single year, and maybe they're getting it at a faster and faster rate. But at least because we kept the wages low, the Big Mac is still the same price. Oh, wait. Oh, fuck. No, wait. The Big Mac actually isn't the same price, isn't it? Because they managed to increase that too. Wasn't that the whole fucking argument back in the day? And even to this day, by the way, when anybody talks about raising the federal minimum wage or just raising the minimum wage in general, when the argument isn't, I don't think a burger flipper should make an amount of money that lets them live. If it's not that, then it's, well, if we make the wage higher, then the burger gonna get more expensive. Well, the burger got more expensive anyway, dipshit. So guess what? You got fucked under both ends. You got fucked in the mouth, and then you got fucked in the ass, and you fucking don't the only thing that you bother to do while getting fucked in the mouth and the ass is get the dick taken out of your mouth just long enough to go, oh, thank you so much, Jeff Bezos. I really appreciate this. Oh, thank you so much, Elon. I really appreciate this. Like, give me a fucking break. How much more abject can it get? Higher income Americans have seen their wages grow at a stronger clip than other income groups. Bank of America data shows that the higher income household wage growth grew at 3% rate in December of 2025 compared to the 1.5% and 1.1% for middle and low income households. We're living in hell. We're living in hell. Welcome to hell, everybody. It's here. And only half of the population cares about it or even acknowledges that it exists. This is my shitty little jingle that I just gave you. Because I'm a Renaissance man. I'm here to sing. I'm here to dance. I'm here to entertain you. I'm a man of the people. I'm a fount unto the people. And I'm here to entertain. Not just to inform. I'm here to entertain as well. For the 9 people out here watching this, for whatever reason, rather than spending their Sunday doing something more productive. All right, so this was something that I was talking about and alluding to earlier, right? There was a massive controversy not all that long ago where a couple of Democratic lawmakers spoke out about the fact that soldiers have a right to disobey unlawful orders. This is the blowback for that. Democrats who told troops to disobey illegal orders push back on alleged FBI probe. A group of Democratic lawmakers who encouraged U.S. troops to disobey any orders they deem illegal are pushing back on an alleged federal inquiry into their actions. U.S. Senator Alyssa Stoltkin of Michigan said that Slotkin, of Michigan said that the FBI had notified the 6 lawmakers of its investigation on Monday after she and others appeared in a video last week, which United States President Donald Trump branded seditious. No amount of intimidation or harassment will ever stop us from doing our jobs and honoring our Constitution, 4 Democrats in the U.S. House of Representatives said. Wow, what a horrible group of people. People that are standing behind the Constitution of the United States and saying that they're not going to be cajoled and intimidated by the President of the United States, basically trying to intimidate them into backing down over the fact that he's insidiously trying to stick his arm up the military's ass in the same way that he's trying to shove it up the Department of Justice's ass as well. What a seditious thing. Aiden is a dong and sauce kind of man. Wait, that came out wrong. I think it did. I think it might have. No, it didn't, Deviant. That's exactly what I mean. What happens from the mouth is not grape, Aiden. They're enjoying it. You know what the crazy thing is, Achilles? Is that they're enjoying a thing that is abjectly destroying them. They're enjoying a thing. They're actively thanking. It's like if in the Lorax, instead of the Lorax trying to fight against the freaking deforestation of his forest, he just freaking picked up an axe too and was like, yeah, let me help you out there, buddy. Like, what? What? That's the fucking paradigm that we're living in right now. It's abjectly horrifying. The Department of Justice, DOJ, and FBI have declined to comment on the reported investigation. The Pentagon has also previously announced that it will review, quote, serious allegations of misconduct against Senator Mark Kelly of Arizona, who appeared in the clip. On Tuesday, Reuters reported that a DOJ official who spoke on condition of anonymity. Isn't that great? Isn't that great when somebody in the Department of Justice needs to speak on anonymity like they're a fucking mob, like they're a fucking mob underboss that's trying to report about the activities of their organization in a way that won't get them fucking whacked? by the fucking mob boss. Isn't that awesome? That's not a sign of the fucking deteriorating trust that not only the public at large has for the United States government, but also the United States government has for other branches of the United States government. Isn't that great? It's not just deteriorating from the outside in, it's deteriorating from the inside out too. Yay! What a fucking nightmare! And if you're enjoying the nightmare, if you're enjoying me covering the nightmare as it takes place in real time, please make sure to give the stream a like. It will really help out the stream and help out the channel largely in general. Bad Achilles, bad. There's nothing better than to say something salacious and blame it on the other guy. That's so true. Why do you think that the Republicans do it all the time? I blame Achilles. Can we get hashtag, not hashtag? Because tang is that stuff that they put up in space. It's that fucking weird off-tasting drink. No, can we get hashtag blame Achilles in the side chat? Can we get that trending? Just widely. If that's not trending on Twitter within 24 hours, then I know that this community has completely failed. Oh no, they're two now, like the frogs. That's right, Achilles. That's right. They're multiplying in real time. Mitosis. It's happening. On Tuesday, Reuters reported that a DOJ official who spoke on condition of anonymity said that the FBI had requested interviews with 6 Democratic politicians to determine, quote, if there was any wrongdoing, and then go from there. Give me just 1 second here, folks. I've just got to go and take care of something. I'm just going to put on. I'm going to be right back. Just give me 1 second here, folks. That was abrupt. Oh, I'm sorry, Terry. Terry. Jesus. Calling you Terry. She's going to kill me now. I just called her Terry for whatever fucking reason, and now Deviant's going to come in and rip my head off. And I mean, I kind of deserve it. I kind of deserve it. That was a bit of a triggering thing to say. But you know what, Deviant? I'm not here working on your timetable. I'm not, let me just write Deviant really quickly in the side chat and see whether or not it's acceptable with her as to whether or not I'm able to leave really quickly. Hell no. Hell no. I'm doing things on my own timetable, damn it. That's why there's still 7 people watching. 7 Aiden Linden loyalists. You are the true believers out there. What the? Oh no. I'm really going to get it now. I'm really going to get it now. I didn't mean to, okay? You're still going to yell at me no matter how many times I tell you that I didn't mean to, but let me just say that one more time so that the beration is a little less, lower the grit of the sandpaper, okay? Lower the grit. You're allowed to take the sandpaper and freaking use it all you want, but just lower the grit a little bit. That's all I ask. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Oh, she is not happy. All right. Let's get back into reviewing this article. Almost done reviewing it, but let's get through the entire thing. When Kelly was asked by NPR about the matter later that day, he said, quote, "The sergeant at arms got something in an email. We're taking a look at it." The sergeant at arms in each chamber of Congress acts as the chamber's chief law enforcement officer. They're tasked with maintaining congressional rules, which can include arresting lawmakers, though they have not been involved in other recent criminal investigations, such as the prosecution of Bob Menendez, a former Democratic senator. In the NPR interview, Kelly said that the president, quote, "is certainly outrageous and unpredictable." Sorry, the president. I thought that said precedent. is certainly outrageous and unpredictable. I don't think he understands the Constitution. Donald Trump doesn't understand the Constitution? I mean, how dare you? How dare you say that about our great president, the great white hope? Even though the blotch on my hand is actually this weird purplish color that I can't show in public because I've got a weird glove on right now. I'm the great white hope, ladies and gentlemen. The video by Democrats, all of whom have served in the military or intelligence community, was shared last week by Slotkin, as well as Kelly. It features U.S. Representatives Chris Deluzio, Maggie Goodlander, Chrissy Howlahan, and Jason Crow. Their call to U.S. troops to refuse orders considered to be unlawful comes amid escalating tensions between the Trump administration and the Venezuelan government, and the opposition by Democrat-led cities to Trump's deployment of National Guard troops in those places. Slotkin said on Tuesday that the FBI's counterterrorism unit had sent a note to the lawmakers to notify them of its inquiry. Quote, "The president's reaction and the use of the FBI against us is exactly why we made the video," she said in a video in an event in Michigan. I don't know how much more of this needs to be covered. I think that's a pretty good coverage of all of the events in question. You know, I was going to open up the panel, but now I'm scared because Deviant is mad at me. I'm really scared because if anybody intimidates me while they're being mad at me, it's definitely Deviant. She is a scary woman when she's angry. So, instead of opening up the panel, I'm going to move on to another segment. Definitely didn't already have this segment planned and just trying to make a little bit of humor out of what happened in an attempt to try and get out of the worst bit of trouble for what happened there. No sirree, Bob. No, this right here is a video that, oh, I've got a couple of people's notifications on Facebook that I've got to close first because Facebook likes to freaking pop the notifications up like a great social media website. Don't worry, Dustin will be a loser. Oh, geez. Lower? You want it lower? That could be fixed. Wait. Is lower set? Oh, wait. Lower grid is bad. Wait, lower grid is bad. Never mind. Go back. Can I redact that? Can I pull a Department of Justice and redact what I said about the lower grid? Make it a higher grit, please. I never said that. Just because there's audio of me saying that. That was clearly AI. It was AI generated. I've yet to switch to Swedish, so you're fine, Aiden, for now. Okay. I'm still in Deviant's good graces for the time being. All right. So this next piece here is actually all the way back from 2010. This is to show that there is a long-standing tradition in the United States military of a group of people that serve in the United States military and subsequently, after serving in it, realize and find out what the military is actually there for and who it serves, rather than what it claims to serve. Because the military will claim that it's out there to serve the common people. But let's hear what this veteran had to say about this, all the way back in 2010.
Sisters and brothers, thanks everyone for being here. We're from the organization March Forward. We're here to say to all those serving in the Army and the Marines and the Air Force and the Navy that you have the absolute right to refuse to take part in these criminal wars, and that's a right that all of you should exercise. You have no reason to go put your life on the line and kill and die for profit. We've been to Iraq, we've been to Afghanistan, and we know what these wars are really about. And we joined the military for many reasons. Because we need a college education, because we need a job, because we need health care. And then we joined the military, and they tell us that our enemies are poor people in caves in Afghanistan. or poor people in the deserts of Iraq. But we've been to those countries, and we know that our enemies are not other poor people abroad. Our enemies are the people that laid us off from our jobs, that denied us health care, that make it impossible to get an education. Our enemies are not in the poorest countries on the planet, but right here in the richest one. The occupations of Iraq and Afghanistan alone are costing over $700 million every single day. This is a crime every single day, while so many of us are hurting. Well, I think all of us here and the vast majority of people in this country would agree that we can spend $700 million a day better than bombing people that we have no reason to bomb. We can spend $700 million a day rebuilding those countries we've destroyed. We can spend $700 million a day caring for the veterans we get home when they get home, and then we can spend $700 million a day giving every single person health care, a college education, a job, and a livelihood, and a home. That's what we need to be spending our money on. But this government is not going to do that. They're not going to use the money in that way. They're not going to end the wars. And they're not going to do it because it's not our government. It's their government. It's the government of the rich. It's the government of Wall Street, of the oil giants, of the defense contractors. It's their government, and the only language that they understand is shutting down business as usual. And that's what we're doing here today, and we're going to continue to do until these wars are over. It's crystal clear now that these wars are going to continue and expand and go into other countries. That is the trend. That is what we know, that there is perpetual war, and it's only going to stop if the people stand up and stop it. And that's what we're going to do, sisters and brothers. A lot of people ask me, what do we do? Because we all know things are bad. We all see the atrocities on TV. We read about it. We experience it. People always ask, what do I do? Because we always want to know what to do. Do we vote? Do we support a politician? Do we join an organization? What do we do? Well, I'll tell you what we do. It's simple. We fight. We fight, and we fight, and we fight, and we shut down our workplaces. We shut down our schools. We shut down the streets. We shut down business as usual, and we fight until we force the people in there to do what the people out here want. Because that's how we're going to get around, and we're going to fight until there's not one more bomb drop, not one more bullet fired, not one more soldier coming home in a wheelchair, not one more family slaughtered, not one more day of U.S. imperialism. So let's fight to make that happen. We can do it today, and in the days ahead, we have to fight to end these wars and create a better world, sisters and brothers.
I mean, what even has to be said? What even has to be said? He literally put it so eloquently, and he tied everything together so well. I mean, think about this, right? We're standing here 16 years after the fact. 16 years after the fact. And not only did it take over a decade for America to get out of those wars that he was talking about, but what has it gone and done? It's gotten itself embroidered into a whole bunch of new ones. Now all of a sudden America's going after Venezuela. Now all of a sudden America is currently undergoing the biggest fucking military buildup against Iran that we've seen, the biggest military buildup in the Middle East since the 2003 invasion of Iraq. Massive escalation of tensions all around the world. This trend has not ceased. This trend has not stopped. But you know what the main difference is between the world that we live in right now and the world that that man lived in when he gave that speech? The world that that man gave that speech in was a world that had a lot more Americans that believed in their government. The world that that man gave that speech in was a world where a lot more people had faith in the institutions of their society and had faith that the American government, although flawed, would ultimately take care of them and look after them and watch over the better interests of America as a country. And what has happened as a direct result? What have I been covering over the course of this show? Has America improved as a country? Have the material conditions of the average person in the lower or middle class improved at all? Or have they in fact deteriorated? Has the proportion of wealth owned by those people gone even lower? Look at the homeless population. Has that decreased? Have more and more people been getting thrown out of homes, or have more and more people been getting put in homes? Because yet again, we see a society where billions of dollars are being spent on detention facilities. Billions of dollars are being spent on quote-unquote border enforcement that actually amounts to a bunch of people fucking rolling into a city in the northern United States that isn't even on the border in order to terrorize it for political reasons. Billions of dollars get to go to that. But every single time that somebody asks, hey, what about the money for the veteran? Hey, what about the money for the homeless guy? Hey, what about the money for literally everybody that isn't a giant fucking billionaire? The question always becomes, well, how are we going to pay for it? How are we going to pay for it? How are we going to pay for it? There's always money for wars. Never seems to be a question of how we're going to pay for it when it comes to bombing some fucking shithole halfway across the planet. But anytime it comes to fucking giving anybody within the fucking country even the slightest bit of fucking dignity, then all of a sudden it becomes a question of fiscal responsibility. It's a fucking joke. It's a distraction. That's all that it is. The world that we live in right now is no better than the world that that man lived in. As a matter of fact, it's markedly fucking worse. Abjectly. Through any fucking measure that you can give, statistically or otherwise. And whose fault is that? It's not only the fault of those that actually perpetuated all of those fucking, or perpetrated rather, all of those laws, and perpetuated their existence. It's also the fault of everybody that looks the other way and acts like it's not their responsibility to also recognize that this shit is as horrible as it is as well, and actually stand up to it. All of you have some level of culpability in this bullshit as well. Make no goddamn mistake about that. You're not as culpable, but you're not free of culpability either, motherfuckers. So let's take a look at our next segment here. So I saw this. This has been making the rounds recently all over social media, and I wanted to do a little bit of fact checking on it, right? Because you see here on Facebook, it says 75% of Americans support the release of the remaining Epstein files. And you see that this came out February 20th. So that was 2 days ago. And I've seen a lot of articles that are basically talking exactly like that, mirroring this exact talking point. And I just wanted to do a little bit of fact checking on that, because that statistic comes from a PBS poll that was conducted all the way back in October of 2025. Do you know how many Epstein developments have happened since October of 2025? It was 75% of people back in October. I somehow imagine that that number is actually bigger now rather than smaller, right? Given the fact that the DOJ has continued to drag its feet so much on actually having any accountability, given the fact that the Epstein Files Accountability Act was passed by the admission of people like Marjorie Taylor Greene only because he was forced to pass it, that being Donald Trump. Not only was it only passed because it was forced to pass it, but they're not even following the fucking guidelines outlined in the fucking Transparency Act. They've basically said at this point that all the files that we currently have access to, which is about half to less than half, or sorry, a little more than half rather, the total amount of files, that's all we're getting. That's all we're going to get. There's about 6 million files. I think last I read, it was like 3 million of those have been released. 3.5 million of them have been released, something like that. So yeah, 2.5 million of those files. No, those just get to stay in the dark forever. Who cares about those though, right? Who cares? Let's move on to the other thing. Wait a minute, everybody. Aliens exist. I just want to let everybody know I made a tweet about it recently. I ain't joining the frog movement. Count me out, Steven. It really pains me, man. It really pains me to have to ban you permanently from the community, but I already told everybody from the very beginning of the stream, okay? The frogs have radicalized me, okay? The frogs have radicalized me. I've joined the frog movement, and you should get on board as well. And it's not a choice, Steven. I'm sorry. But unless your very next message after that reads, oh, you know what? I actually changed my mind. I am joining the frog movement. You're gone, Steven. Sorry, buddy. This is a frog movement echo chamber, and I will not have any frog slander on this live stream. No siree, Bob. No siree, Jack. But yeah, I mainly wanted to show this because that poll, people are kind of trying to make it seem like this is a recent poll that came out that showed 75% support. But that's not even true. I guarantee you that number is even larger now, and we just don't have updated statistical information on that. And yeah, I guess that is basically an educated guess. But if that number was lower than 75%, well, I guess my faith in humanity withers and dies just a little bit more on the vine. What can I say? I'm joking, by the way, Stephen. You're welcome. You're more than welcome around here. I'm not going to throw you out. I'm not going to throw you out. You and Achilles are some of my biggest fans. Some of my biggest supporters. I wouldn't throw you out. Come on now. Give me a break. Anyways, moving on to our next segment that we have here on the channel. We see here from Ipsos. Americans say Epstein files lowered their trust in the United States political and business leaders. What? What? You mean to tell me that a society that in my lifetime, prior to the Epstein files even being a mainstream talking point, was already largely trending towards skepticism towards governmental institutions and authority at large? You mean to tell me that them dragging their heels as much as they have on the Epstein files has eroded that faith and trust in the government even more than before? I can't fucking believe it. So this is from February 18th. So this is just recent. A majority of Americans say that the Epstein files lowered their trust in the country's political and business leaders, and that the files show that powerful people are rarely held accountable for their actions, according to a new Reuters/Ipsos poll. The scandals surrounding the Epstein files entered its latest chapter following the U.S. Department of Justice's release of more than 3 million pages of documents related to Jeffrey Epstein in late January, containing the names of numerous high-profile individuals. Just over half of Americans say that the sentiment that the Epstein files, quote, lowered their trust in the country's political and business leaders, end quote. Describes their views extremely or very well, 53%. Another 24% say the sentiment describes their views somewhat well. So think about that. Half of Americans say that describes it very well. So that's basically people saying the most affirmative they possibly could on the survey. And then you've got another 23%. Over 3/4 of Americans, yet again, we're starting to see a commonality here with the PBS poll, except now instead of 75%, like I had said before, if one does a little bit of math here, you just add those two numbers up, 53 and 24, that's going to be 77%. Silly me. Why did I keep thinking 87? I was like, it's 77. No, it's 87. No, it's 77. No. It's 77. So the number's gone up. Not substantially, but it's gone up. Over 3/4 of the population at this point has lost faith in the government as a result of this shit. The idea that it's like a half and half thing, that half of the population is out here going, oh, we should have it released, and the other half of the population is going, no, we shouldn't have it released. No, it's actually a pretty damn small minority. You know how rare it is for 3/4 of Americans to agree on fucking anything? I somehow doubt if you went and asked 100% of Americans if gravity existed, I somehow feel like the number of people that would agree with that would be lower. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong about that. But it is exceedingly rare for almost 4/5 of Americans to have lost or to agree that on literally anything, let alone agree on the fact that they've lost faith in the government due to one particular thing. So it's actually quite remarkable that this is the case. Skepticism extends to beliefs about accountability more broadly. No shit it would. 7 in 10, or 69%, nice, say they feel the statement that Epstein files show that powerful people in the U.S. are rarely held accountable for their actions, end quote. Describes their views extremely or very well. Majorities across partisan groups feel this way, including 81% of Democrats, 68% of independents, and 58% of Republicans. The survey also finds, isn't that funny? Isn't that strange, by the way? We have 81% of Democrats, but only 58% of Republicans. So there is actually a marked difference, but you know where the difference is? Surprisingly enough, it's partisan in nature. It's left versus right. Isn't this the perfect example of the fact that every single issue in the United States becoming a fucking left versus right, red versus blue? Either you're on the good guy side or you're on the bad guy side. Isn't this the perfect example of the end result of that? Because when these files first came out, when like this was first becoming a major story back in 2019 and into 2020, I remember initially, before people like Donald Trump were being implicated in these files, like in any kind of like major public facing way, there was a couple of little conspiracy theories about that prior to that, don't get me wrong. But prior to this being political, there was a huge bipartisan movement, right, of people that were all going, let's release the files, guys, release the files, get everything out there. We need everything out there. But the second that any specific person is named in them that could be tied to a particular political party, then all of a sudden it becomes a huge marked difference in the amount of people. By the way, if Bill Clinton is in those files doing horrible shit, which he almost certainly is, why is it that a much higher proportion of Democrats are willing to have them released than Republicans? Why is that? Because according to the Republicans, hasn't the narrative constantly been this notion that like, oh, Bill Clinton's going to be in there too, and you're going to hate it just as much as I do? Well, according to the actual polling data, that ain't true, is it? That ain't true, because this got fucking politicized. Because this issue, just like the fucking, just like the shooting of, who did Luigi Mangione kill? Was that Brian Thompson? I think that was Brian Thompson. That immediately got politicized, even though it was an issue regarding healthcare, right? Because healthcare, yet again, the notion that people ought be given a certain standard of care and that people shouldn't just be allowed to be left behind by their society and rot and be forgotten about, that also became a partisan issue as well. And now we live in a world where quite literally every single fucking thing has to be a partisan issue now. Everything. And I think that that's really stupid. And I think that this goes to show how stupid that really is. The survey also finds that large shares of Americans have doubts that the federal government has been transparent when it comes to the Epstein files. 3 in 4, or 75%, say that they think it is definitively or probably true that the federal government is hiding information about the alleged clients of Epstein. Slightly fewer, but still a majority, feel the federal government is hiding information about the death of Epstein, or 65%. Pardon me. Both of these sentiments are roughly unchanged from previous Reuters/Ipsos polling conducted since July 2025. The survey also finds that few think that it's time to move on from the scandal. Just 1 in 5, or 21%, say the statement, "It's time for the country to move on from talking about the Epstein files," describes their view extremely or very well. And yet I know people in this community that do exactly that. I know people in this community that have quote-unquote Epstein files fatigue, and they're just so sick and tired of hearing about Jeffrey Epstein all the time. Yeah, it turns out that you're a tiny minority of people. You're like less than a quarter of the country that thinks that we should move on from this. But that's exactly what billionaires want. You think billionaires look at a statistic like that, especially the people that are in those fucking files? You think they look at a statistic like that and they go, "Oh, that's good. I'm glad only 21% of Americans want to move on from those files." No, they want people to move on. You're literally part of the demographic. Everybody out there that does want to move on, you're literally, you know what freaking Raptor called Bubblegum the other day on stream? It was great. He called him an Epstein-groomed weirdo. And it's true. You're all Epstein-groomed too. Because you're all basically taking the exact same position that Epstein would want you to take. You're falling right in line like a good little toy soldier, aren't you? Ugh. It's disgusting. It really is. The Reuters/Ipsos poll was conducted February 13th through 16th, 2026 by Ipsos using the probability-based knowledge panel. This poll is based on a nationally representative probability sample of 1,117 general population adults aged 18 or older. The study was conducted in English. The data was weighted. Maybe I'm wrong. The data were weighted to adjust for gender by age, race, and ethnicity, census region, metropolitan status, education, household income, 2024 voter choice, and political party identification. Political party identification benchmarks are from the 2025 NPORS annual survey, with a mid-year adjustment estimated across aggregated knowledge panel surveys accounting for changes in panelists' party identification over time. The demographic benchmarks came from the 2025 March supplement of the U.S. Census Bureau Current Population Survey. So, I can have this if anybody wants to read any of the accompanying links, because there is a bunch of accompanying links for this article. I'm going to post that up in the side chat. People are going to be, of course, welcome to go and check that out for themselves. I'm going to move on to my next segment, which is going to be Ice, Ice, Baby. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. All right. Let's get on down to the ice segment. So, that's not the one. Dang it, Restream. You're doing it to me again. You know, Restream. You're an agitator, Restream. You're trying to throw things off. You're trying to impede the natural flow of the stream. I'm not going to tolerate it, Restream. Not going to tolerate it. All right, so we got the next one pulled up here. ICE agents keep accidentally shooting themselves. You know, these highly trained government agents that people keep saying, yeah, guys, keep having faith in them. Keep having faith. Keep trusting them, guys. They know what they're doing. Just follow their commands. Blindly follow their authority. If they tell you to jump, you fucking ask how high, bitch. That's what you should be asking. Well, apparently, they keep accidentally fucking shooting themselves. 3 federal immigration agents accidentally shot themselves in the leg during routine training exercises within 2 days last year, according to the internal documents reviewed by Newsweek. A 4th incident involved an accidental taser discharge inside an Immigration and Customs ICE office. All 3 firearm discharges occurred during quarterly training sessions while agents were holstering their weapons. A routine but potentially high-risk moment in firearms handling. Yeah, typically when you're holstering your gun, right, the onus is kind of on you to make sure that that gun has a safety enabled on it, right? That's all you got to do in order to make sure you don't accidentally fucking cap yourself in the thigh. When you holster your gun, it's just make sure that that little fucking knob on the gun has got the red tip off. You know? And it's so funny. There are people out there that'll try and dismiss people that are critical of ICE by saying, have you ever even handled a gun in your life? You ever even picked up a gun in your life? You're a sissy liberal. Well, apparently these fucking people haven't picked up a gun in their lives either. Because they're fucking capping themselves. It's like a bunch of idiots. Anyways, moving on. All the firearm... Oh, I already read that. No one was killed in the incidents, thankfully. And all injured personnel were treated and released, according to internal incident reports obtained by the watchdog American Oversight through a Freedom of Information Act request and shared with Newsweek. 2 former senior ICE officials told Newsweek this week that accidental discharges were not uncommon and often involved experienced agents rather than new hires. Oh, I'm sure. That makes their organization look so much better, right? In an attempt to try and cover things up and make things look a little bit more palatable. It really is just so obvious. Almost 3 hours of this. You must never stop thinking about this. I mean, there's a lot to say. I mean, what? Is that how short your attention span is? Sleeping on the slob? Is your attention span really so short that in order to talk about something for 3 hours or longer, that must be the only thing that anybody thinks about in their free time? No. There's just a lot going on, man. There's a lot to talk about. There's a lot to report on. What can I say? If you don't like what I'm saying right now and you're triggered by it, I mean, that's fine. You have a right to do so. But coming in here and making a little sniping remark like that is not exactly a good demonstration of high intelligence, my friend. I hate to say it. Anyways, 2 former senior ICE officials... I already read that part. Newsweek has contacted the Department of Homeland Security, which oversees ICE, for comment. ICE has undergone a rapid expansion, which the Department of Homeland Security announcing in January that the agency had hired more than 12,000 new agents. ICE was supercharged with billions in funding after the passage of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act in July. All 4 incidents, reviewed by Newsweek, came before the passage of President Donald Trump's flagship domestic legislation. Amid its hiring surge, ICE has faced scrutiny over a spate of accidental discharges and safety lapses among its agents, raising questions about whether the agency can maintain rigorous training and oversight while rapidly expanding its workforce. The administration frames the expansion of the workforce as a fulfillment of Trump's 2024 campaign promise to carry out mass deportations. But critics warn that rapid growth could exacerbate operational risks. ICE and Border Patrol have faced a litany of allegations of excessive use of force, claims of racial profiling, and denial of due process rights. I just overviewed one of those on the very last show, by the way, just yesterday. Overviewed the fact that there was a United States veteran who was detained without any explanation as far as his detainment for over 3 days in an ICE holding facility. Yeah, definitely a violation and denial of his constitutional rights, but who cares, right? Who gives a fuck? Who gives a shit? I guess I shouldn't be talking about it. Or talk about it for under 3 hours. As long as I keep it under 3 hours, then it's acceptable to talk about. It's like the Dow being over $50,000. It's definitely not an artificial thing that's just set as subterfuge. That isn't actually a real standard that's going to be adhered to in any way, shape, or form. No. No, that's a real standard. the Dow being at 50,000. Well, thankfully, it's under 50,000, as I covered in one of my previous shows. So now we're allowed to talk about child sex trafficking again, everybody. Woo! Anyways, I just wanted to cover the amazing, big, beautiful bill and ICE being covered underneath it. What a beautiful organization. It's such a basement dweller thing to say, 24-hour news cycle, and doesn't bat an eye, but someone's streaming on YouTube for 3 hours. I'm gonna go in there and complain. I mean, it's really, I'm sure they left 2 seconds after they said that, Deviant. I don't think they're even around to be able to hear the criticism anymore. I don't think that somebody like that is exactly used to being able to really internalize any criticism to begin with anyway. So it's not really a big deal. Not really a big deal. I've got a couple more segments here to go through. Got a few more here, and once I'm done with those, I'm going to open the panel up. This is a mega stream, ladies and gentlemen. This is the mega stream of mega streams. You're not being attacked. Come on, bro. You're not being attacked. All I'm saying is that if you're going to come in here and make a dumb statement like that, I'm going to kind of criticize it, right? What you said was dumb. I'm not saying that you are inherently dumb. That would be an attack on you, right? But here we go. Here's yet another example of a fucking symptom of the modern age. Somebody criticizes somebody's ideas. That's automatically a criticism of them personally, right? Oh, I'm being attacked right now. Nah, bro. I'm just saying that what you said was kind of stupid. It was kind of dumb, right? It's no slight against you personally, because that was a weird thing to say, big dog. I mean, true that, Raptor. True that. Anyways, let's move on to the next segment here, which is Gnome's use of Coast Guard resources strains her relationship with the military branch, sources say. You know that cool, badass military that everybody talks about? Oh, we love the troops. Trump loves the troops. Trump takes care of the troops. Well, I guess Kristi Noem is really demonstrating that by actively alienating herself from those exact people and alienating herself by grossly misallocating Coast Guard resources. Let's take a look. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem's relationship with U.S. Coast Guard officials has become strained throughout her first year leading the department, according to 2 U.S. officials, a Coast Guard official and a former Coast Guard official. The tension between Noem and the only branch of the United States military overseen by DHS stem from some early decisions that she made which rankled the Coast Guard officials, including a verbal directive to shift Coast Guard resources from a search and rescue mission to finding missing a search, from a search and rescue mission to find a missing service member. There we go, the sources said. Noem's leadership at DHS has created a specific split in the Coast Guard. Many rank-and-file members are motivated by her approach, in which she showcases their work by joining them on operations and visiting their ships. Some more senior officials, however, see that approach as taking away from the Coast Guard's traditional missions. The dynamic with more senior officials has only worsened in recent months, as Noem oversaw a 10-fold increase in the use of the Coast Guard's aircraft for immigrant deportations, which has strained its limited resources, the sources said. The increase was captured in data compiled by ICE Flight Monitor, a nonprofit group that tracks deportation flights. By the way, if you look into the fucking cost that all of these flights actually take, it's just astronomical. Oh boy, we've got a whole little saga going on in the side chat here. We've got a little bit of a... All right, let's take a look here. Let's stop the show yet again. We're hitting the brakes. This is ridiculous. Show me how my comment was weird, quote unquote. To which Achilles said, what do you categorize under this? He's addressed 50 topics in 3 hours. Are they all, quote unquote, this? To which he said, are my comments blocked? No, they're not. No, they're not, big dog. I wouldn't be able to highlight them right now if they were blocked. I guess you can't handle truth around here. What are you talking about, bro? I didn't block shit. Isn't that funny? The guy that just made a claim about personal attacks. Why am I being personally attacked when I went against your ideas? Now you're going to come out and say, oh, I guess you can't handle truth around here, snowflake. What a fucking backhanded remark. Yeah, that's not bad faith at all. Fucking go cry somewhere else about it if you're really just going to clutch your pearls like that, bitch. I'm not going to block your comments because it's funny to laugh at you. No need to block your comments if you're going to be a backbiting little bitch like that. You're just entertaining at that point. Truth on. I know, right? I know. Anytime that they say the truth, it's always this vague, nebulous thing that doesn't actually amount to anything whatsoever. Doesn't amount to fuck or all. See what I mean about weird? Instantly come on, show your whole ass, get criticized, and now you're being weird again. Yeah, you're being a bit weird, dude. You're being a bit weird. My previous comment must have been blocked. YouTube has been censoring my comments. Your comments aren't blocked, dude. They're all there. Every single one of them are there. You can go back. You know what, dude? If you don't believe me, by the way, you can go right now, log out of your account, go back to this stream, and go and look at the comments section, and all of your comments are going to be there. You know why they're all there? Because they're publicly available, you silly goose. They're publicly available. I thought Achilles wasn't seeing me. He keeps asking me the same question that I answered earlier. Okay, well, perhaps I missed the... You know what? Maybe I missed the answer to the question as well. Can you please answer the question one more time? Because if you did answer, I did not see it. Pardon me for not paying proper attention if I didn't see it. If I was being a bad host, that's my bad. But please, ask the question one more time. All right. It puts, quote, it puts so much stress on the wing, the Coast Guard official said, referring to the branch's aviation units. NOM's focus on meeting the Trump administration's deportation quotas appears poised to further impact Coast Guard operations in the coming months, according to new guidance. It says guidance. I thought it said guidelines. According to new guidance recently issued to the Coast Guard Air Station Sacramento this year. Based on DHS priorities, the air station, which is among those responsible for a majority of deportation flights, has designated its first priority to be the transport of detained immigrants on its C-27 aircraft within the United States, according to multiple U.S. officials familiar with the orders. The new orders moved search and rescue operations, which have long been the Coast Guard's core mission, to a lower priority. Yeah, fuck search and rescue, right? Screw search and rescue. Screw actually, trying to save people that are stranded off on the coast, off in naval accidents, especially the individual who fucking died as a direct result of this fucking bubble-headed bitch trying to fucking redirect resources away from those operations. Because even if they refused the order to redirect those operations, I guarantee you there had to be deliberation about the refusal of that order. And that cost them valuable fucking time. But hey, screw what this organization was actually fucking put in place for, am I right? Oh, we got some late breaking news. We've got some chat updates over here from the side chat. All right, let's take a look. Big Bad Mama says, quit whining. He said, I'm just going to go watch something else. Sorry to have bothered you guys. Dude, you're free to watch. You're not bothering. You're not bothering at all. We're cool. We're cool. All I'm saying is don't come at me crooked and say, oh, why are you attacking me? And then go and attack me for something that didn't even happen. I attack your ideas and you claim it's a personal attack, and then you come at me and act like I'm, and then attack me personally for quote unquote blocking you. 3 hours and 10 minutes of this. You must never stop thinking about this. It's true. It's 3 hours and 10 minutes. That's true. The extra 10 minutes do actually add to the validation. Bye. Come on. Don't do that, Achilles. Don't do that. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. I have no idea who that was. It could have been a completely random person. I have no idea who it was. I'm going to assume it was a completely random person. I mean, whoever owns the sock account that has zero context must have some other reason to exist. You know what? Let's go and double check how long this person's account has existed. I'm going to go do a little bit of research into this person's account. Let's take a look. Oh, I can pin their messages. Can I actually go to their channel, though? Yep, go to channel. How long have you been around for? Oh, July 10th, 2024. July 10th, 2024. I think Achilles might have been right. I think that's right. I think he might have been right. I think he might have sniffed out a sock account. I mean, Achilles has been at YouTube more than me, so maybe I should defer to his opinion on those things. I don't know. It smells like a sock account. Let's put that out there. Created in July 2024. No content since. Yeah. It's smelling. Something's a little rotten. It's a little rotten, folks. It's a little suspicious. You know, when they come in here with their sock accounts, they're not bringing their best. They're not bringing their best. I'm off to put the amazing Quaddle Squirrel to bed, but I'll be back. Sounds good, Deviant? Sounds good? Please do come back. Your presence is always much appreciated on the Aiden Linden live streams. You're a valued, a core, I would dare say, member of this community. The new orders moved search and rescue operations, which had I already read that part. The officials familiar with the orders said counter narcotics efforts and Coast Guard training are prioritized above search and rescue operations. The dissonance between NOM's priorities and senior Coast Guard officials is a lesser-known part of the fallout from President Donald Trump's mass deportation policy and is largely playing out behind the scenes. Coast Guard officials have privately raised concerns with one another and confided in former officials about some of NOM's directives and use of Coast Guard resources to service her and the administration's priorities. The current and former Coast Guard officials said, "You mean to tell me there's yet another person that this administration has appointed who, rather than actually focusing on and prioritizing what this organization is supposed to be doing, has instead just hollowed it out and made it another glorified organization that just does whatever the hell they want? Heaven fucking forbid. Heaven forbid. I can't believe it." At times, the tensions have escalated into confrontations, the sources said. In one continuous incident in May, NOM's top advisor, Corey Lewandowski, berated Coast Guard flight staff and threatened to fire them for taking off without one of the secretary's personal items on board. A heated blanket. Oh no! Oh no, Christy Nome doesn't get her heated blanket, and therefore we're gonna fucking fire people when the fucking Department of Government Efficiency, quote unquote, has already fucking made it its mission before it completely got fucking abolished and thrown out the fucking window, allocated to the dustbin of history where it rightfully fucking belongs, cutting government jobs left, right, and center. And here's this fucking bubble-headed dumb fuck bitch saying that she's gonna fire somebody because they didn't have the fucking secretary's blanket on the plane. Holy fuck. There's a general atmosphere of keep your head down. You don't want to be on the firing line, the former Coast Guard official said. Wow, an atmosphere of fear taking place within another branch of the United States government. We've already covered that being the case within the Department of Justice. We've already covered that being the case within the Associated Press. We've already covered that being the case within all sorts of fucking branches of this fucking government and otherwise, where there's an atmosphere of fear. There's an atmosphere of, oh, well, if I just keep my head down and mind my own business, maybe I won't be on the fucking chopping block next. That's not a fucking thing to be concerned about whatsoever, though, am I right? A spokesperson for DHS denied there was guidance to Coast Guard Air Station Sacramento that prioritized transporting immigrants first over search and rescue operations. Quote, "That's ridiculous. No such guidance was ordered." The spokesperson said in an emailed statement, quote, "The Coast Guard is always ready to respond to search and rescue missions, and it carefully balances all operations and mission requirements." The spokesperson said in response to this story, quote, "The entire premise of your story is incorrect, and these attacks are nothing more than a politicized deep state effort." Isn't that another funny thing? Deep state. You're the fucking state! What do you mean deep state? You're the fucking country! What are you fucking talking about? This used to be relegated. It went from the realm of weird fucking QAnon conspiracy theorists talking about the deep state to now government officials are now talking about some deep state that somehow exists irrespective of them entirely as well. It's just a fucking excuse to shunt responsibility elsewhere. Oh, we may be the government, but it's actually not our responsibility because there's a bigger, badder government overseeing everything as well. Well, then aren't you then admitting that you're just a little cuck bitch that's just fucking letting this fucking supposedly secret, shadowy government organization bend you over and fuck you up the ass? Good for you. You're a fucking participant in this system. Maybe you should get a medal for it, given the current fucking atmosphere of the administration. Oh. Deep state effort to undermine President Trump's immigration enforcement agenda and distract from the historic success that the Department of Homeland Security and the Coast Guard have achieved since he returned to office. Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny? They want to say that the priority hasn't gone towards enforcement of immigration over search and rescue operations, and yet in the very next fucking statement, they'll go, we're more successful right now under President Trump than ever before. Yeah, successful at what, motherfuckers? Successful at deportation. How are you more successful at deportation? I wonder how. It's almost like you increase the amount of fucking spending and infrastructural allocation towards flying immigrants out of the country. This is how absurd things have gotten. They're literally trying to say on one hand, the allegation that we've shifted priorities from one of these other things is absurd, but then on the other hand say, but we're doing better on that very thing that we haven't shifted priority to than ever before, just without mentioning the fact that that's what they're doing better on, because they're dishonest fucking weasels. The tension between some Coast Guard officials and Nome began after a 23-year-old Coast Guardsman went overboard into the Pacific Ocean from the cutter Wasatch on February 4th last year, shortly after the Senate confirmed Nome into her role, according to the two United States officials, the Coast Guard official and the former Coast Guard official. The Coast Guard had surged ships and aircraft to the Pacific to find the guardsman, as you would expect. There's a saying within the Coast Guard that's probably going to be brought up in this fucking article, right? A coastie looks out for their own. And it's true. If a member of your organization goes overboard, that organization is meant to drop everything that it's doing that isn't an emergency priority and go and look for that guy. Because that's what is expected as far as priority, as far as protocol is concerned. That man is putting his life on the line to serve your country. And as a result, You're going to dedicate the resources appropriate in order to extract that person and make sure that they're safe. Is that what happened, though? Let's see. Hours into the search, Nome learned that a Coast Guard C-130 that was supposed to fly detained migrants from California to Texas was among the aircraft over the Pacific looking for the missing guardsman, and she intervened, according to the 2 U.S. officials and the Coast Guard official. Wow, I'm sure that those immigrants just absolutely fucking had to be flown from California to Texas in that moment, right? They just had to be. It was simply paramount that in that moment, they just had to get lifted out of there, right? It's not like she was doing that because she's trying to fucking shove as many of them over to these fucking detention centers as possible in order to bolster her numbers, in order to fucking make her look good. It's not like this was blatantly an example of her looking out for her image over the fucking well-being of a fucking Coast Guardsman. Because fuck them, right? Nome verbally instructed the acting commandant of the Coast Guard, Admiral Kevin Lundy, to pull the plane off of the search and rescue mission so it would not miss the immigrant flight as part of the DHS's so-called alien expulsion operations. According to the 2 U.S. officials and the Coast Guard official, Lundy noticed that the National Command Center, which ordered the notified the National Command Center, which ordered the C-130 to fly to San Diego, while other aircraft and ships involved in the search continued, according to one of the U.S. officials and the current Coast Guard official. So let me get this straight. You know what? I can already see it. I'm looking into my crystal ball right now, and I'm already seeing the excuse making that's going to come out for the fucking dumb fucks that are going to try and support this shit and try and make justification for this shit, right? What they're going to say is, well, it was only one plane. It was only one C-130. They still had other things looking out for them. That's not the fucking point, first and foremost. The point is that clearly those fucking immigrants didn't need to get flown out of California that very fucking moment. They could have waited, right? Even given the fact that they were getting flown to some fuck-off detention center to get memory holed and forgotten about, or they can go and sleep on some fucking concrete floor that somehow cost the United States taxpayer billions of dollars. You know? That couldn't wait, though. That couldn't wait. It just had to fucking happen right then and there, right at that moment. And as a direct result, you cannot say that the chances of this guy being found were improved by this fucking C-130 being removed from the operation, okay? Bottom fucking line. All right? You may want to minimize the impact of this and act like it's no big deal or, it's only one plane. But objectively, the odds of this man's life being saved were decreased because a dumb, bubble-headed bitch decided that a bunch of fucking immigrants being moved from one part of the country to another was more important than a Coast Guardsman having their fucking life saved. I mean, what have Coast Guarders ever done for us? Not like her, who's trying her hardest to make our ethno-state. Yeah, I think I would say that the average Coast Guardsman has done a fuck of a lot more for the American citizen than this dumb fucking bitch ever has. That's for goddamn sure. I don't even think you could fucking make an argument against that. No matter how intellectually dishonest you are. Anyways, in order not to go too crazy long about that, let's move on to our next segment. George Takei compares ICE detentions to World War II incarceration. And by the way, or Takei, I know some people say Takai, some people say Takei. Somebody put in the comments in the side chat, is it Kai, like K-A-Y, or is it, or sorry, no, that's horrible. That would be K, would be K-A-Y. Is it Kai as in like K-A-I, or is it K as in K-A-Y? because I really don't know what the proper pronunciation is. What I do know is that unlike most people who would probably look at an article like this and go, oh, just another celebrity trying to make a clickbait comparison for views. No. This gentleman, George Takei, was a victim of the Japanese incarceration. Takai? Okay. It's pronounced Takai. Thank you very much, Dargesh. I appreciate it. I've seen his name and I've read it a lot more than I've ever heard it spoken aloud. Not Takei, but Takei. Ah, got it. Got it. That clears things right up. Anyways, this gentleman, as a 5-year-old child, was ripped away from his home and put in a Japanese internment camp. He's a victim of American concentration camps, unequivocally. If you open up any American history book that looks at the Japanese internment, and you'll know that what they're describing in those books is a concentration camp. So when this guy makes this comparison, he's not just saying it as just your average everyday celebrity trying to compare it to the Holocaust or something like that. He's literally making a comparison from direct experience. George's Takai's last name is pronounced Takei. It's often pronounced as Takai, but the correct pronunciation is Takei. I see. Takei. Thank you, Big Bad Mama. I appreciate it. Big Bad Fact Checker. He was out here fact checking Peter. Now he's out here fact checking me. I appreciate it. He probably thinks at first when I said that, he's like, oh, he's getting on my case again. Nah, I appreciate it. By the way, I'm going to make... It's just... Oh, there's the window. I lost it for a second. All right. Japanese-American actor George Takei recently spoke about the parallels between the current ICE detentions and the incarceration of Japanese Americans during World War II. The longtime civil rights activist has a personal tie to ICE's efforts. On his press tour for his new book, It Rhymes with Takai, or Takei, he discussed the Trump administration's treatment of undocumented immigrants. We have what I call Klingon in the White House, he said to Audie Cornish on CNN's podcast, The Assignment. The authoritarian, self-important, singularly minded person there advocating for erasure. The actor of beloved Star Trek character Sulu recalled his memories of the villainizing treatment of his family as well as other Japanese Americans during World War II. They categorized us as enemy alien. Oh, sorry, let me just quote that. Quote, they categorized us as enemy alien. We were neither. We were American-born, educated, patriotic Americans. And yet they had this falsity. And they fanned the flames of hatred. The whole country was swept up, he said. Quote, my parents couldn't even walk down the sidewalk in front of our home without cars roaring down and yelling, spy, saboteur, Jap, get out. Takai went on to say, I keep saying it wrong. Takei went on to say, the new migrant detention center in the Florida Everglades, nicknamed Alligator Alcatraz, reminded him of the, quote, horrific circumstances of isolated prison camps that he was detained in as a child. Quote, my father told me about how seeing his two boys playing on the dirt road right by the barbed wire fence, and he thought that he had so much hope for us, Takei said. Quote, and it just tore him apart that here we were with this unknown future. He didn't know what kind of future his children had. And I mean, in reality, how is that functionally any different whatsoever than what's going on right now with these migrant children? Do you think that those questions aren't going through the minds of all of these migrant parents as they're sitting in these detention centers and their children are getting subjected to less than humane conditions? Do you really think that the very same thoughts aren't going through their minds right now? But no, it's not like a concentration camp at all. Who cares, right, bro? According to an MSNBC piece by Andrea Pitzer, author of One Long Night, A Global History of Concentration Camps, Alligator Alcatraz has parallels to Japanese prison camps, which demonstrated that, quote, U.S. government was eminently capable of unjust detention of citizens and non-citizens alike, which is something that kind of needs to be highlighted and pointed out, right? Whereas people like to more frequently focus on comparing these things to Auschwitz, or Dachau. And while there are certain aspects of those things on certain levels that are comparable, I think a more productive comparison is indeed the Japanese internment during the Second World War, because not only is it more similar in terms of the living conditions that these people are being subjected to, but as pointed out in this article, it establishes that there is a very clear precedent in American history for people being treated this way. It's not unprecedented in the slightest. See, I was right with my comments. I told you that it was Takei, not Takai. It's true, you did. You did indeed say that. This is a huge mistake. We're going to tariff the heck out of this guy. He has an idea what our tariffs are like. Our tariffs are the envy of the... We're going to tariff the heck out of this guy. He has no idea what our tariffs are like. Our tariffs are the envy of the world, folks. Our tariffs are so good that every American should be proud of us. Look, folks, I know tariffs. I know tariffs, folks. And if anybody's going to bring the biggest, the most bigly tariffs, they're going to bring in billions and billions of dollars. And they're not going to go to China. They're not going to go to Russia. They're going to go right here to the United States. Mr. Trump, where are they going to go in the United States? Where they go in the United States isn't important. It's not important. The fact that it happens to not be in your pocket, well, that doesn't matter because I've already been elected 2 terms, bitch. Joke's on you. That is if he doesn't try to fucking push for a 3rd term, which he's already hinted at several times. So, yeah, we'll just have to fucking see about that. Anyways, I think that we've kind of gone through... We'll go through one more paragraph. The facility's purpose fits the classic model. Mass civilian detention without real trials targeting vulnerable groups for political gain based on ethnicity, race, religion, or political affiliation rather than for crimes committed. And its existence points out serious dangers ahead for the country, Pitzer wrote. Cornish pointed out that the removal of Japanese Americans was widely supported in the 40s, similar to how Trump said he's carrying out mass deportations because of popular support. Yep. I mean, the parallels are all over the place. They're literally everywhere that you look, but pay no attention. Pay no attention. All right. We are almost done, ladies and gentlemen. We are almost done. You know what? I might actually save a couple of these articles for the next show. And I might actually save 1 or 2 of these to review on the open panel. Because I've just now looked at the time. And we've been going for almost 3.5 hours. And I haven't even opened the fucking panel yet. So... Let's do that. Let's open up the panel. I'm going to throw the link out there in the side chat. And I am going to give people an opportunity to come in and make their opinions known. Let me just get that pinned up in the side chat. Achilles, Dustin said that he wasn't coming back, so you're allowed to come in. You're allowed to come in. I'm just saying, everybody out there, Now's the time. Now's the chance. I really appreciate everybody that's been here so far, by the way. This live stream has been an absolute fucking banger today. I'm just going to put that out there first and foremost. Absolute bang. Look, people, I know bangers. I know bangers. And this live stream from the prospect of bangers has got to be one of the biggest bangers of all time. Holy shit. I'm looking over here. We've got 123 unique viewers on this stream so far. Hell yeah, ladies and gentlemen. Hell to the yeah. I hope that it doesn't get copyright like the other streams. I don't know whether or not that affects viewership, though. I don't know if getting your stream copyright affects viewership, or if that just means that, like, if it does ever make money, it's just going to go to the company, or how that's affected. Who the hell knows? Some freaking algorithmic trick on the back end that I'm sure allows it to or not to happen. If you haven't happened to like the show already, not that I'm really going to be pressing it too much at this point. There's 8 people watching and 18 people. I can't even do the classic, oh, there's more people watching than have liked the show. And it's not even true anymore. So if you happen not to be one of the people that liked it, though, shoot the show a like. We're getting close. I said 20 likes. We're at 18. We're getting damn close to hitting our like goal. Would be much appreciated if we were able to hit the 20 like goal for this stream. I'm going to review one more article here. Real quick, though, I'm going to go and take a quick break. Really quick. Don't worry, guys. I'm going to be right back, all right? I know that there's 9 of you watching right now, but you got to understand, okay? I have basically been talking nonstop for 3.5 hours straight, all right? Nonstop. I have been a fount unto the people. And that takes a little bit out of you. So I'm just going to go use the washroom real quick. I'm going to go have a quick break. I will be right back, though. And, oh, we've got somebody that wants to join. Peter, would you like to play some of your amusing clips for the audience? While I'm going?
I can't.
You can't?
No, I'm working on something for someone. So earlier I had a call on Facebook and
yes. I wonder who that was.
Yeah.
I wonder who that was.
People may wonder.
I mean, the speculation is rife. People demand to know. They demand to know from you, Peter. Because, like I said, I gotta go. I will be literally right back, like within a couple of minutes. So whatever you want or not want to do, feel free. You've got the room, Peter.
Well, what you can see on screen is one of the things that I have. Not much, but hey, it is something.
That is something. That is something. I'm gonna keep you on the mainstream right now. That's trust right there, by the way. People are always like, you can't trust Peter, Aiden. He's gonna take everything over. You can't trust Peter. I'm literally gonna walk away for like 3 to 5 minutes and leave Peter in charge of my show, folks. That's trust there.
I have been on a Christian stream of a host that I didn't particularly like, and I did not misbehave because I think that's not how you should behave. If people trust you, then at least you should be trustworthy.
Mr. Bush.
Anywho.
Mr. Bush, welcome to the show. It's an honor to have you.
George himself. Well, thank you there, Mr. Aiden. I'm proud to be here, representing America.
He's the original American.
It's true.
He always talks about Americans.
I'll allow you two gentlemen to have a dialogue. I will be right back. I just got to adjudicate myself for just one moment. Thank you very much.
Okay. No problem.
So as it turns out, yours truly was not put into the Epstein files. As it turns out, when you invade multiple countries on false flags, it keeps you out of pedophiles' doorways.
Either that or it was the multiple mentions of Americans.
What do you really think it is? Do you think that he was
Well, do you know what American... First of all, do you know what American is?
American?
American.
American.
George W. Bush always talked about Americans. We're Americans. We Americans do such and such. We Americans are the best. But do you know what a merkin is?
I think it's supposed to be an American, but it's like a
Well,
redneck American.
No. No, it is a wig. And I'll let you Google MERKIN and then see what comes up. There's a really pretty pink one on Wikipedia. As I said, I'm not going to violate Aiden's trust in me, but you did not expect that, right, Stephen?
You know, it doesn't blow my mind though. It really doesn't.
It did mine.
Okay.
So, but we're gonna keep it decent. If people want to Google it, you can Google it.
Hello, folks. I'm here.
Well,
we've got a Greek bush now. I mean,
I think he's trying to be Grump. I think he's trying to be Greek Trump.
In all fairness, I do want to ask you a question, Aiden.
I like the grease. Grease is good.
My name is Trumpopolis. Trumpopolis is here, and I'm Trumpadopoulos. That's what my full name is Trumpadopoulos. And I'm here to
It's
make
a terrible
grease
name.
great
It's
again.
a terrible name, and I can prove it. Aiden, you know my last name.
I do.
What's my last name?
Fodder from pooping. In English, it translates to constipated.
Your last name is DeTucker, Peter.
Okay. Earlier on, you said that someone was shot at Mar-a-Lago. What was his name?
That's true.
What was his name?
Let me go back. I need to go look.
What was his middle name, to be more specific?
Let me go look. I think it was Tucker, wasn't it?
What I want to know is, why did someone get shot at Mar-a-Lago? Like, was an immigrant trying to apply for...
No, he went in there with a gun.
I don't want to say it because I don't want to get...
That's what they do, folks. That's what they do. Nobody up here.
Oh, no one shoots immigrants like us, folks. Not even China.
Look,
This guy
FAF.
was proudly going to go there and thank the man who has upheld the Second Amendment, and then, yeah.
Well, you know what Charlie Kirk said. I mean, Charlie Kirk said some people have to die in order to keep the Second Amendment. Yeah. And I'm not saying that about Trump because I already made my stance about that clear. The last thing I want to see, if I wake up one day and I see Donald Trump shot, or especially Donald Trump killed, I'm going to go, oh my God, the next month is going to be the worst month in all of human history.
How appealing that might be, it's not a good thing if that happens.
No, it's objectively horrible.
No, I want to see Trump convicted for the things that he did and serve time. And if he gets shot, that's not going to happen. So whoever is thinking of shooting Trump, you might be surprised I'm saying this. Don't do it.
You know, I just had a thought. And if you guys don't want to do it, that's totally fine. Because
I don't want to do it.
Okay, fair enough. Well, never mind, everybody.
Enough.
No, I was thinking of maybe reviewing what happened on the Proverbs guys the other day. But that's up to you guys as far as whether or not you want that covered, simply because I don't want to put you guys in an awkward position if that does indeed put you in an awkward position.
Well, here's the thing. I wouldn't care, but two of the biggest YouTube channels on all of YouTube, the Missing Mod channel and Lupin's channel, have been giving us some heat. Like, they really want to draw us into an argument. And I don't want to get into that. And I realize that has nothing to do with you showing the fight between you and Dan. I just wanted to take a little swing. So go ahead. Yes, please.
Jeez. Talk about putting me in a good position, Steven. I'm trying to avoid all that stuff over here, and you're just like, yeah, so by the way, just kick it right in my face. Jeez, man.
Just call me GW.
Just call me
What did I miss? Hold on, I didn't see any of that.
He called President Dan a little B.
I did call him a little B. I called it right to his face on his own show, and he got really triggered.
It actually was not his show. It was mine and Achilles' show.
But he said it was his show, though, Steven.
Yeah, I think he was really frustrated, but it's all good now. We worked it all out.
I've only seen one show where Dan was on, and all I can remember is, "Can someone call Steven, please? Can someone call Steven?"
Someone call Steven, please.
What episode was that?
That was the Halloween being demonic episode. You guys were talking about Halloween, and you guys were talking about how Halloween was demonic. I think that was like, oh geez, that was like Halloween of like 2024.
Yeah, 2024 at least.
Man,
Maybe
has
2023.
Has it been that long? We haven't addressed Halloween.
It's been a minute.
Wait till October, Achilles. We're not doing it in April.
The ST demon is coming back, ladies and gentlemen.
Right.
You thought that it was gone, but it's coming back.
Sexually transmitted demons are real, and clawed balls is proof of my case. Okay.
To summarize to Peter, what has happened globally is that the fronts have changed. Like with this presidency, so many things have turned around, and you have to argue with people right around where you used to be, like fighting on the same front in the same what are they called? I don't know. Come on, trenches. Right, and then you turn around, and you get shot.
I'm sorry.
And you get shot in your own trenches by somebody who was supposedly fighting on your side all of a sudden. And then that has changed like the whole battlefield. And we gotta give it to Trump for doing this. Like, he really steered the pot. Now, when you steer the wrong pot, all the shit comes to the surface. So that's what has happened all over the place.
I agree. You kind of got to give him credit for that, though, because if it weren't for him doing that, then you wouldn't have found out about the true nature of so many of these people, because they would have been able to hide it and keep it to themselves. But I agree. I think it's done a lot of exposing.
It is very interesting to observe it. A comment I put in the chat way earlier is that I appreciate Aiden because
we've constructed a scoring system.
Okay, wait, what?
No, go ahead. Sorry, Peter was being Peter.
Yeah, you would expect that guy to know when what part of his computer is on stream, which one is not. I mean, if anyone, it had to be this one. Anyway, me and Aiden and you, Peter, we see the problems, but we see a different solution to the problems, right? I come from there is a God perspective, you guys don't. But I end up realizing that there are people in the camp that sees the same solution, that they don't care for the problem. They don't see the problem. They ignore the problem. They're like, no, that's just left propaganda and all that. And it's shocking to me because there are so many issues worldwide that you can't address because they're going to label you as liberal or...
Yeah, the second you talk about the killing of Palestinian children, then all of a sudden you turn into a liberal. It's like, it's absolutely ridiculous and unjustifiable.
You know what it reminds me of, Aiden?
What's that?
It reminds me of the other day, someone waged an accusation against me that because you showed up on our episode and got into it with Dan, you were taking over Proverbs, guys. Because we shared an episode with you. And I just thought to myself, I was like, That is so bizarre coming from someone who just shared
Dumbest thing
episodes
ever.
with this guy for over 2 years and shared their platform. Like, oh, how the tables have turned.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Well,
my mic was muted. I wanted to respond to Achilles. In short, Achilles, I think I can easily sum it up. The whole thing that is happening now in the world has polarized people, and there are now two groups: people who have common decency and compassion, and people who don't. And
hello, Zealotson.
Yeah,
I
very
think
well
I think
summarized.
that if you have compassion, then we can be friends.
Very well
And
summarized.
I don't
agree.
care what difference we might have, because the fact that you and Stephen believe in a God doesn't mean that by definition you're the enemy. I don't know who came up with that stupid idea, but it doesn't matter.
Can we just stop for a second? We've got a new participant in the show. We've got Zealot's Den has joined. Welcome, David. How are you today? How are you doing? Oh, I guess that didn't end up working out because I was on the main stream, you silly goose. I guess you didn't notice that I had the main stream put up, so you weren't able to make it work, were you? Wah, wah, wah. Wah, 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 wah. Another day, another failed social engineering attempt. While you're here in the backstage, let me just ask you, because you can still like chat in the private chat even though your bitch ass is backstage, right? Let me just ask, when have you ever had a successful social engineering attempt, Clay? When have you ever had one of those? It never seems like those ever work out.
Dang it, Aiden, we're missing so much. We can only hear your half of the conversation, and it makes you sound crazy.
No, I'm saying to him because he's backstage right now, right? So he can still like message in the private chat because he's a little bitch that wants to try
Steven,
and come at me crooked. But I just want to ask while he's here, when have you ever had a successful social engineering attempt, dude? Because there's somebody who likes to pride themselves on being really effective at social engineering. You seem to have a really, really long list of failures behind you. But then again, you do idolize Trump, who himself has a stupid long list of business failures as well. Is this your Trump steak? Is this your Trump vodka? Your Trump airline? No, it's Trump the board game. That's the one that it is. Go ahead, Achilles. Go ahead.
no,
I think Trump University.
I just wanted to quickly ask Stephen if Evmax has a free version too that Aiden could try out, because Restream pretty much sucks, and Evmax at least allows you to have some different control with your backstage. People can hear them. It has some benefits, so it does have a free version, doesn't it?
I want to say it does have a free version. You just
Don't
have
make-
to go in the top corner.
Don't make me do more work.
But it's so
I'm
good.
I'm currently working on Aiden's stuff, and I'm going to use StreamYard. So
who's in the
and then
back?
he's going to get even more control. So
That's true. I'll have total
Yeah.
control.
and not only that,
be
he
about-
will have control while he's not at his computer, because he can take his control with him as long as he has Wi-Fi. He can do whatever he wants with the show.
Who's in the back? Dustin? No, the person that's in the back, I already addressed who they were by name earlier. They knew who they are. The funny thing is, though, is that they like to pride themselves on being like super like adept at manipulating people. And yet at the same time, the last time that he came on here to try and troll me, he came on as an account that was like a month old that had never said anything on the channel before. And yet again, here he comes on as David, Zealot's Den, a guy that's never been on this channel ever before and never commented on this channel before. So no shit, I put up the main fucking screen in order to prevent them being seen by anybody on the stream. Of course I did that, because you're really easy to spot, dude. It's really not difficult. But you know what the funny thing is that now, not only do I get to milk the stream a little bit longer by getting a little bit more entertainment fodder out of you, but I also get to know that your bitch ass sat there backstage the entire time and took that entire thing that I said to you. You just sat there and took it. like the little bitch that you are.
The key to that is you create a sock account with a name and then join with that name. It worked for Jerry Mander.
It worked for Jerry Mander. Hey, Achilles,
He
welcome
got-
back.
He got on immediately.
I don't know. I heard Ben Dover got shafted by one of those dealies.
Achilles, are you here?
Yeah.
Bend over. That's a long time ago.
I was gonna have to throw you out in a moment if you weren't just.
I did not know you were a connoisseur, Stephen.
Connoisseur is, I believe, the right way.
George.
of
Call
pronouncing
me George. I don't know who this Steven is. I'm the El Presidente going in like
Well,
cowboys.
if El Presidente watched Bend Over, then he might be in the Epstein files, and I don't know.
George W. Bush
Being
is not
really
cool
abro-
enough to be in the Epstein files. Okay,
No.
he was a loser.
No.
To be
Nobody
honest,
wanted to party with him. He did his cocaine publicly in college.
to be honest,
Oh.
Aiden, I'm not sure I can hear this again. Like this night for me, it took me like a week to get over it.
If you can't handle it, dude,
I
can try and
will. I'm just showing you my
disdain.
yes about it.
Getting, Aiden, I'm getting really, really weird vibes now. Because you can
Turn it
see my camera, right?
Yes, I can.
And you can see Achilles on screen.
I can, yes.
That's a similarity I wasn't expecting.
What the heck are you guys talking about? You're
I
making me
don't know.
paranoid.
Make me full screen for just a second, Aiden, so they can see.
First off, Aiden, you're not showing anyone on screen.
I know. I was showing the. I was
Okay.
showing.
There you go.
Ugh.
There you go.
Yeah. All right.
See, Achilles' mind's animated.
It's alien, folks.
It's aliens! Look, everybody!
We've got the
Aliens.
best aliens. Nobody has alien contacts like us. Not even China. Or
I know
Russia.
aliens, folks.
We
I
got
know
the
aliens.
best aliens all over.
What's better than aliens, folks? Trump aliens. We're gonna have Trump UFOs.
Trump UFOs are the very best, folks, and you can only find them at the Sharper Image. That's right.
You know, though, what's very interesting about this is that his party friend bailed him out of the whole controversy that has been going on with his name, because he's the one that came out and talked about the aliens. And then Trump had to say that he released, I don't remember how he put it. He shouldn't have said that. He shouldn't have said that because these are state secrets. He shouldn't have said that. So immediately he goes on Twitter.
That's true.
And he goes on Twitter and says that, yeah, we know some stuff. So in a sense, to me, that implicates Obama to the e-files, because he helped him by bailing him out of the subject by tossing him the ball. Hey, you can talk about aliens. Wink, wink.
I
I'll
mean,
help. You know?
maybe, I don't know. It could be. I mean, if Obama is in the if Obama is in the files, I got to be totally honest with you. I'd be pretty surprised.
Me too.
But-
Yeah, me too.
But after Michael, I'm not.
On the other hand, there will be people in those files who just had financial business with him. So,
That is true.
Michael.
Not every single person is.
So-
I mean, there is a very good reason that the Clintons have now said that they wanted a public hearing about Bill Clinton being in the Epstein files. If that's the case, probably not a lot of bad stuff about him in those files.
Nah, you know what it is, Peter? They've had enough time behind closed doors where they saw what they needed to remove, and they have removed the worst, and they are going to be releasing, there you are. We weren't even there. It doesn't matter that we had the files for like 5 years, went through them completely before we released them to you. No, it's just, where's my name? It's not in there. Look. At some point early in this game, when the first files were released, they made a couple of mistakes. One of them was that for people to not be able to find the word Trump, they deleted the T at the beginning. So the way people could find it, and they did, was they typed Trump and space at the end. Oh, no, I remember now. They got the whole keyword Trump not to appear. So what people did is search for Trump and the space bar at the end. Because wherever you have that word, of course, it would be in some sentence that it will have a space bar at the end. So boom, we get 200 times that name. So then they fixed that. Then they released a series of black boxes over the text, but they forgot to lock the PDFs. So people were putting it in PDF editors, and they could just remove the black boxes. And we read what was happening. So yeah, after making all
that was a great thing that Elon Musk helped with, because Elon Musk canceled all the Adobe subscriptions, and so that is why they couldn't black out the text.
Because PDF is owned by Adobe, for those that don't know.
Yes, they had to use a third-party free editor that didn't black it out completely, which
Peter,
I thought was hilarious.
I'm going to mute you soon, Peter, if you don't shut the hell up.
Again?
I'm going to mute you.
What?
That's right.
What? You're acting as if this is your...
Look, Papa Elon is talking right now, Peter, and I just wanted to say that I definitely didn't release that because I was bitter about the fact that I tried to go to the island and they didn't let me on because I'm so lame and intolerable to be around in real life. No, not at all. Sorry, go ahead, Peter. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean...
So after all those things, now we get like the release of the number of files, which is not even close to half. And what do you expect? Do you expect, like, incriminating every single politician? Of course not.
Honestly, Achilles, what I expect is that somewhere in the whole Department of Justice, there is one person with a conscience. And that person copied all of the files and will release them in due time, and those will be the unedited files.
Okay.
That's what I'm hoping.
What
I'm hoping.
All right, Achilles, you get one response, and then I got to read what Deviant said here because she said something that I need to comment on.
To that, I will quickly say that this will be our next Snowden and our next. What was the name of that guy?
Yeah, I know who you mean. I can't think of the name either.
Assange. This is gonna be our next Snowden and our next Assange. All right.
So, Deviant says, like RFK Jr. snorting coke off of toilet seats, and his quote-unquote only physical issue is that brain worm that's now dead but still in there.
Yeah, I won't have you come on here and say anything about my brain worm on this podcast. I'm a very good person, and I won't have this slander around here.
If I can say something, why isn't Deviant on here?
Deviant isn't on here because she's scared.
Let's make this a complete non-American show because it's a Canadian, a Dutch, a Greek. Let's bring in the Swedish.
Completely non-American show. Steven's just chilling in the corner, just like.
The thing is, I can't see who is.
Steven, hold on. I'm pretty sure Steven is wearing an English uniform in that picture, so we'll make him an honorary Brit.
He's
for the
gone
time.
now. Look what you did, Achilles. You threw him out. Now he's gone.
Oh, damn.
Now he's gone.
I thought he had left because he does that. Like when you let him be silent for a minute, boop, he goes away. You gotta keep him entertained.
That does happen on occasion. That is true. Stephen, come back. Stephen, come back. Any type of fool could see I was wrong, and I just can't stream without you. Come on, dude. Get back in here. Get your ass back in here. We were just about to freaking review your show.
He's
We're
changing.
reviewing your show.
He's changing outfits. He's coming
he's
in with
changing
his,
outfits.
with his Scottish kilt.
Oh, I love it.
Before you review the show, so I'm completely out of the loop. So what happened with Dan? Is Dan no longer part of the Proverbs guys, or what happened?
No, he's part.
He is, but we have inner conflicts when it comes to some subjects. So as we were going on about what is going on with those files, Aiden got in, and we love the input of Aiden, me and Steven, that is. But somebody got a little triggered, and he kept kicking him out and putting him backstage. So me and Steven went backstage ourselves, so in solidarity with our Canadian brother. And it was fun. It was a rebellion taking place in our own channel.
Yeah, that was I was on Claude's, and I guess I could read this up because it's not related to anything controversial, but I was on Claude's last night, and Maud was asking about that. She was like, did Dan kick Achilles and Steven, or did they actually go backstage? And I was like, no, they actually went backstage in solidarity.
Yep.
It was
we united our fists.
It's true.
Against the system.
The end of that show is priceless. It has to be covered. It has to be.
Okay, play it then.
No, because Steven's not here yet, and I'm waiting for Steven. And we've got to wait, because if I don't have his commentary in on this, and Deviant's eating right now, but she is going to join. So I'm trying to vamp a little bit and keep things going, keep these people that are sitting here watching the stream, because we gotta keep this going and get that watch time. I mean, entertain the people. I'm just joking. We got to entertain the people prior to playing this live stream. And it's people like Steven and it's people like Deviant. It's in their power right now. They have the power. They can choose. Can they, will they join now? Will they join 10 minutes from now? Will they join 3.5 hours from now? And then this stream will just become a 12-hour stream and have 849 views before it's even finished being published. That'd be kind of neat. That'd be neat. Those long form streams do get buku views. That is true. I remember Steven back in the day with Proverbs guys. He did the attempt at the 24-hour stream, and even before he'd finished it out, it had like over 300 views or something like that. We're watching the stream. Dang. That's right. You're not like...
I was so exhausting, man. Like, we slept through half of the 24-hour stream.
You don't have to watch Raptor. Trust me, Raptor. I get it, and I appreciate your presence here, by the way, Raptor. You being here was super fucking cool because you're one of those guys that I've seen out there. You're on point. You know what you're talking about. You've got your ducks in a row as far as your political ideas. I always appreciate that. And the political side of things is basically, well, mostly over. This does relate to politics, but it's a lot more drama and politics. But I guess given the fact that you like destroying people on politics, maybe you will actually find this even more enjoyable than my other content. Maybe I'm just reading the room wrong. Anyways, welcome, Deviant.
Thank you.
Deviant.
Second ever.
Hi, Peter.
Where have you been hiding?
In just south of Santa's butt crack. Which is where I live these days.
I wouldn't be able to find you even if I tried.
No.
Let's just say that Deviant herself probably got lost on at least half a dozen occasions trying to find where she currently lives
All
right
right.
now.
She's not afraid of stalkers. She can straight up say where she lives. Nobody can ever find her.
Not only do I have to look up my own address every time it's needed, if you let me out of this apartment on my own, I would be able to navigate like a couple of houses away, and then I'd be lost.
You know what, Steven? You said you loved making that intro video and thumbnail, so just for the sake of premiering that for everybody, I'm gonna go and play that intro because it's good. No, it's good.
I loved it.
Hey, welcome back.
Deviant, we're living in a strange day and age. We're living in a very strange day and age where the Proverbs guys are based. They're based now, Deviant. I don't know if you realize this. But
I did not.
No, they were shocked too. Our list of allies has changed dramatically. Up is down, north is south. Asians can
Let's not talk about the Earth.
Hey, that's how I have been living my entire life. Right is left, left is right, up is down, down is up, inside is out, and that's why people think I'm gooey.
We didn't know that.
No, that's why you can't find your house.
Yes.
It's a pretty good.
Now we got it.
Now we know. Now we know.
Oh my gosh!
All right, makes sense.
All right, we're gonna get into this though, ladies and gentlemen. Unless anybody has anything more to say, too bad. Just kidding.
Are you gonna play the intro video?
I am playing the intro video.
Oh, you're a peach. Yeah, go for it.
Absolutely.
No, that's me. I'm gonna go for it.
Yeah. Copyrighted term.
People keep trying to steal my name.
Copyrighted music. Am I gonna get like? Did you guys do all right with it?
No, I uploaded it. It said it's fine. They let it be used on YouTube.
Cool. All right.
It is the duty of every believer on the face of the planet. That's not going to work. You're going to have to. I had to separate it so I could do thumbnails. So if you go to our channel, I have it uploaded as a video upload separately.
Oh, I see. Okay, so if I go over here,
little MacGyvering. There you go. That's the intro video.
They're all going to prison.
I fucking hope so.
We're
All
defending.
right. So then, in a somewhat graceful attempt to go back to the mainstream, that was totally clean what I just did right there. Everybody ignore the part where I was like, where did it go again? Oh, let me just click that real quick. Back to the mainstream, folks. Phantom once again in the side chat. 4 hours and 3 minutes of this. You must never stop thinking about. You know what the real funny version of this will be? Is when I just start a stream and like Spooky or somebody comes in and is like 2 minutes and 37 seconds of this. This must be all that you think about, buddy, or something like that. That's gonna be the best version.
All this business around here.
Achilles, laugh through the pain is all that I recommend. That's all you can really do at this point in life, my friend. You gotta laugh through the pain.
I have been laughing for so many years that it has turned to tears. Like they look like laughs outside, but they're like tears on the inside. So
You guys can still show feeling. I miss that.
The good old days of emotion back in the day, man. Trusty Apeco asks if he's late. Trust me, Trusty Apeco, you are just on time, my friend. All right. You thought this live stream was winding down? Hell no. We're just ramping up right now, ladies and gentlemen. The 6-hour Aiden Lynn. I don't know about that. We'll see about that.
Aiden, if that guy was late, he would have a period and a uterus, right?
What?
You're not late.
Anyways, let's play the video.
Congratulations. You're fighting the release of the.
All right.
No, that was.
Hello, Cecil. Ready?
No. Dang it. I'm in the wrong spot.
Oh, more Cecil. No.
Let's go. I know. This is the right spot.
This is going to be one of those really confusing rewatches where some of the people who are in the thing we're watching are also on the panel, and we can't see the people on the panel. And I can already feel my brain kind of getting fried.
Deviant, would you expect
We need to figure out what's in the stream and what isn't.
My friend, my friend, would you expect anything less? Are you here to learn, or are you here for your brain to kind of go?
I think I might have been gone a bit too long, and I kind of hate myself for that, because it would have been so much easier to just stay with the constant nonsense than to be away from it and come back.
It's easier. It's like you work in the sewage industry, right? For most of your life, and you're in the sewer for 18 hours a day, and then you're like, you know what? Listen here, Mario. I think I'm gonna finally take a vacation from being a sewage plumber. And then you go and you spend like a week in the Maldives or something like that, and then you go back to working in the sewage industry. And even though you were there for 18 years prior to that, you go, oh my God, this sewage, it smells awful. What the hell? That's exactly what you're experiencing right now. You readjusted back to the regular world, and here you are back in Bizarro Land going, wait, what's going on? What?
Yeah, but everything has changed, and you will notice.
Yeah, there have been changes. Things have happened. There have been developments. More than a couple of developments.
I mean, you're in a stream with Aiden, myself, Peter, and Steven. How's that?
I'm on a stream with Steven, and we're not cussing each other out. That should tell me something.
I know.
Right. An indication of where things are right now. It's so different than what you used to. So that's interesting, though. I see this community like growing. Like we were young. Now we've grown.
Back in the day, I remember back in the 2023 when things were simpler back then. Back then, a quarter used to cost a nickel. No, anyways.
So, question, Aiden, are you trying to find what in the stream? Are you trying to find that moment where somebody got triggered? Are you trying?
I am trying to do a general coverage of my appearance on this stream. And I wanted to cover C-Sal's appearance before me coming in because I wanted to provide a little context so it doesn't look like I just came in and gave C-Sal shit for no reason whatsoever. So, with that being said, let's shut the fuck up and play the fucking stream. Let's everybody settle down a moment and let us begin the premiere, the world premiere of this live stream that's already been premiered almost a week ago.
They're giving us what they know we know already, and they're not getting deeper into the true manner of the matter. Hello, Cecil. Love the thumbnail.
I don't appreciate you guys putting that picture.
Oh, here she comes.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
I don't appreciate you guys giving me that Epstein picture. I didn't use that picture. Clarify for the public that's watching.
Let the record reflect that C-Sal actually chose that photo herself and begged us to put it. No, that.
At least the Proverbs guys managed to get a funny moment out of C-Sal. I'll give them that because that's like getting blood from a stone right there. So I'll give them credit where it's due. They managed to get a bit of levity out of C-Sal before things went completely off the rails.
The moment she came in, I remember that scene from Jim Carrey, Liar Liar, where he said, "Here she comes to wreck the day."
All right. We're staying in theme, and I just want everybody coming on here to kind of realize when you're fighting the release of the Epstein files, what we're fighting against.
By the way, really quickly, if anybody wants a pause or anything like that, just say so, and I will pause the stream.
Defending Jeffrey freaking Epstein.
I came here because I felt like you guys, being your liberal, passive-aggressive selves, were throwing shots at me because I'm in the chat. But okay, so I'm gonna clarify just one or two quick points, okay?
Of course you can.
Okay.
Thank you.
Number one, tell us why you hate children. I'm kidding. Go ahead.
Number one, I do not support any political party. I don't die on that hill. That's not a hill I will die on, right? Number two, my whole life I've been hearing, legit, since probably maybe high school or whatever, about the Epstein this and Epstein that and all of this crap. And
what?
That's
Is she that young?
Yeah. Seriously, because last I checked, Epstein wasn't something that everybody was talking about for a long time.
Before 2018.
Yeah.
Unless she's that young. I don't know.
Yeah, back when I was in high school. Last I checked, she's like in her 30s or 40s. So I'm pretty sure people weren't in the 80s or in like the 90s or early 2000s going, "Oh, Jeffrey Epstein." Nobody knew about that shit back then.
No, I was from that time. We didn't know anything about Epstein.
What's the frog activism about? Oh, well, re-examination, you are welcome to go back to the beginning of the stream. I have a whole frog activist segment that even precedes my Trump without Trump segment. In a rare moment where Trump without Trump is usually the very first thing covered on the show, I dedicated the very first part of this particular live stream to frog activism, and you're more than welcome to go back and take a look at that.
Are you mad at the government because they turned the freaking frogs gay?
I think that them turning the frogs gay might have been one of the greatest things that they ever did, quite frankly, Stephen, because now that the frogs are gay, they're here and they're queer, and quite frankly, you need to get used to it. So.
Okay, big deal. So now you have some frogs going around with better fashion sense. Whatever.
That's what I'm saying. And
but now we have gay frogs.
We have gay frogs, and I don't like them putting chemical. Anyways, you know the deal.
I'm going to start squirrel activism because every single time someone throws a squirrel in there, Aiden gets distracted, is completely off topic, and doesn't show the video.
You know what, Peter?
Don't bash on squirrels. The cuddle squirrel is the best squirrel.
Peter,
My
you're starting to pull a
my
Dustin.
favorite
You're starting to
animal
pull a
is a
Dustin,
squirrel.
Peter. You're starting to go, well, Aiden is running the show the way that I want him to run the show, so I'm going to come on and complain about the fact that he's running the show in a different way. I don't want to
You
hear
aren't running the show because you're jumping on everything everyone
Peter,
says.
Literally the only other person I know who hates squirrels also hates black people. Are you a racist, Peter?
Wow.
No.
Wow.
Hold
I
on.
think correlation does
I
equal causation.
have had squirrels, and I have now moved into the environment where I'm surrounded by squirrels. So I don't.
I'm not hearing a yes or no.
Would
This
it
is a
be
very
fair-
detailed
Would it be fair to
response.
ask if the squirrel was racist?
No, you know, it's even not even that. Not even that. There was a very simple yes or no question, and Peter's, instead of just saying yes or no, going, "Oh, well, you know, when you think about the broader logistics of what I'm talking about right now," it's like, no, shut up, Peter. Yes or no?
That's why I said I'm going to start a squirrel activism, because squirrels are badass
We'll see. We'll see, Peter.
and they're good people.
You think the frogs are just going to take that line down, but you know what? One moment you see the frogs and they're just minding their business. Next thing you know, they're showing up in armored lily pads. They got those armored lily pads. You think they're messing around? Nah. They got surface-to-air missiles in those bitches.
Let's keep
But
going.
can we please clarify for the audience that we're not talking about all frogs? We are simply referring to the gay frogs.
Yeah.
I love how Peter, in his attempt to try and get the stream back on track, has caused yet another 10-minute diversion, by the way. Can we just point that out really quick before I actually play the video? Thank you very much. Let's
It's just inevitable.
Good job, Aiden. Stick to your guns, boy. Stick to your guns.
I understand what you guys are saying, that the Bible says we have to expose the work of evil, but I'm gonna be honest, guys. It seems to me like either you're talking about what Satan is doing or you're talking about what God is doing. And I understand that you guys are trying to expose this, but maybe, call me pessimistic or something, but I don't see
Pessimistic.
how you talking nonstop about the evil that we already know that Satan's children are doing is, number one, bringing glory to Christ, bringing souls to Christ.
Yeah, I mean, think about that for a second. You bringing up evil and trying to spotlight evil, is that really what Christ tells you to do? Are you really meant to fight against evil? Like, is that what the Bible tells you to do? Or are you supposed to just kind of stand aside and let evil happen? Come on, guys. Like, what? It's just...
Right.
Yeah.
We all know that great change comes with complacency.
True.
Right. Always does. Just stay
Yep.
home. Stay home. Don't complain.
Don't do anything. Don't rock the boat.
If I know somebody historically whose arguments for that worked out really well, Neville Chamberlain, guys. When Neville Chamberlain was like, "Come on, guys, can't we all just get along? Peace in our time, guys. Look at this. I signed a piece of paper with Hitler. We're gonna get along now." That worked out really well.
There is that scripture verse that says if you try to expose, or if you're someone who exposes these PDF files, it's better to have a noose wrapped around your neck and sink to the bottom of the ocean. Or something like that.
Or something.
Or something like that.
Yeah.
But some Christians just don't want to acknowledge that.
And what's interesting about the whole moment in time that we find ourselves in is that this behavior needs to be exposed. Not, of course, the evil PDFs, but those that are endorsing and supporting them, saying that don't rock the boat because what? It will sink? I mean, yeah. And if they don't hear it from a Christian that is telling them don't idolize people and endorse child abuse, they have to hear it from others. They don't hear us. We're trying hard, and you see what happens, Aiden. I mean, they gotta hear it from both sides. At some point they might say, okay, maybe I've idolized my government a little bit too much.
Hopefully. That is the hope, that at some point they'll come to realize that, isn't it?
if this is causing the system to collapse, then the system needs to collapse because then the system is wrong.
Yeah, it's like
That's basically it.
It's like the classic argument that's made by all of these places that exploit migrant labor, right? Like if we gave these migrants a fair wage, then our business would go under. It's like, well, then maybe your business kind of deserves to go under then. I don't know. If your business relies on pseudo slavery, then maybe you shouldn't be in business.
Or the other argument that we've heard going around these days, if everybody is involved in those files and we arrest them all, then who's going to be left to run the country?
Right.
Yeah.
What?
Decent people. We can't have that, Achilles. Decent people would run the country.
Because if we had decent people, then they would get rid of things like Citizens United and they'd get rid of lobbying. And then all of a sudden we'd have like actual representation for people like us. And heaven forbid that ever fucking happens.
No, for them it's like PDFs running the world or anarchism. There is no middle ground.
Yep.
Like,
Yeah. And there's no nuance to it whatsoever. But anyways, let's keep going.
That's simple. Go ahead.
Being a blessing to the spiritual walk of Christians that are already Christians. But I understand that I understand what you guys are trying to do. I just think that it's not gonna work. The Bible says we don't wrestle against flesh and blood or presidential administrations or presidents or kings, but against principalities and powers in the high places. And
oh, by the way, I just want to point out that Dan's like representation of me in this stream is that like
Aiden came on and immediately tried to interrupt one of the guests.
and it's like, okay. I don't think I did that at all. I think I actually let her say her piece, but
the only thing I can complain about is that you called him a little B.
I know
it makes it easier to defend you if you're not doing that.
You gotta. I'm not asking you to excuse my behavior when I say this, but I'm asking you to understand that the only reason why I said that was because he'd already thrown me out like at least a dozen times prior to that.
That irritated me too. I rage quit because of it.
But anyways, let's keep going.
By the way, I just loved how Stephen never interrupted Cecil, but he was throwing up all those verses.
Yeah. Yeah, that was good.
At the end, he was like, I have nothing to add, you know. He was all there. Let's go.
Yeah, here, I'll go back just a little bit.
they're trying to do. I just think that it's not gonna work. The Bible says we don't wrestle against flesh and blood or presidential administrations or presidents or kings, but against principalities and powers in the high places. And Jesus said this demon doesn't come out except with fasting and prayer. The problem with the church in the United States is that we stopped fasting and praying. When was the last time you guys fasted with water only
May I
for
pause
3
here
days?
for a sec?
Yes.
Before Aiden gets in and says, "Oh, that was a very quick turning from the whole subject into fasting," which was very accurate, and I appreciated it. Before that just happens, I just want to point out that Jesus said that for one specific occasion. And if you take into account what fasting actually, how fasting was supposed to be in the Bible, that no Christian does today, which is to do it in secret and even wash your face well so it looks fresh, so people don't see that you are fasting. It is something to consider that if, let's say, I wanted somebody to get saved, like Peter, and instead of arguing with Peter, I could sit back and fast and talk to God all day, praying, and not stop fasting until he saves that person, and I do that in secret. That does not apply to exposing the wickedness of the world that Jesus himself told us to not have any faith in the princes of the world because their God is money. I mean, it's so easy for somebody to twist one verse, take it completely out of context, ignore everything about what that verse is talking about and just throw it where it's convenient. And I don't like Christians that do that. So what I was trying to say before, guys, is that we need you to hold those Christians accountable to what they claim to be. Because Peter brought up a word which was, if you are compassionate, well, Christians by definition should be. And if they're not, I'm leaving them to you guys. I mean, shred them to pieces. They need to be. If they're not, you're hypocritical. Everybody needs to be compassionate, but you, if you dare call yourself a Christian, then you have to double that compassion. Sorry. Oof.
No, well, so there are different ways that people interpret things, but I do agree with you, Achilles. My best friend, and I've mentioned it more than once, my best friend is a Christian, and he's like a brother to me. And so he is that because he's a compassionate guy, because he's a very good friend. I mean, that's how things work. It doesn't matter what you believe. What matters is the person you are.
Right, but what I'm trying
towards
to say,
other people.
But what I'm trying to say, and forgive me for not being able to put it just in one sentence, taking all this time to say it, is that if you are a Christian, the standard rises that you need to live up to.
I agree with you, and I think that that's something that other Christians have like expressed a bunch of annoyance at me about before in the past when pointing that out. Is that, oh, well, you're just trying to do that in order to try and win an argument. And it's like, well, even if that was true, even if your really uncharitable representation of that is true, that doesn't make what I'm saying any less true. That doesn't make the fact that you as a Christian are held to a higher standard by the virtue of your book that you say that you love and worship so much. It doesn't make any of that any less true. So I think they just kind of try to use that as an excuse to forget about that. And with that being said, I'm going to keep playing the stream.
Although I just want to let Peter know that I relate to him because my best friend also is a Christian. So I think that's really cool.
That's pretty funny.
What are the odds? I mean,
small world.
I know, right? Whoa, really, Achilles?
Yeah. My brother in Christ is a Christian. I mean, would you believe? Yeah. Wow.
Brianna's my best friend, and she's not a Christian. So
Brianna should be careful when talking about Achilles, though. I'm gonna be mad.
Oh boy, you don't want that smoke, Achilles. I'm just putting that out there right now. All right, you don't want that smoke. Anyways, let's go.
I don't see any scripture requiring you to fast for 3 days.
Okay, for 40 days, like Jesus.
There's no scripture at all that requires us to fast for 40 days like Jesus. Still waiting on those verses.
All Orthodoxy fast for 40 days. I didn't see any change.
Right, but I don't care about Orthodoxy or Catholicism. I'm sola scriptura.
That means you don't
you
study
show
the
me.
Bible.
No, I'm sola scriptura. Show me a scripture verse in the canon that the Catholics gave us that says you have to fast for 40 days.
Can I show you?
Yeah.
Well, first we're talking about whether or not we can fast for 40 days rather than the freaking Epstein files, which is what we're here to actually talk about. Of course, we're going to try and distract. Let's put up...
I know that I might be viewed as a little bit of a wrecking ball in that conversation, but it just had to be said. Like, there's no polite way of putting that, okay?
You just hang out with me too much, Aiden. That's the case.
No, there's no polite way.
I'll say it. When no one else does, I will say it.
Excuse me, Miss C-Sal, but I don't actually believe that what you're saying is technically accurate at the moment. I don't think that that's really going to get anybody anywhere because she's just going to leave in a moment anyway because she's already has her mind made up about me. She already thinks that I'm this quote-unquote evil person that she doesn't want to associate with. So you're fucking right. I'm going to throw that.
Not just you. She has made up her mind about everything and everyone.
And let me ask you this, Aiden. Like, in your opinion as an atheist,
do you think that it's more spiritually beneficial to the body of Christ to expose pedophiles who were probably eating kids, or for two Christians to disagree about?
I think it's probably beneficial to save the kids rather than worried about whether or not you're going to eat a bean burrito that day or not. I think that might be a controversial opinion, but yeah, I think that
That's because you're an atheist.
I know. Everything I say is automatically invalid because my feelings are. I mean, the Bible.
The distraction.
All right, hold on.
Over.
One at a
Look
time,
the other
guys.
way, everybody.
Guys, one at a time.
I'm just
Go
here for
ahead.
a few minutes. I'm getting off here right now.
Of course you are, because you can't deal.
Sorry, we got some background noise coming from somebody.
Oh,
Deviant, I think
that's
you.
me. I'm sorry. I will mute while I try to make my way to
All
where
good.
I'm trying to be.
She's cooking fish.
She's cooking pickled fish. Thank you very much.
Pickled fish.
No.
That's right.
It's herring.
Which is definitely not just an air fish.
It's not surströmming.
No,
throwing
no,
red
it's
herrings.
the wrong time of the year for
Red herring.
surströmming.
That's gonna kill you.
Aiden, you need to raise the volume a little bit on the video because I
gotta raise it. Okay.
Yeah, and I'm gonna mute
higher.
while I'm rummaging around here.
Thank you, Deviant. I appreciate that.
Enough with those red herrings.
That's right.
Adrian.
That's right. You're trying to disrupt the stream, Deviant. We're not gonna have this. When the Swedish send their people to the live streams, they're not sending their best, folks. They're not sending their best. They're sending their very best because Deviant is amazing. Anyways, let's keep playing this.
I didn't see any change.
Wait.
Right, but I don't care about orthodoxy or Catholicism. I'm sola scriptura.
That means you don't
you
study
show
the
me.
Bible.
No, I'm sola scriptura. Show me a scripture verse
show
in
you.
the canon that
Let me
the
show you.
Catholics gave us
Can I show
that says you have to fast for 40 days.
Can I show you?
Yeah.
Well, first, we're
give me
talking
the
about
verse.
whether or not we can fast for 40 days rather than the freaking Epstein files, which is what we're here to actually talk about. Of course, we're going to try and distract. Let's put up the distraction.
All right, hold on. One at a
Look
time,
the other
guys.
way, everybody.
Guys, one at a time.
I'm just
Go
here for
ahead.
a few minutes. I'm getting off here right now.
Of course you are, because you can't deal with me because you're too triggered with me.
You're
hold on.
Satan.
You
You're
can't
a
deal
child
with
of Satan, Aiden.
Right.
You're a child of Satan.
Okay, and it's our job,
would I
our
talk
job to bring him to the light, though. Cecil.
Stay triggered, Cecil. Stay triggered.
Okay. I'm extremely triggered. Can I
Yeah,
finish
you are.
my
That's
sentence?
why you
All right, hold on. Let's let Cecil finish because she said she has to go.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, Dios mío.
Aiden, wait a minute. Aiden, were you blocked in the chat, or did she block you from seeing?
No, she just blocked me. I'm sure if she was
personally
still a
at
mod
Gigi's
before
channel.
her short abortive attempt at being a mod on this
I blocked
channel,
him
I'm sure she would have
personally
tried to
on my
block
own
me, so-
channel when I was at Gigi's chat because he's
So-
evil.
So, Aiden, you can't. Wait a minute. No, you're there, right?
No,
I
didn't
never
block
accused
him
her of
here.
blocking me in this chat. I don't
Okay,
think she has the capability of doing that.
I
but
do have the
whatever.
capability.
Oh, you're still a mod? That's a mistake. Anyways.
Why?
Thank you for reminding
All right,
me to
hold on.
revoke
I-
that.
No, we don't
I
block
wanna-
people
I
for
wanna-
being-
No problem, Steven. Anytime, by the way, when it comes to that.
And it's not personal. It's the fact that she has proven that she will ban somebody because they don't like their opinion, and
Correct.
that should not be tolerated for any mod. If they are disrespectful, if they start cussing, yes, go ahead and time them out. But if they said something that you don't agree with, I think she banned the person, she timed him out because he said Trump is in the files, and she blocked him.
Yeah.
So I don't know why she's kept it that long.
Who knows? Who knows?
Because I'll
Yeah.
tell you why. Because we're busy people. We're doing other things. We don't.
Yeah.
Just, oh yeah, I gotta do this today. No.
God says it must be late at night in a deviant land, and follows it up by saying, I can't run the fast for 5 minutes, let alone 40 days. Yes, that's the fast that we mean, Claude. Classic plaid humor. You'll be right back, Achilles? Sounds good. All right. Well, I'm going to keep this video going.
I want to hear Cecal's explanation, because honestly, it bothers me that you almost make an argument that if we are aware certain politicians engaged in filthy acts and crimes against children, we shouldn't speak about it and just assume that other Christians are aware of it and allow them to continue re-electing these current child molesting politicians, all in the sake of they should be aware of the evil. That doesn't stomach me as a believer. Now, what is your defense?
That's not what I said at all.
That's exactly what you said. That's literally exactly what you said. We literally just played it earlier on the channel. What you said was, oh, this isn't going to work. I understand what you're doing, but it's not effective because we're ruled by the principalities of Satan, and we need to not worry about that as Christians. It's literally tantamount to what you were saying, Cecil. Obviously, you're not going to say those exact words, right? And that combination of things, because that's just not tenable as far as the position is concerned. But it is the truthful representation of what you're trying to say here.
You're either with the terrorists or you're with them.
That's true. That's true, DW. Thank you very much. I appreciate that incisive commentary.
When Jesus, I forget the specific the specific verse, Stephen, but they came to some judges, some people came and said, "Hey, Jesus, why don't your apostles, why don't your followers fast?" And Jesus, what did Jesus say? Do you know what?
Look at how she goes back to it again. She literally goes right back to it after she was asked a direct question that had nothing to do with that whatsoever, because she thinks of this as like trolling in her mind, right? Oh.
And even if you are being accused of interrupting the flow, you are trying to bring it back to the flow that existed before she interrupts it with fasting. So, no sense. No
Dean, welcome to the show. Hope you're doing well today. Mr. Dean.
Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hey, are the blacks allowed?
I'm thinking about it. I'm mulling it over. I think I'll have a token. I'll have a token black guy on here. I think that's acceptable.
There you go. You'll meet your diversity quota and get your government check.
You gotta get that money somehow, am I right? No, where'd Steven go? Steven vanished. Steven vanished, never to be seen again.
That's weird, because on my screen it shows everyone is here.
No, that's a look at the stream over on Proverbs Guys. We're currently reviewing the Proverbs Guys stream at the moment. If you look at the actual participants that are here, this is everybody that's currently here. We've got you, Achilles, Deviant, Peter, and myself. So we got 5 people in here. We've got a capacity for 6, though. The free restream has got a capacity for 6 people. So Steven is welcome to come back.
Oh, what made him leave?
I don't know. I'm not quite sure.
He has some connection issues.
It could be.
Alabama.
Alabama. Yeah. Anyways, let's get back to it.
Jesus answered them?
Because he said the bridegroom is still with them. How can they fast while the bridegroom is with them? But there will be a time after he leaves where they will fast. And I agree that the Bible does specify fasting, but does it specify fasting from water for a day or 40 days, as you said? No. Fasting is a conviction. And it's also not supposed to be done communicative. Wait, hold on. No.
Was always either water or no water, nothing at all.
That's not true. Daniel did a fast where he just forego meat and dairy. You're
That's
you're
not a fast.
you're mis.
Paul
That's
also
not a
said
It's
in the
fast.
new
literally called the Daniel
Fast is a
fast,
fake
and it's
thing.
what? No, it's
Dean.
not. Daniel
No, it's
fast.
not
Can
a
you mute,
fast.
please?
That's
Oh
not
my
a
Paul
gosh.
also
fast.
makes it clear in the New Testament that fasting days are up to the personal discretion of the individual.
It's a
Yes, I
conviction,
never
but
said they
in
weren't.
Catholicism and Orthodoxy, they've made it another work.
But
I never said you
it's
weren't. I'm
shocking
just
to
trying
me
to
that I'm
judge you based on
arguing.
whether or not you did
It's
it.
shocking
But
to me that
again,
I'm arguing with Christians about you should fast. Like, what the?
No,
okay, but
Yeah,
Are
see,
you guys
instead
Sal,
of the
atheists?
yeah,
Epstein
you're the
files
one
because
that
you're
brought
trying
the
to
You guys
distract.
agree that we should fast.
The funny thing is, I was trying to point this out earlier. She's literally like, she's probably viewing herself as a troll right now, as far as what she's doing in her mind. She's like, oh, ha ha, I'm just pulling a funny and trying to distract everybody from what everybody's trying to talk about right now. Probably because she's part of this weird community of people like Clay and Lupin and all these other like asocial guys that literally try to make their whole career basically off of just interrupting people that actually have intellectual thought and want to actually contribute something to the conversation. She like tries to be a pick me for those guys, which is really pathetic given the fact that those guys are even more pathetic than she is. You think that she would try to pursue somebody that's at least of her station in life, but it seems like she's got to dip a little bit lower in order to get what she can. But anyways, with that in mind, right?
And
Even though she probably views that as trolling, what she's doing in reality is literally just doing a bunch of talking points to cover up for a bunch of rich billionaires that don't care about her.
Right, because the Christian discussion that we were supposedly having was not on fasting, Cecil, right? So the original interruption is there. You're the one that did it. We were talking about PDFs on a PDF focused stream, and you come in, and for 10 minutes, we're talking about fasting.
Yeah.
Because
And
that's what
Go ahead.
matters. No,
No.
matters. That's all. It's
Yeah.
more important.
Yeah, and let it be known that I let her make her case as well. It's not like I just immediately came in and bulldozed her as soon as I had a moment to be able to speak. I let her speak and lay out her case, and I wanted to make it abundantly clear that she had no intention whatsoever of actually relating it back to the Epstein files or anything like that. No, she was clearly just overtly trying to distract away. So, with that being said, let's get back to it.
The fasting.
Okay,
Hey,
so
everybody, look over here.
Cecil, let's do this. I'll admit that the Bible talks of fasting and you should fast, however that looks like to you and you're convicted. I'll concede there. Now you answer me the question about how we should cover up or not address the sins of politicians that Christians are voting for.
She doesn't want to talk about that, Stephen. She wants to distract from that.
Yeah, you can answer. If you don't answer the baptism, and answer the question about protecting children.
Can I answer?
Yeah.
Okay. I have never ever, Stephen, show me a moment when I said we should cover up and we should not show. I've never said that.
You said that we expose too much the works of the devil. You did that. We focus too much on the works of the devil.
Yeah, you said you don't see the fruit and how it leads people to Jesus. I mean, these are your words. You can go back and read them and listen to the stream again.
It's exactly what you said, Cecil.
Wow. Wow. Okay. I get what Missing Mod is talking about. It's really.
Oh, you got put in an untenable position, and now you're gonna cry about it. I tried to cover up for evil and try to distract on it by trying to talk about feast days.
All right,
Oh,
one
I'm
at a
such
time.
good
We
person.
literally told you
No,
why.
I haven't been able to say anything uninterrupted basically this entire stream. So if I may
Okay,
say
fair.
something here,
Okay,
thank you
fair.
very much.
Aiden, take time and uninterrupted, and then one at a time, people.
And then she drops out of the stream.
And
then she drops out.
I love how she said that, show me one place where I said this. And we all jumped on her and said, you literally just said that. You can go back on the stream and watch it. Like the evidence is right 5 minutes ago.
And then her last desperate attempt to distract was to try and invoke Missing Maud to try and
I
spark some
see now what Missing Maud is saying.
Yeah, Missing Maud is talking about it's literally baiting to like try and go, oh yeah, well actually I disagree with Missing Maud about X, Y, and Z point. Like that's literally what she's trying to provoke right there because
and
once
because
again, she wants to talk about anything except the shit that is the title of the stream.
And it's not just that. It is a supposedly clever way, and I say supposedly because we can see right through it, to accuse us of putting words in her mouth, being the evil liberal non-Christians. Oh, now I see what she's saying. So in a sense, she's trying to discredit the messengers of a message. And because she's doing that, let me let you know, Aiden, that I happened to jump into a stream of a common friend of ours who seems to be having some trouble speaking as of late. Like, I don't know, his language is a little slurred. And she has started donating money to him. So I see a Cecil who is trying to make, to build an army of the whole anti-biblical conservatives out there, nationalistic patriots, and by sending them $5, so that's smart, Cecil. I hope it works out for you, but we ain't gonna stop what we're doing. Even if you send money, we're gonna ship it back to you. So yeah, go ahead.
Well,
you know who I'm talking about. And,
no, I do.
Yeah, and she did, and she went there. And it's like, here's $5 because you're the best and I love you. And he was like, oh, thank you, I love you.
I wonder who that is.
Which I mean,
there.
really, he has something, a banner that says $2 to mute the host. And when he's alone in the room, I want to send him that money.
It's funny that you say that because I was gonna review one of his streams on this stream, but I literally had so much actual relevant content to cover today that I just pushed it aside because honestly, who cares? It's basically just a passing curiosity of me to overview his content and make fun of it. But to give a bit of a spoiler, he literally starts a video on his channel and he sits there and he puts up the taking a break thing the moment that he starts the stream, and it's just 5 minutes of dead air, and then it's another 3 minutes of him sitting there going, oh, you gotta decide which game I'm gonna play today. It's like, didn't you have 5 minutes to do that when you had the freaking break thing up, dude? Like, what? Yeah, he's never cared.
And since we got there, I don't like bringing you up. You know who you are. But next time you have some post that you are accusing my brother of something, it's like you're calling for war. And I'm not sure you want war with me. So I'm just a warning. You heard it first on the Aiden Liden show, right?
It's true. That's true. Let it be known. Achilles is throwing down the gauntlet.
Right. And it's, the medieval one, of the armor.
Oh, Dean
not the frilly 18th century with with lace and.
Remember that moment from Robin Hood, Men in Tights, who said,
"Yes,
I challenge you." And he slaps him with a glove. It's like, I accept. Yep.
Yes,
Sorry
indeed.
for the distraction again.
No. It's all good. I've got time to kill today. I'm good as far as time is concerned. So I'm glad that we're having a really chill, laid back kind of review of this. This is fun.
Yeah, she left because she can't deal with it. See, Sal, you're trying to cover up for what's actually trying to be discussed right now. You want to talk about fast days rather than the freaking Epstein files. The fact that you never overtly said that they should cover it up is irrelevant because, of course, you're not going to say that. Nobody has said that because it's untenable as far as a position is concerned. Obviously, I'm not going to accuse you of trying to say, oh, you said earlier that we should keep them covered up. Literally nobody has said that. So, no, that's not the position I'm taking. The position...
But to surprise you, Aiden, in the poll that we've done, out of 5 votes, there is a 20% that says that they should not be released.
What a shock.
What a shock, right?
I wonder who that vote was. Oh, but I don't actually want them to be covered up. Give me a break. No, the problem is that there unironically is a component of this community that does want to try and downplay these things as much as possible. And try to downplay them in the service of men who will never know their names, who will never know them on an individual basis, which baffles me all the more. Because at least Judas got his 30 pieces of silver. What are you guys getting out of all of this exactly?
And our answer.
Yo, Dave, your house is on fire.
Let it burn.
Your house is on fire. Let it burn!
All right.
And you know what the funny thing is that a certain person commented on that and said, oh, they literally showed the White House was on fire and they were trying to encourage the Capitol get burnt down. It clearly wasn't the point that was trying to be made there. The point that was being made there was that the government is literally at a point that's equivalent to like if you were in a house and it was on fire and somebody just freaking denied that it was the case, you know, or that it freaking may as well as far as being a metaphor, you know? I don't know.
But that little meme right there, which was hilarious.
It was funny.
Yeah. Gave us our own 2-hour special where some person out there kept going about it like, what are you
come on.
about it? What are you
Come on.
domestic terrorists and you're domestic terrorists and come over, come, bring it. Oh, how fun.
Come on, man. Come on. Simmer down.
And you know what? To Aiden's point, when we get forest fires and people trying to protect their homes and the government just messes something up like, oh, the fire hoses are not working or, you know, the fire trucks are not coming and your house burns, I don't see you having a problem there with your neighbor's house. But when we're talking about the president's house, you know, that it actually deserves it, no.
Also, the president who literally destroyed the entire West Wing of the. It was the West or the.
It was the West Wing, and then
yeah.
It was the West Wing.
By the way, thank you for bringing that up because we have never addressed this, guys. Have you heard the conspiracy behind that?
Oh, that there's a giant bunker being installed there.
Right. All you gotta do is follow the companies that have donated money for the ballroom. It's Palantir, it's NVIDIA, it's Oracle. Just follow what they've been doing. They have been building databases and bunkers for Israel a long time before they did it for the US. So that's what's happening. It's going to be a ballroom on top and a bunker of intelligence underneath with databases and NVIDIA cards and all that stuff.
So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, right? Me neither. I'm like, yeah, just Monday.
Yeah, it tracks with all the rest of the BS. It tracks. I'm sorry to anyone who doesn't think so.
Right. Davian, sometimes I feel like that moment in the Matrix where Neo is like, is that the code?
Mm-hmm.
And the guy's like, yeah, you see code. All I see is blonde, brunette. It's like, I'm so used to it.
Yep.
Mystery Babylon equals Canada. The real truth is being revealed on the show. I know that people are going to have to dig 4 hours and 53 minutes into this live stream in order to find the truth. But 4 hours and 53 minutes into this live stream, the truth of reality was casually revealed on the
8th. How long would they have to dig through to get to you and never mind.
Oh, you bring in the video.
Come on, Aiden. You have to understand. Peter has a limited
attention span. Attention
That's much better. That's much better. We go with that. We go with that.
I don't have a set of keys to. Oh, wait. Peter.
See,
hey, Peter.
I'm the only professional here. If I do a show, the show's going to be on topic.
Here's the video, buddy. Here it is, buddy. We're going to keep going.
Here you got a new topic every 10 seconds.
It's okay, buddy. We're gonna get back on the video now. It's okay.
I mean, the fact that you're now waving.
I know you're getting upset right now, buddy. It's okay. It's okay. Right? You just take a moment, okay? You have a sip of that juice box. All right. We're gonna get back to the live stream now, though, okay, buddy? The big boys and big girls are gonna talk now.
Oh, are we though?
Oh, man.
Oh shit. Okay. Anyways,
Let's go. Let's go.
Wait, we don't have the presidential theme song loaded up.
The big moment.
Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Moment of truth.
Can I say something real quick?
No, you're not allowed. You're black. Anyways, I'm just joking. Yes.
What the?
Dude, somebody is gonna clip that.
Yeah, they probably will. Yeah, they probably will. It's probably gonna be you. You're gonna send that to, like, Raptor Blue. He just came over here. He's like a freaking prominent Black Panther activist. He came over and hung out in my chat, and now you're gonna send that over to him. President Pike. President Pike, go on camera. President Pike, I need you to go on camera and verify your identity, Mr. President Pike. I'm gonna need some form of identification here. I'm gonna need some form. Excuse me, sir. I'm gonna need, at least within the next 30 seconds, some form of identification. Oh, he's here. It's him. Well, it was at least a still image of him. Do a non-still image. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. You did step one of the verification process. I want to see movement. I want to see movement, President.
If it was Pike, he's never had an issue going on camera.
It's true.
I'm just saying.
It's true. Oh, it's him.
Why
it's
is this
him.
happening?
He's not like
in
me.
the flesh.
What is going on with this app?
I needed to verify your identity, Christian.
Aiden, this app is weird.
Yeah.
You know, Christian, this app is weird. That is true. That is true.
I keep hearing weird digital sounds in the background.
I hear that. It sounds like you've got like missile coordinates.
He's degraded Christian to a forehead.
Look, Christian.
You see that?
Christian, if you go to patriotbattletruth.net, you'll find out all about why they do have the missiles.
What is the deal with the noise?
Brother Pike, that is our AI overlords speaking to you. You have to learn to translate.
I hear them. They're speaking unimaginable truths from the depths of
do y'all hear that, or is
Cthulhu's
it just
womb.
me?
I can hear it. It's penetrating the very reaches of my soul,
Bro,
ladies and
what is that noise? Oh my good God.
Christian, try to exit and rejoin. Have you tried?
I will kill everything.
Get out again, Mr. Christian. Have you tried that, sir? Thank you, sir. Christian, is it better? Is it any better, Christian?
What was that noise?
Christian, are you okay? Christian, are you okay? Are you okay, Christian?
I've been drinking hand sanitizer, Aiden.
Yeah. Hold on.
Someone tell Christian that it was just me.
Let's see
Come
this.
on.
I'm putting this up on the main screen. Christian, let's see this freaking... Oh, no, it's not letting me. Give me 1 second. I got to pull it up. He left.
Just letting you know.
As I was trying to pull it up, he freaking left the freaking broadcast. What's up? What's up?
It's been very glitchy on my side. Like it
Oh, has
doesn't.
it?
Yeah, it doesn't accept the commands immediately. Like I have to click on the microphone like 3 times for it to unmute, and the screen is usually frozen. So I'm checking with the stream, and the stream is working fine. So I haven't bugged you about this before, but yeah, it's a little buggy. So
I know on the restream side of things for other people, especially if you're on a phone or a non-PC, I know that it's a little bit more stable on PC, but it's also still a little bit messed up if you try to join. But I know eventually I'm going to do StreamYard.
Try
I'm going to move to StreamYard, folks.
Try VMAX.
Either that or, well, I've got a certain person I'm in the discussion with in order to revitalize this entire channel. I'm in the works.
I wonder who that is.
I mean, it could be anybody. It really could be anybody. Anyways,
I
yes.
bet that guy likes squirrels.
Their name was they rhymed with Heater the Sucker. Heater the Sucker is what it rhymes with.
Yeah.
Anyways,
anyone who's gonna make stuff for you has to be a sucker.
Shut up, Peter.
It's inevitable.
You gotta respect your admins. You gotta respect your admins. When I was working at a company, being their administrator, I was wearing a T-shirt that read, "Pay me to not read your emails."
That's pretty funny.
Always treat them kind.
All right.
What do you want, Peter? Can I
Hi,
give you
Peter.
something?
Hope you're having a great day so far, Peter.
I'm not saying anything, but if Arn Ra's on the show and people ask him if they can email him, they're giving my email address.
It took such restraint. I said you weren't saying anything, and I could have muted you.
What was it saying?
I didn't do it though.
I gotta go with that.
Are you just babbling now, Peter? Is that your new tag? I'm just gonna go on and do baby talk on the live stream now.
It just hit me.
I don't know what's going on. Glitches?
It just hit me that if we all started right now talking in our mother tongue, only Aiden would make sense.
No, we would all make sense, but no one would know what the other person said, except from the three of us.
Except for Aiden.
Would all know what Aiden said.
Als ik in mijn eigen taal ga praten, dan kunnen Nederlanders me niet eens verstaan.
Μόνο το τι λέει ο άλλος από εκεί θα μπορούσαμε να καταλάβουμε, τίποτα άλλο.
Jag förstår inte ett jota vad någon av er sa. Det var totalt...
Another one bites the dust. Another one bites the dust. And another one gone, and another one gone. Hell no! You think I'm gonna actually support real diversity on this channel? You think I'm a real leftist that actually supports real leftist ideology? Hell no! I'm out here trying to be a limousine liberal, but I ain't got my limousine yet, bitch! So you all better act up. Better get back in shape.
Still haven't played the video.
Back. Oh, you know what, Peter? Shove it. Just shove it. Why don't you? Deviant?
Mm-hmm. I'm
You're
here.
Cool. You're the only one that's allowed to speak
Thank
Swedish.
you.
You're the only one that's allowed to speak their mother tongue. Everybody else, you're not allowed. The only reason that Deviant is allowed is because she recommended a really good thing at the IKEA food court that I found to be quite tasty. So that's the only reason why she's allowed to speak Swedish now.
This be
blatant
true.
Self-interest. Blatant self-interest.
Yeah, that's how
And
both
because I'm-
works. It's self-interest all the way down. It's like turtles.
But different.
It's like turtles, but not like them at all. You know?
Exactly.
President Pike, back on the scene, Mr. President Pike. Mr. Pee-Pee, are you here, Mr. Pee-Pee?
The noises are back, Aiden. They're back. Aiden, they're back.
Mr.
What
Pee-Pee,
an intro.
noises are here. They immediately left. The noises are just too much for him. It's like the telltale heart.
The noises.
So your house is on fire. Let it burn! All right.
Wait, we don't have the presidential theme song loaded up, Dan. Will you settle for anything else?
Oh, well, how about maybe the... Oh, wait a minute. I'm not up there yet. Wait a minute.
Wait, hold on.
Oh,
Wait a minute.
that moment.
Here, I gotta get rid of this here.
This moment right here, Ethan, you rock it, bro.
This was a great moment.
Yeah,
this is
you
fantastic.
rock it. Play.
Ladies and gentlemen of Proverbs Guys Ministry, the first president of the ministry, Daniel, middle name unknown, Posey.
No, it's Philip. It's Philip. No, it's not.
I love you.
No, so I think the theme song would have been better. I don't know, what did they used to play in the Temple of Diana? That probably would be fitting for this show.
Oh my god, he wouldn't shut up about this topic. He would just ride this one topic for the
Temple of Diana. When you look at Diana, the Temple of Diana.
and eventually got to the point where B.S. Lewis in the side chat, which he just got back. Oh, this is still going on. That's right, B.S. Lewis. This actually is, in fact, still going on for whatever reason.
The reason he just won't stop about that is the same thing that they're saying that Christians should not be going against what is going on because they weren't attacking the Temple of Diana. But if you look it up historically, they tore that building to pieces and actually build Christian churches on top of it. So that's not even a good point. They're trying to bring everything possible, and to give them some credit, they are not PDF enablers, although it appears to be that way. But no, it's just that the whole thing is hurting their idol. And I understand them, because they had, like, when you have a choice in a supposedly democratic system of the best democracy in the world, and it only gives you two choices. When you go for one choice and the other one is clearly not good for you, then you have to defend it at all costs, even if it contradicts your soul in this case. But so that's my issue that I have.
Can I ask? It's a slight side tangent, but still not, because I'm here. So we're gonna talk about ancient stuff
Another
at some
one.
point.
No.
No, I was just curious. You, Achilles, being Greek, so it's your heritage. How do you feel about things like the history of Christianity destroying ancient monuments? I'm not saying they're doing that now. That they're not. I know that. But like as they did with the Diana temple. Do you feel that's a loss, or do you feel it's like, yeah, it doesn't really matter? Or
no, as I was growing up, I hated it, and I was thinking that what Christianity is an evolution of more ancient religions, and that's why we're going to find Christian temples over the previous dodecaistic temples, because it was an evolution of religion. That's how I saw it. But when I did, and I didn't like it, because I would want them to be preserved like we have Ephesus, and you can go and walk in the city of Ephesus and see the temple, and like we have the Parthenon, historically. Then when I did become a true Christian, which started from within, the transformation that I've experienced, and I'm going by this name, Heart of Flesh, then I saw that it was important to get people out of paganism and make them understand that there is one God and not 12 or 24 or 666. And that's why it happened. So I excused it, in a sense that, it belongs in the past, and there is this commandment in the Bible to take the high places, because of their energy, but mostly because of the respect that people were giving them already. Then, getting deeper into true Christianity, I started realizing that we didn't really take over. We took everything from paganism and attached it back to Christianity, and created Orthodoxy and Catholicism, which are paganistic on everything they do. Everything. So it's weird. Like, okay, we could have just saved the temples just to have them. Doesn't since you became pagan anyway.
Okay, yeah, I get.
All right, let's keep going with this.
I was just curious. I don't really have a strong opinion on it because it was so freaking long ago. It's not. I mean, if it would happen today, I would, I my heart would cry. But I was just curious since it's in your home country. So yeah, go on, Aiden. I didn't mean
At
to.
least they saved the Parthenon.
We've got
Yeah.
the B and BS Lewis clearly stands for blah 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 because he's just put that in the chat. Blah 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 Lewis.
My coffee.
I'm just joking, BS Lewis. Please don't leave. I love you. What? I mean, let's keep playing.
Yes.
And
that
so
was
I'm
uncomfortable.
here to give the other side of Proverbs.
What did you just say, Deviant? What did you just say? I'm just
I
joking.
said it was
Let's keep playing. I was just
Oh.
You're not helping.
I'm muting myself.
Guys,
Man, would probably been better if that was the case from the beginning of the stream. Her. Anyway. I have to get a little bit of bullying of you in, Deviant. It's literally.
I know.
If I don't do that, then it gets more uncomfortable at that point. So.
Well,
I
that's
need a
true.
bit of mandatory.
There is some truth to that.
Anyways, let's watch this because it's actually quite entertaining. I promise you, it's quite entertaining. We just need to go longer than 5 minutes uninterrupted.
Okay.
Because here we are.
Better be if we
for the
waited
gospel,
long enough.
For the foundation of Christianity, Christ and Him crucified, and then all the other stuff we can agree to disagree with. So I'm here to give the other side of this, and only in that.
The other side of this. What do you mean, Dan? The other side of releasing the Epstein files?
I'm here to defend why we shouldn't release the Epstein files and why Jeffrey Epstein was a great guy.
Like, what do you mean? Defend the other side. Like, that's just not a good look, Dan, to come in here and try to say that I'm here to defend the other side of the Epstein files being released.
I mean, I don't know, man. Brings tears to my eyes, literally. Like
the biblical.
How can you even say that? I'm here to defend the other side. How can you say that?
Aspect, and I'm all for the message they're giving, but the other side of Christianity would say that I don't see Paul going, let's burn down the Temple of Diana, let's burn down Rome. And can we all say, though, that Rome was worse than even Epstein could dream? Well, at least it was on the same par, if not worse, in Rome, because it was the whole.
By the way, at one point here, Dan's going to accuse me of going off topic for bringing up Constantine when he's the one that brought up the Roman Empire to begin with. He's like,
he's not off topic when he brought up Constantine.
It's like, dude, you brought up the Roman Empire and the Christians' relationship to the Roman Empire. So yeah, it's so out of context to bring up the guy that literally legalized your religion within the Roman Empire. I know, right? What a weird thing.
And other than that, I will expose this strawman as well, because that moment when Jesus got asked about the Roman Empire, if a Christian enjoys reading their Bible, because not all of them do, he got asked about taxes. And that was a trick question from the Pharisees, because they were trying to accuse him of rebelling against the Roman Empire. So what he did was gave them the very smart answer that, do you see the coin? The coin on it has Caesar. Therefore, give to Caesar what belongs to Caesar and give to God what belongs to God. That is profound, and it has nothing to do with the point that was just made by that.
Right. Is total aside.
Whole Roman Empire, and they didn't hide it.
I don't think it's worse. I think it's exactly equal, because it's Baal worship versus Roman times and Baal worship in 2026.
What if I may ask a question, Mr. President? What was it that made Rome so awful and such a horrible place to be at that time period?
What? In I think history has told us, because of the lack of un-Epstein-like voices that
the lack of Epstein-like voices
That was a
is
double
why.
negative, wasn't it?
Yeah, Dan, this is what happens when you just start pulling things out of your ass and just start saying whatever pops into your mind rather than going, maybe I should actually like think about this for a second and articulate that question before just blabbing whatever immediately comes to my mind. I don't know. Just a little bit of intellectual fortitude might benefit you there, dude.
And other than that, okay, then why is me and Steven being wrong in becoming that voice since Roman Empire was so bad because there weren't those voices? We're like, what?
Right.
I don't get it, dude. It doesn't make sense. It's just gobbledygook, dude. I don't know what to tell you. The thing I was fishing for, and I thought it wasn't even really all that much of a trick question. Because most Christians
became one.
know.
Became one.
Yeah, like he literally led the whole thing with talking about the paradigm of the early Roman Empire. So I figured, okay, if I ask Dan about the Roman Empire at that point, it's not really going to be a trick question. And it was a pretty give me question because pretty much every Christian that even knows a little bit of pop history knows that the Romans persecuted the Christians and knows that there was a systemic government level persecution of Christians for several periods in Roman history. They might not be able to name the specific emperors or the specific people that it was done to, but all I was really looking for was him to just say it was awful because Christians were being persecuted by the government. That's what I was looking for, and he just totally sidestepped it. Anyways, let's keep going, and I'm going to play this a little bit uninterrupted.
Caesar himself was kind of the lead. He was God. He was the leader in all the stuff, just like Epstein himself. But it was the leader. It was the god of the planet at the time that was leading that charge, not a guy who you had to keep it hushed. That would be my response to that.
May I do a quick response to that really quick, Achilles?
Go ahead.
So, I mean, if you want to talk about like the persecutions done under people like Nero or Aurelian or Diocletian or any of those people, I would make the argument that the thing that made those so bad was the fact that it was institutionalized, right? And what made it so awful was it was the Roman state going to all these Christians and saying, hey, you either sacrifice this lamb or this bull or whichever in the name of the emperor and proclaim him as one of your gods that you worship, or we're going to go and feed you to the lions, right? And I think that in the same way, there is an institutional level, what you would refer to as evil, occurring around us right now that I think is victimizing people just as bad, if not worse, than what was happening under the Roman persecutions. And I think if the Christians at the time just turned a blind eye to the persecutions, then they wouldn't be the religion that we see today, and certainly wouldn't exist in the numbers that we see today. It's because they responded and didn't respond violently. I don't think anybody on this show right now is advocating that there be a violent overthrow. I mean, if I'm wrong, people can correct me. But it was because of the nonviolent resistance that occurred to those sorts of policies that you went from people like Diocletian referring to himself as your Lord and God and persecuting these Christians to people like...
You can look at Dan right there. He's just blatantly not paying attention. And I mean, like, I'm literally talking to him right now in this moment. So I wouldn't have minded if he just stopped me for a moment and was like, hey, let me just look at this real quick, or let me just speak to somebody real quick, and then I'll get right back to you and you can finish making your point. But it's just clear he's not paying attention to anything I'm saying right now on any level.
And unfortunately, Aiden, this is a sign of the times. People only listen to you so they can respond to you. I see it a lot. They're not hearing you. They're not hearing what you're saying. They're just waiting for okay, when is he done? And, it still goes.
Yeah. And it's evidenced when you ask them to steel man your position, when you can steel man their opponent's position, and when you ask your opponent to steel man yours and they just bumble and stumble and can't say a single accurate thing about what you said. Because that's the best way, in my opinion, of showing. And it's why I do it so often, because it shows that the person that was supposedly listening wasn't actually listening. They're just trying to get a quip in for the sake of an argument. How better to show that than to demonstrate it through their lack of understanding? Let's keep going.
Constantine at the Edict of Milan in 303 proclaiming that not only is Christianity legal, but it's perfectly accepted within the state. It's not going to be a fast change, but it is a change that is only going to occur if people stand up and recognize what's going on for what it is. And with that being said, someone else can have the floor. Thank you for letting me speak uninterrupted.
Steven, if you have something to say, go ahead.
Once again, such a horrible guest. I thanked everybody for allowing me to speak uninterrupted. I'm so horrible. Such an awful guest.
And I was thinking to myself, that ain't gonna last long. Don't worry about
it. Well, you managed to be accurate about that. That's the best part, is we've gotten all this content out of this, and we haven't even gotten to the good part yet, ladies and gentlemen. This is just this is the appetizer before the entree.
Yep.
Because I have them stacked up here.
Yes, I would like to say Luke 12:48. To whom much is given, much is required. In Ecclesiastes 12:14, for God will bring every deed into judgment, including every hidden thing. Do you guys want me to keep going, or you want to talk about something else?
Yeah, no. Let me jump in here and say that there are similarities to the Roman Empire, but they don't relate to the subject that we are bringing up today, because back in those days, even if the Caesar himself was found to be doing stuff like that to children, the Romans would not take it. But today, they were never claiming to have values. Today, we live in a society that is supposedly based upon some values. And when they are not, somebody needs to expose that. Last time I checked, I think at least the conservative side was pretending to be Christian. So if you are truly a Christian, there should not be two sides of this coin. As Robin said in the chat, what is the alternative to not wanting this abuse? There should be no alternative. So, as we've said before, this has nothing to do with one side or the other. As the stream title is, there is no right and left, there is right and wrong. And I will reiterate what I said earlier, that I think Christians today, by being blinded by idolatry, they don't see the opportunity that they have to expose this evil to those that believed that this world is going to get better because we are electing leaders, and a lot of people had fallen for it. So I think it is a great opportunity for Christians to lose their idols, and for atheists to see that's the evil that we were talking about. So I don't understand why Christians don't see that opportunity, why they don't see that this unites us all in understanding that there is evil on this earth. Then, with that foundation, we can tell atheists why we think that is. But you're blocking that discussion.
That guy's based.
There are different ways to bring people to the truth. If you go,
yeah, that guy. Woo! Whoever that guy was, I'm not quite sure, but yeah, he's cool.
He's based.
That guy knows what he's talking about right there.
I mean, I don't know if they got that though. No, I'm not gonna go that far. That much. Let's talk that much. I'm just gonna say that I've literally just accused you, hypocritical Christians, that you are the ones that you're not doing your job by utilizing this once again to show people and tell them, there, we told you, have no faith in men, because that's what men are capable of doing. And you're not doing that job. So I'm accusing you of not doing your job. Just because you think you're going to church on Sunday makes you a good Christian, because you write tracts and you push them around makes you a good Christian.
It doesn't.
No. Let's go.
It doesn't. And with that being said, let's keep going.
Yapping on somebody's ear about Jesus without them seeing why they need him.
This was probably one of the most based parts of your original statement, in my personal opinion, right here, because this is so accurate as an atheist, what you're about to say right here.
To bring people to the truth. If you go yapping on somebody's ear about Jesus without them seeing why they need him, it's not that effective. So what do you do then? You start finding a more effective way to do it. For me, I woke up by seeing the evil in the world. The files were not even released. And concerning the Roman Empire, I want to say something that I'm sure that Aiden is going to appreciate, because Aiden has proven himself that he loves to learn stuff about history, irrelevantly to.
Yeah, you can skip forward because I'm talking about Pompeii here.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah. You try to make a broader point, and I understand the point that you made there, but the point was made and established. So.
There was sexual immorality in the Roman Empire. That was the point.
Right. So let's get to maybe here and see.
But I guess, according to some Christians out there today, and I should say some idolaters out there, not Christians, but the Christians of that time should not be exposing that sexual immorality, right? Because that would not be their job. Their job would be to go to somebody and say, Jesus, 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 Jesus.
Yeah, Christ crucified, Christ crucified, Christ crucified. If we just keep saying that over and over again, people are just going to believe somehow.
When was the last time you addressed a stranger unaware, Dan?
Let's go back a little bit. This is where it starts getting good. This is where it starts getting spicy.
Like, can he condense things?
Who was that? Who was that?
Aiden. So, can you just rephrase it, Aiden, shorter?
I was gonna read the whole thing because the whole thing's relevant.
Wait a minute. Can you?
Oh, right. This was where I made a giant statement at the very beginning, and Dan got so triggered over the fact that I wrote a giant statement talking about literally the message of the statement, by the way, which is something that both Dan and a certain person who tried to cover it just totally ignored completely. It was just literally a message that charity is the most important virtue expressed in the Bible, and Christians need to follow the virtues of things like charity and entertaining strangers unaware. And that if anybody tries to shirk those responsibilities because they find them inconvenient, they can't call themselves legitimate Christians. They turned that into, oh, well, nations are different than people when it comes to entertaining angels unaware. It's like, great. That's not a refutation of what I said whatsoever, Dan. Anyways.
Give the intro again. I didn't catch it. What happened here?
Oh, I put something at the beginning of the chat before the show went live, and I was just going to reread it. Just because I think that it accurately summarizes what I was going to say. If a Christian looks the other way at wrongdoing, they are not a Christian, period. The most righteous fruit of the Spirit is charity, and charity cannot just be done abstractly. It must be carried out with the full-throated and unapologetic attitude of good grace and brotherly love, in keeping with the teachings of the New Testament, which speaks of entertaining strangers within one's household, as though one might be entertaining angels in their midst.
Okay,
when
we can
Christ
pause it right
spoke
there for a
about
second.
his
Oh, we
yoke
can
being a
pause
light
it.
one, he did not mean that the trials and tribulations faced by his flock.
Dan tried to totally derail it, but I just kept going because I knew he was going to derail it into a fucking nothing burger batch of nonsense that wasn't going to actually address anything productive whatsoever. So I just kept going. Not out of disrespect necessarily for Dan, but out of disrespect for what he was attempting to do there, which was derail the message of what I was trying to convey.
By interrupting you.
Yeah.
Because you're the one that got accused of being interrupting all the time. But,
right. And when I told him that, he said, well, it's my show, so... Yeah, it's okay when he's a hypocrite, though. I mean, he even said it himself. He loves doing evil to me because it's okay when he does it to me because apparently, according to him, I do it to him. That's what the Bible says, right, Achilles? It's okay to do evil to other people. It's not like the Bible says that one of the most virtuous things that you can do is fight evil with good,
and
not to fight evil with evil.
Even worse, it literally says, I'm not telling you to love your brother because even the heathens love their brothers. I'm telling you to love your enemies.
Right. But no, that's unbiblical satanic babble, Achilles. You better stay away from that.
Yeah, the Sermon of the Mount is the whole thing is metaphorical. It's
yeah. As long as I can shirk responsibility, the Sermon of the Mount means whatever I'm needed to me.
Right.
Okay. Aiden, you're paused for a second. Hold your breath. Aiden, you're off screen.
Hold on. Aiden, that is a lot to respond to, though.
So, the first thing, and I added it.
Shout out to Steven for trying to somewhat kind of cover for things here. And I'm not even saying that ironically or like sarcastically. Like he's just trying to kind of keep things kind of chill right now. And I appreciate that.
And you're fine. We can go through that again, Aiden. We'll just rehash our little comments. But that's addressed individually. So when we are to entertain strangers unaware, that's me. That's not my nation.
When was the last time you addressed a stranger unaware, Dan? When was the last time you did that?
All the time. As you probably know.
I love he says all the time there, and I ask him for a specific example. The specific example he cites is from a decade ago, by the way.
And even so, yes, this applies to nationwide. Right? It applies. I'm sorry.
Especially, isn't Dan one of the people that thinks America's a Christian nation?
I thought so.
Yeah, I thought that was one of his whole points was that America was a Christian nation. But apparently just because it's a Christian nation doesn't mean that it needs to abide by Christian values, whatever the hell that means.
Yeah, it is a Christian nation when you're voting.
Yeah.
Not before nor after that.
The moment after you exit the polls, it all of a sudden becomes irrelevant.
Yeah, like when your so-called Christian representative doesn't put his hand on the Bible, you don't even notice that. That didn't happen, you know?
Yeah. So let's get into it.
Funny times.
I engage with people all the time.
Yeah, you invited a stranger into your home and entertained them as though they were an angel. When did that happen?
Well, last time, and the only time, I think led by the Holy Spirit, was about 10 years ago when I had a guy from Uganda who came into the country. Nobody knew him, and he stayed in my house for 6 months. It was in a, right now I don't have a house, so that's...
Somebody tell lies.
I'm on property that...
What's that?
Somebody tell lies. That happened.
Woo! Just some random guy from Uganda. Dan, are you sure that wasn't an illegal immigrant? Uh-oh.
He does that all the time, and the last time was 10 years ago?
I know.
Doesn't sound like all the time.
I mean, come on. All the time is 10 years ago when you're 892
all the time.
Old like Dan.
Every decade.
Every
time
decade.
Flies when you're entertaining a guy from Uganda.
For 6 months.
Time
For
flies.
6
months. And have anybody living here. So that was the last time. Aiden, when did you let somebody in?
Well, I'm not the...
I mean, by the way, I didn't get to finish what I was saying here. I tried to entrap Dan, which worked perfectly, by the way. I'm not even going to lie. I started off by saying that I'm not held to the same standard, and he immediately jumped to, oh, well, he's never done that before. Literally, like, back in November. It was either November or October of last year. There was a homeless guy that was sitting out front of my house. He was literally laying out front. He was like on his backpack because his backpack was large enough compared to the rest of them. They just like on this weird angle. I just went up to him and I was like, hey, dude, are you okay? Like, are you all right? Is everything fine? And he's like, no, I'm honestly kind of hungry. Are you like, can I get a little bit of help? And again, I went and I took him inside. And I didn't have him in for 6 months or anything like that. Don't get me wrong, Dan. I can't claim to be as virtuous as you there. But I kept him in for a little while he warmed up. I gave him time to warm up. I sat him down at the table and I asked him a few things about himself, and we shared a couple of stories amongst each other. And then once the weather kind of cleared up a little bit compared to how it was before, I asked if he could go on his way, and he said, "Thank you very much for the food and for the water that I gave him," and he went on his merry way. So yeah, I have entertained strangers in my household.
And even if you didn't, Aiden, that is not the point of you bringing up Constantine to show that empathy is part of Christianity, and if you don't have it, you are a liar and it's evil. That's what you started bringing up. Then that turned into, well, that was not nationalistic, that was about individuals. So that's when you threw that question, and that's where we've gone off this tangent of comparing who did this the most, which is, I just point out, completely out of the discussion, like nothing to do with the original point.
I'm sure Epstein invited plenty of strangers to his house.
I think that those strangers entertained him, though. I don't think it was the other way around.
Good Christian right there.
Yeah, that's a good guy right there.
Turn him into beef jerky and fed other strangers.
Yeah, the Bible doesn't say you can do that.
There's nothing. Is there anything in the Bible that says you can't turn people into jerky?
Right.
Is there anything in there? I mean, come on, ladies and gentlemen. That's some food for thought right there.
That's
well,
my
not to claim to be following the scripture, so I don't see why that's really necessarily relevant.
Very good. Thank you. So this is a good evidence.
No. That's not to say that I haven't entertained. Hold on, Dan. Hold on. That's not to say that I haven't entertained a stranger within my home. There was a man that was standing outside my house literally earlier in the year. I know that you just immediately jumped to the assumption that I didn't do that.
I was wrong. I lied there in that stream. He was not standing. He was laying down. So I'm sorry. I lied there. I bore false witness. I apologize.
Hell.
I know. I lied.
Sinner.
I'm canceled.
You need to go see a priest and confess.
I know. I'm sorry, guys. I'm really sorry.
Yeah.
Okay,
But
now
that it wasn't relevant because it wasn't.
Oh.
He just has to be ordained. Make sure.
Yeah, of course.
We'll all go away.
Be held,
of course,
to the same standard, and was kind of questioning why you were holding me to the same standard if by your own admission I'm somebody that falls short of the standards of the book that I'm talking about right now.
Okay, guys, here's what we'll do. Because you guys are going to have a conversation about it, but it has to be organized. So I'm going to let one of you get your complete thought out and mute the other person, and then vice versa, so that both of you can express yourselves without cutting the other one off. Dan, give us your answer.
I'm sorry to say, but Stephen did not do this. Stephen said he was going to do this, and then proceeded not to do that.
It was a good idea.
It was a good idea, I agree. But, this is the problem, though, is that the entire stream became a giant subterfuge by Dan because he was allowed to just totally run roughshod.
Yeah, but this is not Steven's fault. If you block somebody and they are two co-hosts, they can unblock themselves and they can speak freely. So I think he might have blocked him and muted him, and he unmuted himself. So there's no.
That's
control.
a possibility. And he said that I was temporarily banned. He permanently banned me from that studio, for the record. He had me permanently thrown out of there, and I literally had to go and let Krista know about it so that Steven could go and reverse it. So if anybody bore false witness over here, wasn't me. Just gonna put that out there.
Yeah, even before we make it there, I think there was a lot of false witnessing concerning the reasons you got kicked out to begin with. Like every single time, that was not the case. That's why we went backstage on Riot.
Yeah. All right, let's get back into it, though.
Okay, well, I just did that part of it.
Wait a minute. Oh, that was you on the stream, I think, maybe.
Give us your answer.
Okay, well, I just did that part of it.
Done.
That part of his statement is
before you do. You didn't allow the statement though. Like Aiden started saying something, and you discredited it before he began.
Am
And
I the
then
only one
in the
keeping
middle of
track?
his sentence of what he was trying to say, which he found
What's that, sorry?
Am I the only one keeping track of how discussions should be going down?
I mean, it would seem like it. It would seem like, and I find it so funny that Dan was saying that, oh, Aiden, you'll have an opportunity to talk about that later, and then we just immediately attempts to move on, shuffle the conversation off onto something else completely different. That's not dishonest at all. That's not.
And maybe it's because I don't believe in forecasts of horoscopes and stuff, but I do believe in characteristics of signs. So maybe because I'm a Libra, the reason that I threw myself in here is because if we were to do what Stephen said we would do, you should have taken the first turn, because you started saying something and you got interrupted 3 times. You went on a different tangent because of that. So if we are to start over, then you should be the one to start, not a response to what you were not allowed to say to begin with.
Here's a response to the 1/5 of what Aiden was trying to say in that statement. It's like, okay, it's not very productive, but anyway.
Right. So what would he respond to now? To you and the stranger? To him and the stranger? To Constantine? To Rome?
We'll see. I guess there's only one way to find out.
Yeah, he found me agreeing with it. He needed to be interrupted, and the discussion went on from there. So I do think that he needs to make that statement first, so you have something to respond to. That's
well,
my
I'm stopping it in between. He can go through it, but when he says that it's the nation's responsibility,
I never said that. Never said that. Where was that in my statement that it was?
Wait,
the nation's
Aiden, we said we weren't going to interrupt you.
Oh, come on, Steven. Come on, buddy. I mean, like, when he's literally like blatantly misrepresenting me, I should at least be able to say I didn't say that.
Right.
I mean,
but,
I don't think
but
that's
technically it's an interruption. You know what I'm saying?
Right. No,
you
you're
are right, but it's technically an interruption. But I can lie about you as much as I want. Just don't interrupt me about it.
The other one.
No, I'm just, if he's going to straw man me and misrepresent me,
Well,
he's saying
then-
that I said.
Well, then
Aiden, you're
correct
you're
it.
off screen again.
Correct it when it's your turn.
Yeah. So thank you. So
I put you back.
I am giving my thoughts on it, and then you can say, Dan, that's wrong, that's right. Do you believe? And I thought this discussion was a national thing. The whole thing was right or left. So,
no, it wasn't. Why does it have to be a national thing?
That's always the case with Dan.
The whole world is implicated into this. You have kings, you have queens. We have pictures of the Queen of England, God bless her soul, who is dead now, on the island, hugging him. We have pictures of that. And you just want to stick to the fact that it is a nationalistic thing, that if you bring that subject up, that means you're all for the leftist agenda. Get out of yourself, guys, whoever you are, my American brothers and sisters, get out of you're not the center of the world. Get out of it. And you have to strawman the other guy who didn't even bring up the whole national thing, but you're the one that insists. But then they will accuse us of being the ones that are doing damage to the nation when we're just bringing up something completely different, like we have destroyed the world seas and we will not have fish in the future. Hey, that's what the left says. That means that you're a leftist and you're endorsing sex change.
I mean, I always try to equivocate with everything. I mean, like, of course I try to equivocate, though, because, you know, I've said it before and I'll say it again. The most genuinely refreshing thing that Dan could do, and I'm not even, people might think that I'm saying this as a bit, but I'm as genuine as I can be here. I mean it. If Dan, you could come and, like, deal with the actual arguments, if you could come on one of these streams and deal with one of the actual arguments that's being made, and you don't straw man, and you don't try to equivocate, and you just take a note. Write down just the basic points that I'm making. They don't even have to necessarily be perfectly verbatim, but just demonstrate that you're at least attempting to understand what is being said to you. Because if you're not even going to make the bare minimum effort to understand what your opponent is articulating to you, why should your opponent give you the bare minimum of respect that I still give you on this stream anyway? Because let's face it, you're still going to hyperfixate on the fact that I called you a bitch at one point, right? I know that that's all that you care about, but I called you a bitch because you were acting like a bitch, Dan. Let's face it.
And it's not, oh, you're a bitch. No, it was, you're acting like one. You got hurt like one. That's bad.
Yeah.
But for those that didn't notice, Aiden got kicked out for no reason, and I brought him back, but that's only the beginning. So the whole bitch thing comes after he gets kicked out another 10 times. Just throwing that out there. It already started happening before the B word. All right?
Yeah.
So you were right on saying, I'm sorry. So you were right on saying that it just, you got triggered because we see the triggering taking place already.
Yeah. We already saw the first instance of it, and it keeps
It's
getting
so
worse.
poking until the other person blows up, and then it's like, see, they're unruly.
Yeah. Wait, which you know what reminds me of?
Classic abusive behavior, by the way.
You know what that reminds me of? If we want to just throw a little bit of politics in the mix, Russia.
Yeah.
We poke it, and they were like, oh, how dare you? Hey, let's take that country to attack it. Let's do that country. Let's get that country into NATO. Let's get that country to NATO.
Oh,
and
we're gonna
response, and we're like, oh, why? How dare you, bear?
Oh, we're going to invade Crimea and we're going to invade the Donbass. But oh shit, Ukraine's starting to win against us? Okay, in an official statement, the Russian government has announced that if one Ukrainian boot enters Russian territory, nuclear weapons will be used. It's like, motherfuckers, you started it. You fucking went there first. And now you're basically trying to say, oh, just because I couldn't break into your house, you won't break into my house now? Like, what?
Aiden, the whole thing, because I'm in the middle and I'm closer to them in geographically. I know this story. It goes back in 2014. It is the Democrat side of the U.S. that started this by sending Victoria Nuland over there and orchestrating a coup. And they burned the politicians inside the parliament. They locked down the doors and burned them to their deaths. Firemen were going to take the fire, to put the fire out, and they were shooting them. Firemen lost their lives. And then they started bombing all the Russian-speaking areas, which is Donbass and Donbass is two areas. It is Lugansk and Donetsk. Those two areas were getting bombed by artillery by the Ukrainian government since 2014. It took 8 years for Russia to respond.
So Russia invaded Crimea, and that was the start of the war.
Check out when that happened.
Yeah,
it happened in 2014. Okay.
It was either 2014 or 2013. I can't remember.
No, it's 2014, and the coup started first. So what we know also is that Biden laptop that you keep hearing, it's not about the laptop. It's about the files that the laptop had, which was emails going back and forth between companies and between Ukraine and the US, companies that trace back to Biden, of how to continue poking Russia. So if you do want to go further back in history, you have to see what happened with Ossetia is the name of the country. Ossetia, it's in Greek. I'm not sure. But how they lost that war. And they said, oh, but the US said that they would back us. They didn't. So the Russians just tanked all over you. So just throwing that there, that Aiden, from you especially, I expect a little research on the subject. It need not start in 2022. And it's important because it keeps going and they keep pushing us into
I know it didn't start in 2022. Trust me. There was like I said, it's out there somewhere. People are welcome to go and search high, low, left, right, and center for it because it exists. There's a little video out there somewhere of 14-year-old Aiden talking about the invasion of Crimea all the way back in 2014. So no, I've been politically active and politically aware and opinionated about these subjects for a long time. It's not just something that I know that people have been, that's one of the recent criticisms that people have made of me is, oh, Aiden, you've become so political all of a sudden. If you go back and look at the things I've said in all of these live streams, I've never had a problem advocating for these things that I'm advocating for right now. Other people have had a problem with me advocating for those things. And that's why I'm doing it on this channel right now, as opposed to somebody else's channel, because I was sick and tired of being curtailed on all of my opinions by people that couldn't handle them. But that's essentially it, is that I haven't somehow shifted or changed or become radicalized or anything like that. I'm just now have my own platform to be able to express all of this shit in a more cogent way than I would occasionally on those other platforms. That's really the only difference.
So I was wrong. It wasn't Ossetia. It was Georgia. And that war lasted 5 days. 5 days.
Don't just accept what Achilles is saying. Do your research. I mean, Claude, if you want to come on here and dispute it, you're more than welcome to do so. I can't. I'm not really super focused on this particular topic right now, just because I'm trying to get through the Proverbs guys video. But if you want to come on and dispute that, you're more than welcome to come on.
My suggestion is, sorry, I want to apologize for bringing it up. It was just the whole poking thing that brought it up. Because I'm trying to say that as a Western civilization, we have poked the bear enough for it to react at some point, and it did. But I would love this show at some point, Aiden, because I do think it is one of the very important matters of today, that we can also wake up some people about it, that it's not as innocent as the US media are portraying it. And I don't want to say the US media, the European media too. They're in on this. So we have to wake up as individuals, whether we are Christians or not. We have to wake up to this industrial military complex that just needs to be selling weapons and doesn't care about you and your children at all. Aiden played a shocking video earlier in the show. It literally brought tears to my eyes about who they are and who we are. So yeah, leaving it there.
I would just like to quickly interject that I wholeheartedly stand on the side of Ukraine, and it's been a known fact that Putin wanted Ukraine way before 2014.
That's true.
And that's all I'm going to say about it right here, right now.
Okay, respecting the stream. Even if I disagree, I will not respond. Let's do it at another point.
Yeah, absolutely. I just wanted it to.
No, we're always allowed to platform those opinions over here. I don't feel like people should feel like they're afraid to be able to do that, but I do appreciate that you guys also understand we're trying to review something else.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. With that in mind, let's keep going.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wait a minute, we're reviewing something?
Do you believe...
You know what we're reviewing? We're reviewing why Peter DeTucker was kicked off the Aiden Linden channel for all time.
No!
I may have missed something, so I don't know if you can repeat, because I didn't hear what you said before. So
what I said was that you're a great guy, Peter, and you're the pillar of this community that we didn't deserve.
I think Christian was right. There's a noise. There's noises there. There's.
Get the leash, Aiden.
I swear, man. I swear. I gotta rein him in. If you don't mute Peter every once in a while, he just gets uppity. You know, that term is often used in like a racist context, but this is completely devoid of racism. Peter's getting uppity right now.
It's the Dutch. We gotta
That's true.
meet them
You know what?
like
That's
every
true.
100 years.
They're like literally the Ferengi given flesh is what the Dutch are, honestly. That's
I have a name to uphold. Just keep it at that.
And I thought this discussion was a national thing. The whole thing was right or left. So forgive me, Aiden, if you're saying that
it's not right or left. I mean, this Epstein thing is up and down. It's God versus hell. It's not Republican versus Democrat. These are just perverts from all parties, from every country.
Correct. No, and that was my point coming on, is that and actually, sorry, Achilles, I'll put him on pause because I came in and he asked me a question. Now he's going to try to take over the narrative like he always does. So I came
he
in.
didn't ask a question. No,
I love that. I love how he tries to put those little sniping remarks in there. Let it be known that the first one to try and put some little passive-aggressive remark into the stream is Dan, the guy that supposedly is so much more mature and so much more godly. And, oh, he cares so much about being good and moral and being a good example of people, and yet he wants to put a little barb into the conversation. Why? Because he has a history of knowingly going in and trying to provoke people and trying to provoke conflict. Which is what he's doing when he's saying that right there. Which is why I laughed, because his attempt at provocation is obvious. It's not even like subtle in the slightest.
Take over the narrative like he always does. So I came
No,
in.
he didn't ask a question. No, the question came after he got interrupted. All right? I want
No. When I
Yeah, you got a few more sniping.
I was just about to say, you got a few more sniping remarks there, Dan, but he got triggered and kicked me off again because I laughed at his stupid, inane statement.
At least you can see how I'm trying to keep that balance.
I do. I see it.
And Stephen is responding to him on some points that he's making, because you brought the Constantine thing. He said that's not a nationalistic thing, but we're talking about national blah 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 left right. So
right.
He told it to left and right without like us even noticing how it got there.
That's
like,
a good point.
And I'm trying to bring it back to that balance of he tried to say something and you interrupted him and you've gone on. Like, I don't know, we're about to cross the friggin' Rubicon River.
First came on, I was making Achilles. Wait, I'm talking now. Achilles, I'm talking.
Dan gets a little triggered here. He gets a little bit upset because Achilles brought me back into the room because Dan's trying to exercise his mute authority and he's getting upset because Achilles is contradicting him right now. So look at the look on his face.
Yeah, you got a few more sniping.
Look at the look on his face here.
When I first came on, I was making Achilles. Wait, I'm talking now. Achilles, I'm talking. Yep. And yeah, you are starting to upset me. Because
Dan, are you getting upset because you're getting called out on your dishonest tactics? I love how the guy that just accused me of trying to control the narrative is the guy that has to throw me out every 3 seconds in order to try and do the exact thing that he just accused me of doing. By the way, the whole control the narrative thing, Dan never said a single word about control the narrative, quote unquote, until I accused him of doing that exact thing, because this is a perfect example of him doing that. He obsessively attempts to control the narrative everywhere he goes.
And he also threw another sniping remark at me that I pissed him off, which is like another authoritative thing that when I put somebody backstage, you don't run Unity around here.
This may be your show. This may be the show that you and Steven decided that you were going to do.
But I'm the president, so, you know, overriding authority, Achilles, much, you know. So I'm the one beginning to be getting triggered around here, but you're not even noticing it.
Yeah, well, you're not all in your feelings right now. You're still in control of your emotional faculties enough not to throw a tantrum like Dan is right now.
Yeah, when I get triggered, people don't notice, but it will have some action. It will not be a cry thing.
Yeah.
And
But
yeah,
I
you
have-
are starting to upset me
Go ahead.
because this is what
Wait a
you.
minute.
what happens on our channel. No, Achilles, I am talking right now.
Okay, so you're the one throwing him backstage. I just want Aiden to know it's not me or Steven. Okay.
No, I'm putting him back because he.
Oh, you should say that. You should say so though, because he could have thought that it's me or Steven. So okay.
Oh, he knows. Okay, here let me.
Oh no. Okay.
Aiden.
Oh, he knows. Yeah, I should just telepathically, automatically know that it's you throwing me backstage. How am I supposed to automatically know that? Dan Achilles is right. You should say openly that you're the one doing that, but you're not going to say that you're the one doing that, because if you openly stated that you're throwing me backstage, Dan, that would be you admitting that you're getting all triggered right now. And I know that you're trying to like maintain the appearance that you're not, but it's so obvious that you are right now, dude. Like it would be way more it would be way more recoverable and relatable if you just admitted to everybody, not just to Achilles, that you're getting upset, because you're not getting upset because of Achilles right now, Dan. You might be getting upset at him for that particular moment, but what's the actual cause of you getting upset right now? I don't think it's actually Achilles, if we kind of dig deep into it a little bit.
But if you dig a little deeper, it's not even you, Aiden. It's not even
I know.
We are pawns in this game that the evil people are attacking my president. We're just pawns in that game. They don't see the pawns. They're trying to go through to the king, you know?
Let's hear it.
Do you have any guess? Did you have any guess who put you backstage?
I knew it was you that was triggered, Dan. Don't worry. You're the triggered
I'm
one.
not. Well, now I'm starting to get triggered because, you know, we have to have a dialogue here. And when I come on the show, I'm starting to say my stuff.
I loved when Achilles chuckled there.
I
That
mean,
was great.
we're trying to have a dialogue. Stay backstage because we're trying to have a dialogue between me and myself here. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Aiden to ask me a question on it, and then where did it go, Achilles? It went on to Aiden's subject. This is a Proverbs Guys channel, and at least I would think all the Proverbs guys and our guest should be able to finish. So you guys had been talking for a while.
That's exactly my
I came on, and
you came on and you interrupted what I was saying, and now are trying to make a point about how people should be uninterrupted. Dan, do you even hear yourself right now? Like, do you?
I mean, sometimes you don't even need to respond. Like, people are contradicting themselves so much that response is not necessary.
True.
I'm not allowed to say what I want to say because you've got somebody who agrees with you.
Oh God, here's the whining. Here's the whining. Here's the complaining. I'm not allowed to say what I say. Of course you're allowed to, dude. You're throwing people backstage because you're not allowing people to say what they want to say, Dan. It's not a matter of, oh, you're allowing Aiden on because he agrees with you. I was given an invitation to come back to this channel, that being Proverbs Guys Ministries, before the whole Palestine thing came up. There was a period between that where there was like this open invite where I was allowed back on the channel, and I didn't want to go back on the channel because I just didn't want to associate with the Proverbs Guys at that point. And then I found out that the Proverbs Guys, except for Dan, are super fucking based on things like Palestine and super based about things like the takeover and corporatization of America. So yeah, I found common ground with them. And I know you're upset about that, Dan. I know you're mad over the fact that nowadays you're being more and more alienated from this group that you claim to be the president of. But that's because you've got bad ideas. It's not because you're stupid. It's not because you're dumb. It's not because of some personal slight. It's because your ideas are bunk and they're bad, dude. That's why. You have nobody to blame but yourself.
In a worldview.
You have the floor now, Dan.
Thank you.
Anyhow,
so coming on, and like we're saying, scripturally.
What Stevens has said here, for those that don't get it, is you've been already talking for 10 minutes and we haven't heard what you are talking about.
What? Dan pontificated for 10 minutes and didn't actually say anything at all over the entire 10 minutes? I can't believe it. Stop the presses. All right, let's keep going.
I'm not seeing that we should be calling for the burning of countries.
Oh,
God instituted
not countries, systems.
Systems, same thing.
Same thing. That's not an equivocation at all. Yeah, a country and a system are the exact same things as each other. It's not like a country is made up of people and individuals, and a system is an institutional thing that's bereft of any personalization outside of the people that might have constructed it. Like, what a dumb equivocation.
And so far from when did we ever say that? Like, if you want to take this from the beginning, we haven't even had 5 minutes to discuss about the files. Not even 5 minutes before somebody jumps in and needs to turn this to, oh, you want to burn that White House.
Right, because that's the constant straw man that's put up by the other side is that, oh, you're critical of the system, therefore you just want everything to get burnt down and you want everything to be destroyed.
Domestic terrorists.
Yep.
And we call that defending the PDFs. And as somebody said recently, that makes somebody the useful idiot, but then they got accused that they called them idiots. So I think that point went over their heads. But yeah, that's, if you're not a PDF supporter, you are the useful idiot supporting what they do by attacking everybody that is trying to expose it.
Yeah.
So
essentially.
What and again the comments, and it's like, we got to have where's the independent people to investigate this kind of stuff are either on the list, blackmailed, or dead. Guys, this is where I'm thinking,
what a defeatist ideology. What a defeatist ideology. Oh, it's all just been completely corrupted anyway. It's all been completely corrupted anyway, so we may as well just throw our hands in the air and just give up. Like, wasn't your whole thing that you try to express, Dan, on this channel, that Proverbs Guys Ministries is here to give people hope, and it's here to give people joy, and it's here to give people the knowledge of Christ crucified. It's here to do all those things, but then you turn around and throw up this giant defeatist attitude about, well, it's all already screwed anyway. Deviant, my friend, can you please mute?
Can you hear that?
I can hear you.
You're drawing.
Oh my goodness.
You're drawing, aren't you?
At the moment.
No, I'm sanding because I'm making a miniature thingamajig, and I thought that wouldn't go through. I'm so sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. You're all good. I'm gonna do a little bit more. There's another part of this. I'm gonna review the first part of the Proverbs Guys debacle, but I think that's all the Proverbs Guys I've got in me for today. I'm sure we can reserve the second part of this for the next show, because we've been going on for a hot minute. It's been a 6-hour extravaganza over here on this channel. So we're gonna get through this last part when I call Dan a bitch, and then once we get through that, we're gonna wrap the show.
No, you didn't even call him that.
Well, I said he was acting like a bitch.
Yeah, you're acting like a triggered bitch. That
is what I said. That is true. Thank you for correcting me, because you're right. I was being inaccurate with what I was saying.
I would have a problem if you straight up offended somebody that way.
That's true.
Right?
No, there's a distinction there.
But there is a distinction. That's not offending. That's like, stop acting like a child. But you know, that's the phrase that Aiden used. That's what you expect. I mean, it reminds me of somebody that tried to make fun of your handicap, and they got more than they bargained for.
Yeah, that didn't work out very well for them. But anyway.
Is that okay? Is that okay?
It is what it is, because Satan
okay.
ruling this world. Okay. So how are we? Again, that's where I'm trying to bring it back to the Bible stuff. Burning of Rome. I think Jesus and Apostle was in tears thinking that was going to happen. It was a corrupt place. It was led. The Pharisees were...
Sorry, Dan, but just a quick biblical lesson. No, the Olivet Discourse wasn't about the burning of Rome. When he was talking about not one stone standing on top of the other, he was talking about Jerusalem. He wasn't talking about Rome. There's like a really important distinction between those two things. And the fact that you're just trying to equivocate between those two things is kind of theologically concerning because there's a big distinction there.
Right. And I'm just going to point out that if we're going back to the biblical stuff, then we should not be ignoring all the biblical stuff, comments that are coming underneath the screen, which they completely ignore. And let's go back to biblical stuff so we can take a verse out of context and use it to support our side, even if that's not what it says. I mean, the hypocrisy today is just nuts.
Mm-hmm.
Children of the devil. So I'm saying, not that I agree totally what you guys are concepts, but is this the way as Christians?
We should just say yes.
Right, but like at the same time, he's saying that I don't agree. I agree with you conceptually. I just disagree with your approach. Well, if that was true, Dan, then why wasn't the rest of the conversation centered around the approach rather than whether or not it should just be released in the first place? Because that's what it became. Because you are one of the people that really does just genuinely seem to think that it's not a big deal. And that we can just kind of move on about it and just go on about our merry day and just ignore that little tidbit because that's not Christ crucified. Okay, Dan, whatever you say. Oh, whoops.
Example. Now, Aiden started to bring up Constantine. Do either of you guys think he was a true Christian?
If only that was the point that I was making, was that Constantine was a true Christian, not that the whole idea was that Constantine legalizing Christianity was an example of the fact that nonviolent resistance to governmental persecution can be extremely effective in a historical context. I guess that flew right over your fucking head, didn't it, Dan?
That's why you have to make it smaller and so I can attack it, you know? Like,
yeah, of course.
The definition of a straw man.
Just twist this here, bend that argument over there.
It's gonna fit.
There we go.
It's gonna fit at some point. Cut some
That's
off,
a lot more
some
manageable there. All right. That's his argument. No, it actually isn't, Dan.
I mean, is there evidence?
No, I think there's a lack thereof.
Right. So,
but putting Constantine aside, we're told in Proverbs 31 to speak up for those who cannot speak for themselves and defend the rights of the poor and the needy. And I would say these molested children are the needy. And then in Proverbs...
Once again, based on Steven's part for just totally throwing Dan's diversion aside, or Dan's trying to talk about freaking Constantine the Great now, and Steven's like, okay, but putting Constantine aside, let's get back to what we were actually here to talk about. Like, good on you, Steven, seriously.
24 were said to show partiality in judging is not good. So we can't just put our ears to the ground and hope for the best when people actually got hurt. And people who hurt these children are still being voted for. Like, we don't just have the right to speak out and expose this wickedness. I think we have the duty.
Obligation, and I think that's what we're doing, but...
No, it's not, Dan. You literally came onto the show to say that wasn't what we should be doing, that you disagree with the approach. That's like your whole point.
Yeah, the key word on this statement is the but. That's what we're doing, but.
Right.
Are we?
Go ahead.
Are we? Because we seem to be doing that, and we get this. Oh, you know what? The other side of Christianity would say that's not Christian because they didn't do it for Rome. Which I'm gonna have to remind you that at the time that Jesus said one quote concerning the Roman Empire was a trick by the Pharisees to trap him, and it was about paying taxes. So nobody in here said anything about paying taxes. And the reason Jesus said what he said was because the kingdom that he came to preach about was not of this world. And This is the same thing that we are doing here. Nobody's advocating to burn or go out and do violence, but that's what the Bible says about the kingdoms of this world. They are going to burn.
I would like to say something because I was told that there was going to be a dialogue here.
Correct. Your
That's
turn.
what I
Yeah,
was told.
while putting you backstage.
Yeah, I know. Putting me backstage and commenting what actually occurred on the stream by saying a totally different version of events to what actually happened.
Yeah,
That's okay.
Let me
One
just...
second, Nathan. 1 second. The floor is yours, but let Steven say what he wants.
Well, I just wanted to go... I almost want to play the intro video again because I want everybody to keep in their mind when we're talking against exposing this wickedness, what we're talking about not exposing. And go back to the pictures of the blurred out girls.
Time out. As president,
No.
I'd really like.
No. You're not allowed. You're not allowed to
Did anybody in the Bible have?
Was that you on the street? I mean, what Stephen experienced here, he's trying to say, I want us to roll back to way before the whole thing that we're into right now hadn't even started. And his best way of doing that is to play the intro video again, and we can start over.
And Dan got super triggered about the intro video, and he's like, wow, Proverbs guys being starting with softcore pornography and all this bullshit.
Oh yeah, that
right at the very beginning. I know. And you know what the funny thing is that if he actually believed that, hey Dan, I know you're eventually going to listen to this, right? I do, because that's just what you do, right? And I invite you to do that. But when you do listen to this and you get to this part of the video, right? If you actually believed that was true, if you actually believed that Steven and Achilles started that show by just playing softcore pornography on the channel, do you really think that anybody believes that you say that when you just keep going back on the channel and acting like everything's perfectly fine and everything's perfectly normal between you guys? You didn't believe that. You're just saying that because it triggered you. And that is just a microcosm of the fact that you do that all the time, dude. You say super hurtful or super dismissive things to your friends. And you say that to them because what they say upsets you and you can't actually deal with what you're saying to them. And that's not Steven or Achilles saying that. That's an outsider looking in and making that assessment. Steven and Achilles can speak for themselves as far as that's concerned. But that's my personal assessment of it. Anyways.
Yeah, what I had to say about this, because I'm saying it right after, I'm not going to go. And so, I can say it double. So let's just press play. I'm responding to him.
After hey, let's go into the Temple of Diana. Does anybody not know what child molestation is? What abortion is? What are the evil things? Tell me, please, Stephen. Why?
No, they know that, Dan. What they don't know is which politicians they've been voting for are conducting themselves in that behavior.
Well, let's say
wouldn't you agree as a Christian it's different?
We don't need that picture. It is systemic in our government.
No, we have the files pulled up, and we're going over the names, and we're exposing politicians and
oh no, that's
celebrities.
Cool. That's cool there. I'm just saying.
Oh, it's so cool. That's why you had an issue with the very notion of the episode itself, right, Dan? Because it's just so cool, and you're just fine with it. Like, dude, quit speaking out of both sides of your mouth. You do that so frequently. Can you just have a consistent position on something? It would be so refreshing if you could do that.
Visual is what the world uses, what Hollywood uses to do Satan's will. So yeah, say all the names you want. I'm just saying, do we need to see what was inside of the Temple of Diana, or could we just say there was evil stuff going on? You had politicians, you had young girls.
Wait, Dan, aren't you the person who later on in this very stream would go on to say, well, they need to have their day in court. They haven't gone to trial yet. So why are you saying that these people are guilty if they haven't gone to court? And right here, you're also saying, well, we don't need to look inside the Temple of Diana. We could just say that there's evil stuff going on there. Which one is it, Dan? Are you just going to pronounce them guilty because you assume by association that they're guilty? Like you just said earlier about how every single person in the government allegedly did that? Or are you going to double down on the notion that, well, they haven't been proven guilty yet, so why are you making all these assertions and statements about them? You contradict yourself so fucking frequently, dude. It's an embarrassment. It's an embarrassment.
Do we have to have the visuals? We know that the eyes are the things. Go for it. Let's give all the names. And that's why I stand here as a Christian going, this is a waste of time.
Yeah, Dan, I remember.
Oh, it's all cool and it's all great and it's perfectly fine that this is happening, but it's also a waste of time. But also, you guys are able to do it. Like, which one is it, dude?
For the record, one second, dear. For the record, I just want to point out that I will never accept a Christian saying that that is a waste of time. Go ahead, Devian.
Anyway, I was just going to say that if there were a ongoing investigation and the people who were named in the files or whose pictures are in the files were being investigated, then yeah, of course, no one in their sane mind wants to look at those pictures. I have seen a few of them and I wish I hadn't.
Right.
But the issue is that it's not being investigated. The issue is that the DOJ in the United States today are actively not speaking to the survivors. They're not accommodating a place for them to give their testimony. Freaking Pam Bondi wouldn't even look at them when she was questioned the other day.
Right.
So someone has to. And yeah, it sucks. But going and hiding under the carpet won't do anything good, and it won't bring people to justice, and people need to be held accountable.
Wherever they are.
Agreed.
Yeah, whoever it is.
Right.
I don't care. I'm waiting for someone from Sweden to be revealed in the files. I'm constantly going like, there has to be someone. I wonder who that is. I want to know. And I want them to be brought to justice.
All right, we're going to keep this chugging along. No. I do not to dismiss anything that you were saying at all.
No. I get you.
Aiden, but
yes.
Here's one thing that we can appreciate.
What's that?
And I know you're surprised, but it is here, and I'm going to point it out.
All right.
These are the same arguments we would hear from everybody else that their idol got triggered.
Yeah.
Or they got triggered because their idol got stained.
That is true.
And this one is not running away.
That is true. You know, that is true.
Others, when you corner them, they're like, oh, I'm busy. I have to feed my baby.
That's so true. See Sal at the very beginning of the stream. As soon as somebody actually starts putting a little heat on her and confronting her, all of a sudden she's got to go. Oh, I've got to go now, guys. Yep. Yeah, okay. No, I'll give you that. You're right. That's true.
It is here. It is here. It can be appreciated.
All I'll say about that is it's a lot easier to make that claim when the person actually stands and listens to what the other person says instead of going bloop, 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 throws them in, throws them out, throws them in, throws them out. And don't get me wrong, he said he did that to him, and I did do that to him at one point. That is true. A long time ago, I did do that to Dan, and I did laugh about it, and that's true. But his justification for why he's doing it to me was basically, oh, well, he was awful to me, so I can be awful back to him. It's like, where does that freaking happen in the Bible?
Yeah, that's not there in the Bible. But I just want to point out that from Aiden's perspective, he hasn't gotten a chance to complete one statement here. Nope. Dan continues talking after responding to a straw man that he built against Aiden, and then he responded to Stephen, and then he responded to me, because at some point we all had to interrupt him and say, we don't agree with what you're saying. And that gives him time to be talking for around 25 minutes so far, and Aiden as a guest has not had any time to talk.
So, well, Dan barely has any opportunity to speak on the Proverbs Guys Ministries. Come on, Achilles. There's not like 289 hours of Dan Pawsey footage on your guys' channel where there's more than
like it's not like he can start his own show. No.
That's true. That's also very true. He very well could have literally just made his own stream and talked about it with his own ideas. But no, he had to come and wreck everybody else's stuff.
And I'll say something that has been, it hasn't gone public, and it will go now, that when I heard him say that we only should be talking about Jesus Christ and him crucified, I had a question and I shared it with Steven. I asked him, Steven didn't have an answer. I haven't asked Dan because I get like paragraphs of responses and they're never on my question. My question is that all this time that me and Steven got a little worn out from streaming and we looked into our lives instead, how many shows did Dan do on Jesus Christ and Him crucified? We spent like around 8 months that Steven have a new life that he's needs to work for. I got myself into my life and we did not do any shows. The schedule was 100% free to do a show and say the things you want to say, especially if you want to focus only on what you say we should be focusing on. Then why didn't you do one? I'm not asking you to take up all 7 days of the week. I was asking for one show in 6 or 8 months about what you said we should be focusing on. So I think it's a legit question.
I mean, well, I don't even have to say anything at that point because you're going to be a lot more of an authority on what he did or didn't talk about in that time than me, because I got to be honest with you, I and basically everybody else checked out of your channel for that time period. It was a ghost town, dude. It was a wasteland. Nobody went there because you're right. It was literally just Dan getting on camera and rambling about like...
And rarely. No, he did that not every time that his show was on. Like every a month, he did a show which was about design, about the mitochondria, and about all that stuff. Okay, but still, that's not the subject that he's accusing us that we're not doing. So if I had one show of him going through 50 different Bible verses about that specific subject that we need to preach to the world about, then I would agree that he has a point. But because he hasn't, I'm like, okay, so you're waiting for us to start a show on whatever subject we feel like starting a show, so you can tell us that that's not the right subject that you should guys be doing shows on. Then you better have something to back this with.
Amen.
I'm getting.
Let me just. I'm really close to the finish. It's a waste of time fighting.
You say so. Okay, you think it's a waste of time. Just like the one show we tried to do on Rumble, so we can be more open to some stuff. I brought up one video clip that shows the face of Satan behind the music industry because they've shown it in a clip, and you never allowed me to play that video because you got triggered as it was too profound. But that was why we went on Rumble. And we played this video here, which is a collection of black boxes. And here you are in the comments saying, oh, this is sexually intimidating. Okay,
No,
so that means we can't talk, right? We can't talk. We can expose
talk.
the wickedness. Even if we put a whole black box over it, the whole thing, we can't.
So you guys got to, why don't you let everybody see it then? Did you really have to see the pictures to know what was going on?
Even if we wanted to, Dan, we can't. It's all redacted.
Yeah. I mean, and that's just the thing. Like, why would you even make that assertion, Dan? Like, go show everybody the pictures, because a whole bunch of those pictures are super sexually explicit. Yes, I agree that there are sexually explicit things there, but that's why he's able to show them on YouTube, because they're redacted and because they don't show the explicit content in those photos. But what is shown in those photos unequivocally shows that there are children there. It unequivocally shows that there are children being handled in inappropriate ways in those photos. And it's absolutely awful. And the fact of the matter is, Dan, yes, it is necessary that people be made aware of those things. I know it makes you uncomfortable on a personal level, the fact that those things are being shown, because it makes you think in a way that you might not typically be trying to think, or articulate thought in a way that you might not be trying to typically articulate it. But guess what, dude? That's life. And for somebody as old as you, I would really hope that you would have some level of understanding that. some level of comprehending that in life, yeah, you're going to run across some things that are really going to challenge you and challenge your presuppositions on the world and what you think about it. But you really do seem to be somebody that's convinced that the way that you are right now in this very moment is the perfect way. There's no other way of being. The Dan of today is the exact same Dan that I remember when you first came into the community, dude. I could basically say something about how every single other person in this community has changed in some way, shape, or form, because change is not inherently bad. Evolving and expanding your ideas and being open to discussion with other people about different ideas, for as much as that might be labeled as bad amongst some people, it's not. I could name changes in literally every single person in this community in the time that I've known them for basically everybody except you and Lupin. And I really wouldn't be comfortable being lumped in the same crowd as Lupin as far as that's concerned, right? But both of you guys are the exact same person that I remember from 2022 or 2023. I think you came around in 2023, Dan, and Lupin came around in 2022. But you guys haven't changed at all. And the reason why I bring up the fact that you haven't changed is because you guys have this egotistical idea in your mind that the person you are right now is perfect and sacrosanct and can't be changed and can't be modified in any way, shape, or form. And I'm here to tell you that that's not true. Okay? Because being alive and actually truly living and experiencing that life around you is all about being open and available to not just change for change's sake, obviously. Why not just change because change is available to them, but at least be available and open to the concept of having their mind changed. And you are somebody who serves as the antithesis of that idea, dude. Go ahead.
Aiden, that's the perfect cue. I have to say something.
Go ahead, Peter.
Achilles, my apologies. I only just noticed the chat.
Okay. It was at the beginning.
I had to say that, but you made a perfect lead-in to that. So, my apology.
Yeah, it was because I wanted to tell you something technical about computers that I realized these days, which just blows my mind, and I knew that you're the only one that could understand it. So I'll just share it.
Okay. Okay.
Cool. We're gonna keep playing the video in the meantime. Everybody that's going to be typing up, please remember to mute.
There's a video playing?
No, I was just saying, if everybody that's going to be typing in the chat could just mute their mic, Peter, if you just listened for half a second, okay? Can you do that for me, buddy? Can you do that?
Yeah, have you heard me typing for the entire time? Because
I'm not going to hear anything from you anymore, Peter, because you're muted now. No, I'm just kidding. I'm going to unmute you now, Peter. Please don't leave.
Did quite a bit of typing.
All right.
So
I'm playing.
And you haven't heard me typing.
Shh. It's quiet time now, Peter. I'm playing the video.
That is Hollywood.
So
Why do you think
you
Hollywood?
knew it already,
Wait a minute.
then.
Let me finish my sentence, Achilles.
Okay, but then I'm not going to
Hollywood-
respond. Aiden needs to respond. We haven't given him any time in this so-called discussion here.
Well, let's finish this. But what I'm saying.
Wait, I thought we were having a dialogue, Dan. What happened to that?
Hold on. Let him finish, Aiden, and then you can go.
Yeah. So, Achilles, do we need to use the tools of Hollywood and Satan to expose Satan? That's my only thought. We can use words all we want. Show me an Acts. Show me in anywhere in the Bible.
That's such a faulty piece of logic. Like, by that logic, books are the tool of Satan because loads of Aleister Crowley printed satanic works in his lifetime. Therefore, books are of the devil. So can you use books to talk about the Bible? No, you can't, because it's of the devil. That's so stupid. Just because Hollywood uses the media, the medium of like visual filmmaking, right? And photography and things like that, doesn't mean that using that same format to try and expose them is inherently evil in of itself, for the exact reason I just said about the Bible, Dan. That's just such a dumb piece of logic that doesn't follow at all.
Not. the Catholic and the Mormon version, or Catholic or the Orthodox. Show me where the apostles, anybody, went after the Temple of Diana. They just preached Jesus Christ. They exposed it. This is evil, but how does that'll be my question for you?
Yeah, show me where when people were going into God's house and making a mockery of him by like changing money around and giving loans to people. Show me where Jesus got all upset about that. No, instead he just went on about his merry day, didn't he? He was just like, well, I better go preach myself crucified right about now. That's what I need to do. What did people preach before Christ was crucified, Dan? Because that's what you always talk about. Christ crucified, Christ crucified, Christ crucified. It's very Catholic, isn't it? For somebody that's super critical of the Catholic Church, when I was in Catholic school growing up, that's what the Catholics always focused on was, oh, look at the crucifixion, look at the suffering, look at all the horrible things Christ went through. And you know what I went and discovered later in my life, and one of the biggest reasons why I prefer the Orthodox to the Catholics, is because, say what you will about the Orthodox, Achilles, but I'm sure you may agree with me here. The Orthodox don't focus on the crucifixion of Christ nearly as much as they focus about Christ's teachings and his earthly ministry and his life and what he actually said while he was alive. Don't get me wrong, it's not like they ignore the crucifixion as an idea. But I think that I'm only saying that because they focus on it more than the Catholics do. I'm not saying that they focus on it more than every other church. I'm sure you wouldn't agree with that, but I think you may agree that they focus on it more than the Catholics do.
I don't know what to say about the Orthodox Church, man. It has been so disappointing that I wouldn't know if I were to agree or disagree here. But I do want to point out that we see evil as Christians in so many places, and that defeating mentality says that we're not supposed to expose it. It's like, we know it's there, therefore why talk about it? Then how can others know it's there if we don't talk about it? Like, I was mind blown, and I swear it took me a week to get over this. I've been going back with emails with my therapist, who is not a real one. I mean, I'm not paying them, but she could be considered my therapist. And I've been going back and forth with her, telling her why do I speak? Why am I here? Who's listening? And it's all because of this night. So all these arguments, I think, are ridiculous.
Yeah, they're very detrimental to anything productive. I would definitely agree with you there. I would at least hope that you have solace in knowing that reviewing them and talking about the ideas or lack thereof being discussed right now is certainly a lot more productive than the original thing. We're kind of putting the wheat through the grist right now. We're putting it through the mill, and we're seeing what we can get out the other side. And hopefully what we get out the other side's a little bit better than the chaff that was there originally.
Even people that want to see some change in the world, they get put down not by the enemy, but from their own, I would say, comrades. But the other day, somebody called me a communist for using the word comrade, and I'm like,
yeah, you can't use that word. You're not allowed.
Yeah, that's actually where it comes from. But what else can you use?
You know what the funny thing is, Achilles? Those very same people that will do that will be the very same people that will say, oh, but I'm pro-freedom, though. I love freedom. I love being able to freely express myself.
But he's a commie.
You use the word comrade, you're a commie.
Yeah,
the only people that use the word comrade
don't bring
are
that
commies.
commie stuff here.
You're not allowed to use that word. That's not freedom. It's like, shut the hell up.
Recently, let me just inform you of this, which is a little bit far from the subject, but at this point, I think we could take a 1-minute break just for something else.
Sure.
Something very interesting happened. Some Belgian collector had 200 pictures of the execution of Greek communists by the Nazis, using the fascist Greek government to execute them. They put them online and they just executed them all. And the guy had those pictures and he didn't understand the value they had, so he put them up on eBay, and people discovered them, and they forced the Greek government to go and pay that person so we can have those pictures and put them in museums, because these are grandfathers of people that they didn't know where they went, and we now have pictures of them getting executed. And you have to understand that, like, not you, but others, they've used this communist tag every time they turned a country fascist. It was always the evil commies. It was always the same. It has never changed. Nazism was about that. Italy was about that. Mussolini, the Greek dictator, was about that. That's why we had a dictatorship over here. So just so people know my background, my mother's father fought for the fascist side, and my father's father fought for the communist side in the Civil War. Then their children, my mom and my dad, they both became the exact opposite. My dad was an anti-commie. My mom was more of a socialist. So then you get me, something like a little bit balanced, you know? Nobody's asking for a fascist communist dictatorship or country. But if we want to study fascism, we only have right-winged fascism to study. We don't really have any.
Yeah.
Right?
But then there'll be the same people that will say that fascism is somehow left wing because but the Nazis had socialism in their names, so like they were socialists, right?
Right.
I mean, and
But
you
then
know,
they're like, what about Stalin, man?
yeah. I mean, well, if you look even at a cursory understanding of fascism, both as it existed in Mussolini's understanding as well as Nazism, both of those place communism as, especially Nazism, places communism as the penultimate boogeyman. Communism, besides Judaism, is like besides the international shoe, I'll say, just to not get copyright or takedown because that's a right wing dog whistle if you say the other one.
And
the international shoe and the communist were the two biggest enemies of fascist ideology.
And something that people don't get in the US is that whatever you believe in, you have the right to believe in that, right? Supposedly, that's in your constitution, supposedly. So all the time that I voted in my life, I voted for the Communist Party. Not because I believe in communism, but because they were the only party that were getting in the parliament and were talking for the benefit of the workers instead of the benefit of the billionaires that were ruining the lives of the workers. So I thought that with my vote, I can keep them in the parliament. That's why I kept voting for them. At some point, I realized that communism, by definition, does not believe in God. So there, I stopped voting for them. And this is a good example of just because you're voting for something doesn't believe that you have to be 100% with what they think. When you disagree with them, you have the right to change your mind. But there is no option like that in the US. You don't have that option.
Well, one of the things, and I want to make this clear as well while you're bringing that up, because I don't know if you went back and watched it, Deviant, but there's a stream I did on Terry a while back, and my penultimate criticism of that entire stream regarding Terry was that it wasn't that she changed her ideas, because that was what certain people were trying to throw against me in the midst of that was, oh, you were trying to bully her just because she changed her way of thinking. You're going to change your way of thinking at some point in the future. And I said, yeah, I am going to change my way at some point in the future. But you know what? When I change my way of thinking, I'm going to have a robust explanation as far as why I changed my way of thinking, because I will have thought it over. And I will have weighed those ideas in my mind, and I won't have a bunch of emotional appeals as far as why I changed my ideas. I'll have actual intellectual ideal versions of like laid out as to why I'd have a disagreement with those tenets of those ideologies then compared to now. That's what you need to have. And I'm not even saying that because you need to justify that to other people. I'm saying that because if you can't justify it to yourself, then it's kind of built on sand, isn't it? Anyway.
Yeah, I agree.
Go ahead, Divya. Sorry.
No, I was just agreeing with you. I didn't go back and listen to that show because I'll be honest with you, I have found that the whole when people are these streams where people are just arguing and talking over each other, it actually really triggers my PTSD. I didn't realize how much before, but I really noticed it now. Probably because on a day-to-day basis, I've never been this happy and just enjoying life and being happy that I'm actually alive.
You've been so distracted with other things that you haven't really been able to contemplate the deeper implications of what was going on, is kind of maybe what you're perhaps alluding to there, or something equivalent to that.
Yup.
Okay. Well, what's that?
Yup.
Okay. I would just say, not that you have to go back and watch it, obviously, but I would just say there's none of that as far as that's concerned. I literally just reviewed it by myself and just kind of went through it bit by bit and just kind of talked about it. There wasn't really any like yelling or argumentation. I am trying to cut that back a little bit on the channel. Like when people like Dustin, unfortunately earlier on the show today, I was doing political commentary on my show, which is kind of a pretty well-known feature of my show. And Dustin made some commentary on my commentary in the side chat.
Only a tiny part of the shows.
Only a tiny part. Insignificant, really, when you think about it. Anyways, Dustin made some commentary on what I was saying, so I responded to him in the side chat, like I do to anybody out there in the side chat that comes over and has something to say. And he starts getting all like, you need to open up the panel right now so I can defend myself. You're just keeping me over here. You're not letting me speak. You're not letting me defend myself. And I literally told him, I was like, Dustin, you're allowed to come on the show when everyone else is allowed to come on the show. Okay, I'm going to open up the panel at a certain point, and you're more than welcome. And he could have been on here right now, literally, so he could have hashed out his arguments. But you know what? Even if he was allowed over here, I've made it very clear, if people want to come on here and argue, that's okay. But people aren't allowed to just do that totally unimpeded and totally uninterrupted on like certain channels. If people start going off the rails and they aren't listening to any kind of reason, yeah, they're going to get muted around here. Because there needs to be some guidelines as far as conversations and discussions are concerned.
Dude, I don't know if you watched this because you got busy, but the minute you left the stream yesterday, he started going off, and Peter was just telling him, "Wait for Aiden to come back before you go off on his channel."
All that I heard, because I had something going on with my family, so I could only kind of like listen in with a tiny little bit of my focus out of one of my ears while I was listening to what was going on with my family with the other 98% of my brain. And all that I was hearing was just Dustin screaming that he could do what he would want and he doesn't care.
Shut the F up. And that's the way, the same way he was going on, inviting himself on your show today. He was like, open the effing panel, you effing piece of shit. You open up the panel. That's not the most welcoming way. I mean, you could just say, please, you know.
Aiden did this much political commentary. That's right. Just a little bit. Just like like Jesus would say, just like a mustard seed.
The mustard seed of political commentary.
Mustard seed of political commentary. That's right. Compared to the mass of the entire universe, anyway.
In all fairness, I did trigger him a lot during that show, but I was hell-bent on not doing that when you left. But yeah, that didn't help.
Yeah, it seemed like he was committed to just yelling at that point, and I just ended the show because I literally did not have the time to be able to dedicate to that. So I was just like, all right, pulling the plug on this bitch, and then the show ended.
I won't forget how he said the other day that he had a fight with someone because they were talking about freedom of speech, so he had to punch him in the nose.
Oh my God.
Like, what a demonstration of freedom of speech right there.
I know. And he said to me today that he doesn't want to invite back on and he never wants to be on anymore, but he's already told me that before, and my show's literally only existed for a little more than a month at this point, and he's already told me at one point before that he's already done and he doesn't want to be back on anymore and don't ever invite me, and then he literally shows back up the very next show in the side chat. So we'll see. I don't want Dustin to be gone. Make no mistake, Dustin is my friend. I know you guys disagree with him on a lot of things, but Dustin is my friend, and I do respect
Dustin is my friend too.
Well, yeah, I know
get it.
Disagreeing should not be breaking friendships, but when your argument against the person you're disagreeing with is shut the F up,
that's not an argument.
Right?
No, I agree. So
that's all I've heard so far. From the minute you started streaming, Aiden, every time he comes on, that's the argument. The argument is shut the F up. You're doing damage to my president. That's what I'm hearing. Me loves me president. Me loves me president.
It's the most accurate Dustin impression I've ever heard in my life. I was like, wait, did Dustin join the panel? Like, whoa, what happened? Whoa, I didn't know he could let himself on. No, let's keep going with the video. Let's keep going.
Well, Aiden, can I have a quick second?
Peter's gonna complain about not playing the fucking video for the entire stream, and now Peter.
Hold on. You are playing a video. You're complaining about a guy who puts you backstage when you're the person who hasn't been allowed to talk. I've been silent for most of.
Yeah, and you're gonna keep being silent. No, I'm just joking. Keep going.
And have been put backstage as you just did. So irony.
It's true.
No, look, I mean, honestly, I love hanging out with you guys, but I need to get to sleep because I need to get up early in the morning, and it's already 2:30.
I totally
in the AM.
No worries. I'm literally
but
finishing.
I did have one thing that I wanted to share with your viewers, Aiden. If it's possible, you can make me full screen just briefly. Very briefly.
Let's okay. All right, Peter.
Because we did speak on the phone earlier today, and you said what's up, and I said, well, we had a burglar. So what I did during this show, I was looking at something because we have 2 cabins, and then when one is dark, and the other one is obviously dark at night because people are asleep, the burglar might come back. So I was looking for something that would give the impression of someone still being awake. And I went on Amazon and I found this. So this seems to be a great thing to have if you look closely.
Peter. That's not nice. That's not nice.
So I wanted to leave on a high note.
That's pretty mean. Aiden is doing a great job with his shows.
Peter.
I mean, it's on Amazon, so someone has to have made it.
No, it's not on Amazon. That's not on Amazon. You. Fine.
See what you did, Peter.
I mean, Peter, thanks for putting her out, buddy. It was.
Kick him out.
I just
before
I couldn't resist.
Exercise authority, Aiden.
No, it's good to have you here, Peter. Have a good one, buddy.
Okay.
Hey, if it wasn't an interesting show, you wouldn't have been here for 5 hours, bitch. So fuck you. Is what I really mean.
You called it the B word.
That's true. And I didn't say you were acting like one either.
Now I'm going to make an entire show about how you called me the B word, and if you come on, I will put you backstage, because if you call me the B word, I mean that's just declaring war. That's just not
Peter,
that's not no.
Peter.
Yes. Yes.
I was joking.
Okay.
Okay. Hard time.
Me
You're
too.
not a bitch. You're a total bitch.
Me too. I didn't find that on Amazon. I made that. So.
You made that on Amazon. Wait, you made that? Seriously? That isn't a widely available consumer product on Amazon?
No, I made that. So I do wanna have one more thing. Aiden, what is short for Peter?
What is short? Pete.
Pete. So,
isn't it Pete?
Deviant. We haven't talked a lot. So,
No.
You are an Egyptologist, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So you are interested in pyramids.
I feel like I'm passing the mic between both
amongst
people
other
when
things.
when I do the picture between
Yes.
them. I'm like passing the mic.
Do you know there are pyramids in different countries?
Tits. I'll go for the tits.
Kind of.
Don't
yeah.
you dare. We free the
Did you know there's one close to me? And it is made of peat.
The peat?
That's weird.
I didn't know that either, but I follow this woman from the Netherlands who makes videos about history, and she made an entire video about the pyramid in the Netherlands, which I didn't know existed.
Kaylee?
Yeah, we keep finding them all over the place.
Yes, Kaylee. You know
Cool.
Kaylee?
This is fun. This is
Yeah.
fun. This is fun.
Well, watch Kaylee's channel. She's got the video about the pyramid in the Netherlands.
I will check it out. I'm subscribed to her and have been for years, actually. But I haven't watched much of her content the last few months.
This was a recent video, but I thought it was really nice. You like pyramids. I live in the Netherlands. We have a pyramid. Pyramid is made of peat. Peat is short for Peter.
Mm-hmm.
What,
I mean,
what
it's
are the
all
odds?
connected. It's all
It's
connected.
all
Yes.
tied together.
There is something's going on.
It's a
Something's going on.
conspiracy.
Oh yeah, you
Okay,
should
so-
hear Soot's conspiracy.
All right,
about
fuck off, Pete. I mean, have a good one,
these
Peter. Have a
places.
good night,
I will
buddy.
have to go because I think Aiden wants to review a video or something. I mean, he's been talking about that for me.
He's mentioned it a few times. I don't know.
Peter.
It starts at 10 hours.
yeah.
That's
And
when
Achilles, sorry I couldn't help. It's this is a thing very
that's
hard
not-
to track down.
Yeah, no.
But-
I tried the stuff and I realized what it was. It was not a hardware issue; it was a software issue. So there's nothing to fix. Just uninstall Windows 11 and all your problems go away. That's
Yeah,
Oh.
no, that's not a thing.
Wow, what a fascinating conversation. Anyways, let's
Yeah.
go back to the videos.
see you later, Peter.
As if-
And I'm gonna feed my
Have a
dog.
good one, Peter. See you. Bye.
As if this is your show.
Bye, Peter.
Doesn't that
Have a
make you
good one,
feel
buddy.
good?
Oh, it does. No, it does. It really does. You know, for as much as I'm like, oh, I'm a liberal, guys. Oh, I really care about freedom. Oh, the authoritarian itch. It can be nice to get that scratched every once in a while.
Am I the only one who feels bad when someone else is doing it and could never do it themselves? I mean, I wouldn't say never, but never to someone I actually like.
Maybe I should make you one of my main room moderators, dude. You'd be good. You'd be my JD Vance. I'd be like,
Ooh.
idiot, you can rubber stamp this decision. Go ahead. And you'd be like, oh, okay, I'll go ahead and do that. Doop. I'm joking.
I gotta go feed my dogs.
Okay.
I'll
Well,
be back. Right.
I will wait for Achilles to finish feeding his dogs. I'm sure that won't be too crazy long. We'll give him
continue though. I mean, I've seen this.
Okay.
If you
cool,
if
I'm gonna
you want-
finish this out. If I'm finished out before you come back, then I'm probably gonna end the show just because we've been going for a long time at this point, going on 7 hours at this point. So
Okay, I'll give it press play. I'll give it another 5-10 before I go feed them. Go ahead.
No, go feed your dogs. I don't want your dogs to go hungry on account of this live stream. Go feed your dogs, please.
All right.
Show me an Acts. Show me in anywhere in the Bible, not the Catholic and the Mormon version, or Catholic or the Orthodox. Show me where the apostles, anybody, went after the temple of Diana. They just preached Jesus Christ. They exposed it. This is evil, but how does that'll be my question for you? Where's the Bible on this? We're a Bible thing. Okay, Aiden, it's all yours.
So you're going to ask them a question and then give it to me? What kind of mess is this format?
Well, Aiden, I'm just going to put my responses in the forms of the scripture verses, right? I'm going to answer Dan with the Bible, and I can do that quietly while you respond.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'm just going to put my foot down right here and now. Dan, if you're going to play hide in and out backstage every 2 seconds because you can't deal with what I'm saying, then I'll just let it lie, and you can come and make passive-aggressive comments on my YouTube channel instead, because it seems like you're not interested in having any kind of dialogue right now. You supposedly wanted to make a counterpoint to what I said and monologued about nothing in exchange for your supposed response. You brought up that I supposedly was here to advocate for the entire nation giving charity to people as though it was the stranger being entertained in one's household, when I never said that whatsoever.
Please, how does that relate?
We're going to interrupt again.
Don't interrupt.
Yeah.
Forgive me.
Yeah.
Yep, go ahead. But wait, first, just as president, this is just procedural. We have to have a time.
Procedural. That's definitely a word. Yeah, procedural. That sounds official, right? Gotta love Dan. Good old Danny boy. Never changed, Dan. I love Dan's words. They're for somebody that quotes the dictionary all the time, you could fill a whole extra dictionary or thesaurus with all of Dan's gobbledygook nonsense words that he comes up with.
He literally won't let you speak for more than like 15 seconds, if that.
He's so
and then
triggered.
He interrupts you to say, oh, we need to have some sort of decorum, some sort of system. What?
I know. It's a total joke.
I can babble. Steven, like a minute.
Now that it's my turn, we get a time. Funny how that works.
No, I said
now that it's my turn.
All right, I will set a timer. I'll tell you what. Hold on, Aiden, get the rest of your complete thought out, and then starting on Dan's next turn, I'm going to start a timer.
Thank you. Oh, come on. If it's over 5 minutes again.
But wait.
Okay.
Oh, come on. Yeah, what a shame. Oh, I didn't get 5 minutes. When did I get 5 minutes? Dan, can you point to the point in the stream where I had 5 minutes uninterrupted? I'm pretty sure I didn't have more than 5 fucking seconds uninterrupted on this entire show, you ignoramus. Like,
Steven
come on.
literally said, let Aiden finish.
And now he's whining because he's not getting it.
Then he put you in the back room. I mean, Dan, not Steven, but I'm guessing it's Dan. Putting you in the back room and starting to answer.
I know, no decorum whatsoever.
Grow the hell up.
He's got a hard time with that, dude.
Yeah,
he's
apparently.
got a bit of a hard time. Look at his face here, though. He's so happy. You know what the funny thing is? Dan always says, I'm having such a good time right now. I'm really enjoying myself. If you look at this guy's fucking mug for the rest of this live stream, you're not exactly going to look at somebody that's loving life and has the light of the Holy Spirit shining through those eyes. They're not, that's not the impression I get, at the very least, anyway.
No.
Still, it's Aiden gets to finish his Aiden gets to finish his whole thought. Dan, he wasn't done. We're gonna do this fair.
And
then you can respond.
No,
Okay,
no, I'm done with this treatment. I'm done with this behavior. If Dan wants to keep doing this because he's a triggered little bitch, then whatever. He can go ahead and keep doing it.
Aiden, we can't talk that way, sir.
It's so good. It's so good. It's true. And he hates it because it's true. You know, there's this passage, there's this chick track. Hold on. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna find that right now because it is an iconic little meme from a chick tract that literally fits here perfectly. This is the perfect way of summarizing this conversation. It's by going. I'm pulling this up right here. Most people rejected his message. Shut up! They hated Aiden because he told him the truth. I mean, look, I'm not actually, by the way, before you get your pearls all clutched and go, oh, Aiden made a blasphemy because he compared himself to Jesus. No, Dan, it was a joke, right? I wasn't actually literally comparing myself to him. I'm just saying that you literally were exactly like the Pharisees. Well, I'm not comparing myself to Jesus. I am comparing you to the Pharisees, Dan, because that's exactly how you act all the time. You act like a little child and you act petulant and you act like you're this huge authority. But when you're in the face of people that actually have the truth, all you could do is try and clutch at that authority like a desperate old man, just like the Pharisees in the Bible. So with that being said, I'm going to give Achilles maybe just another 30 seconds. Not that he needs to rush or anything like that. If he's still in the middle of feeding his dogs, that's totally cool. But I'm going to give him a little bit here. And while I'm giving Achilles a little bit, Deviant, do you have anything you would like to say to conclude this live stream with before I play us out at the very end here? Because this has been a marathon of a live stream. This has been the Odyssey of a live stream right here.
Yes. I mean, when it comes to the whole Epstein thing and all of that, there is so much one could say, and it's baffling to me that there is a single person who's not themselves. I get that people who are in the files might not want others to look
right
at the files. I get that. But anyone who isn't and who is not on the side of we need this investigated, we need these people brought into the light and have their day in court, because no one is saying that being in the files means that you are a pedophile. That's not the thing. The thing is that they need to have their day in court, and anyone who is against that, they fucking need to check themselves and check their priorities and ask themselves, who am I really protecting here? Whose good am I doing? Because it sure isn't all of the women and children, and even not just girls, but boys too, who were abused, trafficked, even fucking tortured and murdered. How the fuck can you say that you are following Christ and protect that or try to put it under the carpet? You should be ashamed of yourselves. And other than that, I just like to say, this was a great show, Aiden. I loved it. I would try to be on more often. As I said,
it'd be great to see you.
Yeah, it's the thing which I mentioned, that I've noticed how the whole drama or arguing and screaming at people and all of that, I realized how much that actually triggers me.
No, I understand. And by the way, I just want to say just really quickly, not to just totally cut you off or anything, but
no.
If if you ever feel like I've said to everybody out there, right? Like if you ever feel like you just don't want to be a part of the community right now because there's stuff going on and maybe some of the stuff that's being talked about or some of the arguments that are taking place or something like that become a bit too much. I've always told people if they feel that way, please feel free to either take a break or just see yourself out, not because I don't want to see you around, but because I don't want you to feel pressure because you're my friend or because you know me and have associated with me that you need to be around and that you need to have a presence over here. Of course not. All I said was that it would be nice to see you because I do enjoy your presence. It is nice to see you around, and I do really appreciate your presence as a friend.
And likewise from me to you. I'm really happy that you have started your own stream, and I think you're doing a freaking fantastic job at it.
Thank you.
I agree.
And it's a pleasure to be here with you and with Achilles too, since he just came back.
Yep. I'm back.
Yes, indeed. Well, Achilles, would you like to make a closing statement? And after that closing statement, I think I will make mine and then I will wrap up the show.
Yeah, I think it's time for everybody on the world to not attach themselves with people that will be revealed, whether earlier or later, that they were the wrong people to associate with. I mean, we have all of them saying, I'm sorry, but not because I was in the Epstein files. I'm sorry because I made the wrong choices of who to be close to. So they're not even admitting what they've done. And this goes so much deeper that it's time, wherever you stand on the theological spectrum, to stop connecting yourself with trillionaires who don't give a flying F about you at all. They don't care for you. So stop defending them and allow people like Aiden to have their own show where they can speak their mind without drones coming in to defend those people all the time. Aiden, myself, we have some views that you guys probably haven't heard. So instead of shutting them up, why don't you hear them first? So,
Thank you.
Quick
Thank
thought.
you.
Yeah.
No, thank you for your thoughts today, Achilles. You as well, Deviant. I want to start my closing statement by just thanking everybody that's showed up to this live stream. There was a huge number of people that have come to this live stream. Taco's made a super brief appearance over on the live stream at the very beginning. Raptor Blue, he's kind of started to poke his head into this community. He's a bigger content creator. He showed up earlier today. Big Bad Mama showed up. Let's see. There's Spooky, obviously, Claude, Phantom, even sleeping on the slob. Even sleeping on the slob. Thank you, sleeping on the slob. I appreciate you for being here because you know what? Your totally not sock account presence helped fill the chat just a little bit more with some special Aiden Linden side chat goodness. B.S. Lewis, thank you for being here. Steven, thank you for being here, not just in the side panel, but also on the main panel as well. I think I already thanked Big Bad Mama, but if I didn't, yeah. Dean, thank you very much. You're black, so obviously you had to go Latin. I'm just joking. He's not actually the last one. Reexamination, thank you very much for also being here. Trusty Ape Co. Dargesh, also another associate of Raptor that was also here. Another person that, along with Raptor, totally owned the shit out of Lupin on one of the live streams that I covered earlier a couple of weeks back. I don't know if the original one is even on his channel anymore. I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't. But yeah, thank you everybody that's been here. This stream has been quite the epic. Definitely the longest one that I've ever done on my channel, and in large part probably one of the favorites, if not the favorite, that I've ever done on this entire channel. We covered a huge variety of different topics here today. All sorts of different topics. After today, I don't want a single person to say without lying that I only cover one particular topic on this channel and only focus on one thing. We talked about all sorts of different shit here today because that's what this channel's about. It's not about hyperfixating on one thing. It's not about focusing on one particular thing. What it's about is showcasing all sorts of different ideas from all sorts of different perspectives. And with that being said, thank you so much for tuning in. I hope to see you guys on another stream. I honestly don't know when the next one is going to be. I covered a lot of stuff. I have a couple pieces of content left over that I didn't cover. But if people want to send me stuff to cover on a future show, that'd always be much appreciated. We're 1 like away from hitting the 20 like goal on the live stream. So if one person, perhaps if you're watching this after the fact and happen to watch until the very end, first of all, you're a fucking trooper. I don't know how the hell you ended up getting here if you didn't watch this live, but much appreciated first and foremost. And secondly, if you haven't already, please drop a like on the live stream. It would be much appreciated, and subscribe to the YouTube channel. It'll help it grow and help the community at large. Thank you very much, and take care, everybody.
Bye.
Bye-bye.